Good morning and welcome to the fifth meeting of the COVID-19 Committee. The only item on our agenda today is Stage 2 consideration of the Coronavirus Scotland No. 2 Bill. Joining the committee today are a number of ministers and other MSPs, and I welcome you all. We have a lot to get through this morning, but it will work well if we take it slow and steady. When I call you to speak, please take a breath before speaking to allow your microphone to be switched on. I would remind members that request to speak made by typing R in the Blue Jeans chat function. Once I call the relevant group, please only speak when I call your name. Only committee members are eligible to vote, and voting will also take place using the Blue Jeans chat function. Once I've read out the result of the vote, should you consider that your vote has been incorrectly recorded, then please let me know as soon as possible, and I will pause to provide time for this. Depending on how long proceedings take, I will suspend for a 5-minute comfort break at a suitable period, and given the constraints of time, I would strongly encourage short, succinct contributions for all those speaking today. We're now going to move to declarations of interests for members. Those members who want to declare interests that are relevant, if they just put an R in the chat box, please, at this point. I should declare that I am a member of the Law Society of Scotland. I also have property interests from which I derive rental income. Annabelle Ewing, I'd invite you please to declare any interests.
My entry in the Register of Interest, wherein they will note that I am a member of the Law Society of Scotland. I hold a current practicing certificate, albeit that I'm not currently practicing, and I rent out a flat. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. Neil Findlay, please.
Convener, I'm a member of Unite the Union.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else who is wanting to declare any interest, so we will move on to the Stage 2 proceedings. Now, members will have in front of them the marshalled list and the order that amendments will be taken in. Firstly, the question is that sections 1 and 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I'm not seeing any disagreement from members on that, so we take it that sections 1 and 2 are agreed to. We move on to Schedule 1, and the first group of amendments is Group 1 on housing and tenancies. I call Amendment 15 in the name of Graham Simpson. This is grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings. And I would invite Graham Simpson to move Amendment 15 and speak to all the other amendments in the group. Mr. Simpson.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good morning to everyone, and good luck today. I know you've got a lot to get through, and I have the Convener's words to keep things brief ringing in my ears as I start this first group. It could be quite a meaty group. Before we get into it, Convener, I think probably on behalf of everyone taking part, I should thank the Bill team in the Parliament for getting through 56 amendments, quite a hefty task, and I hope they don't have such a hefty task as we move to Stage 3 tomorrow. So getting into these amendments, and I move Amendment 15 in my name in this group. So this one relates to the provision in the bill which gives students the right to give 7 days notice to end their tenancy with a student housing provider. And at this point, if I could ask members of the committee to look at page 6 of the bill and go down to line 35. The amendment's not aimed at damaging the provisions here, but to clear them up. And my reading of the line that you're looking at, and it's the same conclusion drawn by Universities Scotland and the Scottish Property Federation, is that this applies to anyone on an existing tenancy. I can't imagine there'll be many students still around though, plus any who've signed a lease for the next academic year, knowing the risks associated with that. Now, Kevin Stewart wrote to me about this, and I'm grateful for that. And if I could just read what he wrote to me, he said, "The provision purposely makes the distinction between leases entered into before the bill comes into force and those entered into after that date. The main category we're seeking to address is leases which have already started, where the tenant has been in occupation and which are about to come to an end. But we're also aware that the proposal would affect other leases. We've chosen to treat all leases entered into before the pandemic, including those yet to start, in the same way, because they've been impacted by an unforeseen event, which we consider to be a justification for giving students the right to terminate on 7 days' notice. On the other hand, students agreeing tenancies after the bill comes into force will be aware of the risks and impact of the pandemic. We therefore don't intend to make any amendments to the way the provisions are currently drafted. So, Convener, I think there's a gap there between students who are currently students and signed leases clearly before the pandemic and those who would sign leases after this bill comes into force. There's a gap there, and my amendment seeks to ensure that anyone who entered into a lease during the pandemic for the next academic year would not be covered by these provisions, which I think is the intent. So it's simply a tidying up amendment. Now, Amendment 47 ties in with Amendment 15 in a way, because it relates to the part of the council tax exempt dwellings order that deals with student accommodation. And given that many large providers of purpose-built student accommodation have offered releases to students for the summer term, this could lead to an unintended consequence that may result in them being charged vacant council tax rates when they've done the right thing. So this amendment really just seeks to sort that out. Amendment 46 also relates to council tax, but it exempts all former rented properties from council tax. So you could have a case, and I've had representations from landlords who've seen tenants leave because they've lost work. They're maybe living away from home. They've now gone back home, so they've been left with empty, furnished properties. They'll fill them again if they're still in business, but they need help now. So this amendment would simply remove them from the burden of paying council tax, but only for now. And then we come on to probably the most controversial amendment of mine. It's my final amendment in this group, Amendment 42, which seems to have set off alarm bells with ministers, but we shouldn't be quite so worried. This relates to holiday lets. Now, members will be aware of the difficulties being faced by the tourism industry. The amendment is intended to help those running genuine self-catering businesses to fill their properties with the flexibility of being able to return to business later. It could be used to house key workers like lorry drivers for a while, but I really don't see the fears of the Scottish Government that we could end up with mass evictions being realised. The Association of Scotland Self-Caterers ran a survey of members recently. 61% of respondents feeling pessimistic about their business's sustainability, 37% feel pessimistic in the longer term, and they're supportive of this amendment. I realise it's far-reaching. It deals quite heavily with tenancy law. It would allow people running holiday lets to convert them into normal tenancies on a short-term basis. And that's not something we would ordinarily do, but we are in an emergency. So I would commend this one to members of the committee. Now, if I can turn, Convener, to the other amendments in the group lodged by Andy Whiteman and Pauline McNeill. Members of the committee will have had quite a bit of correspondence on these already. A couple, Mr. Whiteman's number 16, I believe, and Ms. McNeill's amendment 22, essentially deal with funds for tenants. My view is this is not required. This should be dealt with through the welfare system. I think Ms McNeil's is slightly better than Mr Whiteman's, but I would say to her that perhaps changing the qualifications for the Scottish Welfare Fund to allow rent arrears to be one of the criteria for which assistance can be sought would be probably a better solution to the issue she's trying to address. Now, if I can turn to Mr Whiteman's, perhaps the most controversial of Mr Whiteman's, and that's Amendment 17, which deals with having a rent freeze. Now, many landlords have reduced rents to help tenants already during the crisis. I know of landlords in Edinburgh, for example, who've reduced rents by 30% for a minimum of 3 months. Of course, that's what should happen. Tenants telling landlords when they're facing difficulties and landlords responding in a flexible manner. Now, the committee, I know you've had a number of items of correspondence on this. You may or may not have had a chance to read them, but if I can read what the Glasgow and West of Scotland Forum of Housing Association sent to you about this Amendment 17, it says it seeks a 2-year rent freeze from the date on which the Number 2 Act comes into force. Currently, it's impossible to estimate the financial losses which housing associations will incur as a result of lost rent and void costs during COVID. No association will want to impose large increases in the coming years, but must continue. Then it goes on to deal with Amendment 18, and it says Amendment 18 seeks to have liability for rent arrears incurred during the COVID period, quotes, extinguished, the word that's used in the amendment. And in their view, this measure would be catastrophic. Catastrophic, convener. It would effectively send a signal to 600,000 social housing tenants that rent was no longer payable during the COVID crisis. Their words, convener. And this would lead to many thousands of tenants who could still afford to pay their rent not doing so. We've had similar comments from the Association of Housing Associations in Scotland as well. So I would suggest that Mr Whiteman's amendments, all the amendments in this group, should be rejected, and I would urge members to also reject Ms McNeil's. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. Can I just remind members on the committee, if they want to contribute to the discussion on these amendments, can they please type R in the message box. I'll now call Andy Whiteman to speak to Amendment 16 and all the other amendments in this group. Mr Whiteman.
Thank you very much indeed, convener. As members will be aware, the first coronavirus bill provided some welcome protection for tenants by ensuring that notice periods for evictions would be extended from beyond the current statutory limits. And this has ensured that tenants who are evicted during the emergency period a longer period of time before they actually have to leave their home. Now, I lodged amendments to that bill seeking to ban such proceedings being brought at all during the emergency period. These, however, were defeated. But with this new coronavirus bill, I'm looking to provide further protections for tenants during, including protections for the period beyond the end of the emergency period, when it's anticipated that tenants will remain vulnerable to evictions as a result of financial hardship during the emergency period. And I'll be brief in summarising the amendments, convener. I circulated a note of the purpose and effect of these to members of the committee last night. Now, all of the amendments 16 to 20 apply to all statutory tenants, social and private. If committee members have got any concerns about whether they should apply to social tenants and or private tenants, we can discuss that and possibly bring back some changes at stage 3 if that's deemed necessary. Amendment 16 is designed to alleviate, to relieve hardship for tenants by placing a duty on Scottish ministers to establish a tenant hardship fund. Ministers were quick to establish the landlord loan fund, but have said that tenants facing hardship, and we heard it from Mr Simpson, will have to rely on the benefits system. That, of course, is useless for particularly many private tenants, doesn't adequately cover the rental liabilities, particularly in expensive areas such as Edinburgh. Now, the detailed eligibility and administrative criteria of this would be left to ministers to set out through regulations. Amendment 17 recognises that existing hardships will be exacerbated if tenants face rent increases during and after the emergency period. And so to provide some certainty amidst so much uncertainty, Amendment 17 freezes rents at the level they are on the day of royal assent for a period of 2 years and prohibits any increase in rent during that period. And again, if there are concerns about that date, in light of what Mr Simpson said about landlords reducing rents, that date could be changed to say the 1st of March, etc. as well. Amendment 18 recognises that many tenants will be unable to pay their full rent because of their personal financial circumstances. And the amendment provides for writing off any rent liabilities for any tenant who's unable to pay rent during the emergency period. Now, the exact definition of such inability is for ministers to specify in regulations, but I envisage this being framed very, very narrowly and sparingly, and only for those tenants in greatest distress. I reject the notion that responsible tenants will take this as a signal not to pay their rent, because they will find, I would hope, that any regulations passed under this section will cover them and they would continue to be due that rent. So this is a significant amendment, yes, because it does actually write off rent rather than simply ensuring they're credit, which are what Amendments 19 and 20 do. Amendment 19 is a very significant amendment, and I would hope that committee members would take would approach this sympathetically. It's designed to ensure that after the emergency period is over, no landlord can seek to evict a tenant for rent arrears that were accrued during the emergency period. Now, it's important to point out with this amendment, we are not writing off any rents. Such rents as have fallen into arrears will continue to be owed to the landlord. The landlord will be able to recover those arrears in the normal course of debt recovery. I'm just seeking to ensure that no one loses their home because of rent arrears. In other words, they cannot be used as the grounds on which to initiate eviction proceedings. And finally, Convener, Amendment 20 has the same effect, basic effect as Amendment 19. It's much, much narrower in scope. The Landlord Loan Fund was established by ministers to assist landlords in financial distress, but there's been no equivalent for tenants. And so Amendment 16, as I've just outlined, would provide for such a fund, but this amendment simply seeks, Amendment 20 simply seeks some conditionality around the Landlord Loan Fund, such that in return for a loan, as a condition of receiving a loan, a landlord loses the power to evict a tenant for rent arrears arising during the emergency period. As with Amendment 19, the rents concerned will continue to be due, but will be disregarded for the purpose of seeking an eviction. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Andy Whiteman. I will now invite Pauline McNeill to speak to Amendment 22 and other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Convener. Speaking to Amendment 22, as previously said by Andy Whiteman, many tenants will face severe economic hardship due to COVID-19, and the impact will be severe for many. I think it's a serious consideration for government policy that during that period, it's important that we try and avoid the building up of debt for tenants and consider that there are wider social implications if people are unable to hold on to their tenancies, build up huge arrears and debt. So whilst I accepted from the beginning that the government have done a great deal, I don't believe they've gone far enough. Graham Simpson is quite right to point out that there could be an option to expand the welfare fund as one route. But like Andy Whiteman, I do believe that there will be a wider range of people that we need to help that are not on universal credit. My amendment seeks to set up a tenant support fund because I believe that there will be a wide range of tenants that will be affected. I also agree with Andy Whiteman that we must aim for policy, government policy, that no one loses their home because of COVID-19. There are a range of tenants, key workers, nurses, so many people in that group that need help. I think it's important to anticipate what might be ahead at the end of the period as well. And whilst we have an analysis of what's going on now, we have to think to the future as to what the severe implications might be. I did raise this concept during the first emergency bill of a fund to assist people affected by COVID and who had a reduced income. I think it's important to emphasise that it must be related to COVID, the reduced income. So my amendment would allow ministers to set up a support fund for tenants who fall into the gaps of whether it's universal credit or they are short of rent. Obviously, it would be for ministers to set the rules on that. Speaking to the other amendments in the group, convener, Amendment 16 in the name of Andy Whiteman, Tenant Hardship Fund, seems to do the same thing, and I would urge the committee support that as an alternative to my own Amendment 22. On Amendment 17, rent fees for all tenants, I think that the question that Andy Whiteman does need to address is the impact for local authorities and registered social landlords. I think there will be a great deal of sympathy for rent fees in the sector for the wider benefits to society of trying to stabilise tenancies, but that needs to be weighed against the losses of councils and registered social landlords in particular. Again, in Amendment 18, which is a proposed disregard of rent arrears, could be a crucial issue in stopping debt and preventing people losing their homes, and is definitely worthy of consideration. Amendment 19 seems to me to be quite sensible, supporting that the grounds for eviction cannot be rent arrears, seems to be quite an important principle. And lastly, Amendment 20, that seems to be, I think, in line with, in my own view, during the passage of the emergency legislation, that we should be that shouldn't be grounds for eviction. Would be consistent with the government's no eviction policy. Thank you, convener.
Thank you to Pauline McNeill. I don't see other members of the committee wanting to contribute at this point, so we will go next to the Minister, Kevin Stewart, please.
Thank you very much, convener. There are a number of amendments in the group and I'll address them all in turn. First of all, I'll turn to Amendment 15 in the name of Graham Simpson. I thank Mr Simpson for his helpful scrutiny of the bill and for this amendment. I accept the point that he makes in relation to Amendment 15 and I support its aim to provide some clarity. However, as I said to him, the drafting of the amendment needs to be considered further. So I would ask him not to press his amendment, and I will work with him to ensure that an amendment can be made at stage 3 to achieve the aims that he is looking for. I'm going to cover Amendments 16 and 22 together, convener, as they seek to do the same thing. We, of course, want to ensure tenants who are facing financial difficulties leading to rent arrears are supported to access all the help, support and advice that is available. Support for housing costs is the responsibility of the UK government through reserve benefits, for example, universal credit, which includes housing. And we have actively encouraged tenants to ensure that they apply for the financial support that they are eligible for, including through a specific campaign letting tenants know about their rights and the changes that we made to support tenants through the Emergency Act. To remind members, it is this government that took action through the first Emergency Act to protect tenants against any eviction action for 6 months. In addition, we have provided Citizens Advice Scotland with £3 million to provide support to people struggling financially at this time. This includes an additional £100,000 for a new national helpline. Whilst we have welcomed the changes that the UK government have made in the welfare system, equally we have urged them on several occasions, both previously and during the current crisis, to go further and to use their powers over social security to make further improvements to support those accessing benefits, including tenants who are struggling to pay rent. The Scottish Government budgeted £71.2 million in this financial year for discretionary housing payments for tenants to ensure that we mitigate the bedroom tax in full and also to help those struggling with their housing costs. The committee should note that that's an increase of nearly £10 million on the previous financial year, and we expect it to significantly increase over and above this due to the additional numbers of people moving to universal credit who will be hit by the bedroom tax. And all of this will need to be paid for out of Scottish Government funds. I want to be very clear though, Convener. No landlord should evict a tenant because they suffered financial hardship due to coronavirus. We expect landlords to be flexible with tenants facing financial hardship and to signpost them to the sources of financial support that is available. A landlord facing financial difficulty due to a tenant being in arrears is able to access a loan from the Scottish Government where they have discussed rent issues with their tenant and made an agreement on managing arrears. For many landlords, there is a genuine prospect of receiving unpaid rent. Although they may face delay in payment, that loan provides them with the short-term financial support that they need for that longer term, and the loan itself, of course, has to be repaid. This support seems vital, given it will do tenants and the private rented sector in general no use if a landlord has to sell a home or have it repossessed because they cannot meet their own financial obligations on the property during the course of the emergency. And I would urge the committee to reject these amendments. If I could turn to Amendment 17. This amendment does not take into account tenants' or landlords' individual circumstances, including financial circumstances. It does not consider the negative impact of its effects and what that would have in the ability of landlords to adequately service their properties, or the potential severe financial impact on registered social landlords who are already concerned about loss of income as a result of coronavirus. It is therefore, Convener, no wonder that stakeholders such as the SFHA, ALACHO and the Glasgow and West of Scotland Forum of Housing Associations are united in their opposition to this amendment, and they have expressed their very deep concerns to the committee. Legislation, Convener, is already in place which provides stability to tenants in the private rented sector, with rents only being able to increase once a year and with 3 months' notice. And if a tenant is waiting for financial support, such as benefits, then action cannot be taken. In addition, tenants, of course, have the right to challenge unfair rent increases. In the social sector, current legislation ensures landlords have a legal duty to consult tenants about rent setting and must take the importance of what current and prospective tenants and other customers are likely to be able to afford into account when they are setting rents. This amendment also pays no regard to the impact that it might have on the housing supply across both the private and the social sector, and it should be rejected by the committee. In terms of Amendment 18, as I said earlier, we have encouraged tenants to still pay the rent they can during the course of the pandemic, and to apply for all forms of financial assistance that they are eligible for as well as to seek advice and support. Whilst the emergency legislation will expire on the 30th of September, it can be extended for a further 6 months and then a further 6 months again through affirmative regulations. And we have made clear that the government will be flexible to meet the needs of people as we assess the impact of the pandemic economically and socially. However, Amendment 18 takes a blanket approach to rent arrears accrued during the period the bill is in force. It does not consider the potential impact on landlords, nor the potential knock-on effect for housing stock that will occur should funds not be available to carry out the servicing of the property, or indeed to make payments on the security of the property. And we want to ensure that tenants can stay in their homes. This amendment is a very blunt instrument, and I would urge the committee to reject this amendment. Amendment 19, well, the arguments against this amendment are much the same as for number 18. As I've said, we have been clear throughout the crisis that no landlord should evict a tenant because they have suffered financial hardship due to COVID-19. And we have asked landlords to signpost tenants to the range of support and advice that is available to help tenants pay their rent. As also said previously in relation to Amendment 18, this amendment takes a blanket approach to rent arrears. I'm also very concerned that as an independent judicial body, it would not be right to include provisions in this bill that will effectively direct a tribunal to disregard particular evidence as to why rent arrears have occurred in a particular case. I recognise the need to manage the effective transition from the temporary provisions within the Coronavirus Act provisions back to the pre-COVID-19 legislation, which is why I am actively pursuing the discretionary nature of rent arrear eviction grounds, enabling a tribunal to examine all of the reasons for the accumulation of rent arrears as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. And for these reasons, I would encourage the committee to reject this amendment. Amendment 20, Convener. We've acted to protect tenants from eviction action during the emergency period. Additionally, we have given the First Tier Tribunal for Scotland discretion when considering whether it is reasonable to grant an eviction order and can take the full circumstances of the case into account, including whether the landlord has been a recipient of our Landlord Loan Fund. Landlords, of course, will not profit from these loans. They must be paid back. And it does not benefit the tenant if a landlord's property is at risk because the landlord cannot service the debts or mortgage on a property. This amendment risks landlords being put off applying for the loan and seeking eviction at the earliest opportunity instead. To take a loan, landlords would need to be willing to accept the lack of transparency on the period during which this provision will impact on their ability to operate the rental property. However, I do recognise the need to ensure that we do our utmost to protect tenants. And so I will therefore introduce an amendment at stage 3 for a new regulation making a power to create private landlord pre-action protocols similar to those that are currently in place in the social sector. This would place a duty on landlords to have undertaken certain actions to support their tenant prior to being able to go to a tribunal for an eviction order. And I think that this will support tenants far more effectively. And for these reasons, I would encourage the committee to reject this amendment. Now, Convener, turning to the council tax amendments, it is in no one's interest to see housing stock sitting idle and unused, which is why this government has taken concerted action to get empty homes back into use. However, we must make sure that the action that we take in the midst of this crisis does not have unintended consequences in the future. And we oppose the relaxation of private rented tenancy rules to enable evictions to take place on the ground that the landlord wishes to return that property to the short-term rental market. That could lead to mass evictions once social distancing restrictions are lifted and undermines our policy of providing security of tenure for tenants in the private rented sector. There are no unreasonable legislative barriers which prevent a short-term let owner moving into the private rented sector. Indeed, there is evidence that a number of short-term let owners have already made this switch. But we do not believe that any change to legislation is necessary here. A fundamental principle, Convener, of our private rented sector policy is providing security and stability for tenants. Once a property is let as a private rented sector tenancy, it becomes the tenant's home. It becomes their home. And we will not dilute those rights by making special provision for short-term let owners to move in and then out of the private rented sector market. And I would therefore urge Mr Simpson not to press this amendment, and if he does, I would urge the committee to reject it. Turning to Amendment 46. This amendment would mean that all dwellings in the wording of the amendment available for rent and which are not occupied would be exempt from paying council tax. I do not believe, Convener, that this amendment is required. Dwellings which are empty and unfurnished already qualify for exemption for several months. The government is strongly encouraging local authorities to use the powers that they already have to defer payment of council tax bills, to remove the immediate pressure on a landlord to pay liable council tax now, and it means that it can be paid once their income has increased. Furthermore, financial support is available to help both landlords with small and large portfolios of properties. Turning to the wording of the amendment, it has a number of flaws. One of these is that term available for rent, which it uses. And that could apply to types of properties that I think are beyond what Mr Simpson intends. For example, the wording means this measure, if passed, could apply to self-catering lets, bed and breakfasts, and other situations which do not involve private landlords. Another flaw of the amendment is that it sets no timescales in respect of the lack of occupancy and gives no clarity on how long properties would be vacant before the proposed exemption from council tax would be applicable. This could result in the proposed amendment applying to properties that have lain unoccupied for just one day or since last year. I therefore oppose Mr Simpson's amendment, both on policy grounds and because of the legal issues within the drafting. Convener, this has been a very long group. And it began with one of Mr Simpson's amendments that we're going to come back to at stage 3 and hopefully agree that we can find a way forward, and I hope that we can cooperation. As I said, I support this amendment in principle, but there are some issues with its current drafting. In terms of 47, the council tax exempt dwelling Scotland Order 97 sets out dwellings which are exempted from paying council tax, including dwellings that are occupied by one or more students, a student's spouse, or dependent school leavers, or people under the age of 18. Mr Simpson's amendment would mean that properties that would in usual times be covered by these exemptions, but which are not covered due to being unoccupied because of coronavirus-related reasons, would be exempt. It would cease to have effect when the provisions in the bill, if it becomes an act, end. Given that the amendment relates to properties that would be exempt from council tax in normal time, and the measure introduced by this amendment will only last as long as the bill itself is in force, the government supports the principle of this amendment. However, there are areas where it needs to be refined. Therefore, if Mr Simpson does not press his amendment, I'd be happy to commit to that the government will work with him to bring forward an appropriate stage 3 amendment. Thank you, convener, and I thank the committee for bearing with me through what was a very lengthy set of discussions about those amendments.
Thank you, Minister. That was, as you said, a comprehensive assessment of these amendments. We now go to Graham Simpson, please, to wind up and to indicate whether or not he wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 15.
Thanks very much, Convener, and can I thank the other members who've taken part in this group, and indeed the Minister for, as you say, a very comprehensive look at all the amendments in this group. I've heard what the Minister had to say about my own amendments, Amendment 15 and Amendment 47, which both relate to student properties, and I fully accept the points he's making, so I'm quite prepared not to press those amendments. So that's Amendment 15 and 47, on the basis that he will work with me in the next few hours to get something which is better worded. I've also heard what he had to say on my Amendment 46, which also related to council tax, and having reviewed the wording in that amendment, I do agree with him that it is flawed. It doesn't achieve what I was seeking to achieve, so I would not be pressing Amendment 46, and that comes later in your voting schedule. In relation to Amendment 42, which relates to holiday lets, I would propose to press that. I've had no indication from any other parties what their view is on that, so I do feel that we should have the flexibility that I described earlier, and I think, Convener, we've covered the other amendments in some detail in the group, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. The member has indicated that he wishes to withdraw Amendment 15. Does any member present object to that amendment being withdrawn? If so, please indicate now. I'm not seeing any member objecting to that, so that amendment therefore is withdrawn. The next amendment is Amendment 16 in the name of Andy Whiteman. Now, because the technology we're using does not allow interventions, I think it's reasonable to allow members who moved amendments a very brief opportunity to respond to the debate and what they've heard before determining whether or not to move their amendments. So I call Amendment 16 in the name of Andy Whiteman, and if Andy Whiteman could briefly respond to what he's heard, and then indicate if he is moving or not moving Amendment 16.
Thank you, Convener. I will be moving Amendment 16. And extremely briefly, thank you for the opportunity. The Minister said that no landlord should evict a tenant because of coronavirus. The reality is that tenants are going to be evicted because of coronavirus. He also said that we want to assure tenants can stay in their homes. The reality is that many tenants will not be able to stay in their homes because of coronavirus. He mentions the defence and the first tier tribunal. They have powers of discretion, however, they only last as long as the emergency period. I'm disheartened that the Minister, who had advanced sight of the policy intentions of these amendments a week ago, has made no attempt to discuss them with me or to seek to strengthen the rights of tenants. I perfectly well acknowledge that some of these amendments may be rather too far-reaching or too coarse in their intentions, but there's no reason why that can't be refined. So I will be moving Amendment 16. I'll leave it there, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. The question is therefore that Amendment 16 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any committee member disagrees, they should type N in the chat function. We do have a disagreement, so there will be a division. Can I ask all those members who are in favour of Amendment 16 now to type Y in the Blue Jeans chat function, please? Thank you. Can I now ask those members who are against to type N in the Blue Jeans chat function, please? Thank you. And can I ask any members abstaining to type A in the Blue Jeans chat function? Thank you. I'll just pause for a second while we just verify the results. The result of the vote on Amendment 16 is as follows. Those in favour were Ross Greer, Monica Lennon and Beatrice Wishart. Those against were Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Adam Tompkins, myself, Annabel Ewing and Shona Robson. There were no abstentions. The result was therefore 3 in favour, 6 against and 0 abstentions. That amendment is therefore disagreed. I now call Amendment 22 in the name of Pauline McNeill, already debated with Amendment 15, and I would invite Pauline McNeill, if she wishes, to respond very briefly to the debate and indicate whether she wishes to move Amendment 22 or not.
Thank you, Convener. I wish to move Amendment 22 in my name. I agree with Andy Whiteman that tenants are going to potentially be evicted from their homes if we don't take a more radical approach protecting tenants. It is unprecedented, the times that we live in, and I ask the committee to think ahead. What we know now is nothing to what we might experience in the months to come, and the magnitude of the impact is profound. I believe that either the national fund in my name or the fund in Andy Whiteman's name is much the same thing. Needed. I think ministers will have to go much further to stop tenants building up huge arrears or being evicted from their homes. And I ask the committee to consider in relation to all of these amendments that if people lose their homes and build up huge debt, that there's not just the impact on the individual tenant, it's going to be a massive socially, much wider social impact, economic impact, if we don't do more to help people renting in all of the sectors and the private rented sector in particular. And with that, Convener, I urge the committee to support Amendment 22.
Thank you, Pauline McNeill. The question is therefore that Amendment 22 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any committee member disagrees, can I type N in the chat function now, please? And I am seeing disagreement, so there will therefore be a division. Can I ask those committee members in favour of the amendment to type Y in the chat function now, please? Thank you. Can I ask those members who are opposed to type N in the chat function now, please? Okay, and I think that's all members accounted for. We will pause briefly to allow that vote to be verified. The result of the vote on Amendment 22 is as follows. Those in favour were Monica Lennon, Beatrice Wishart and Ross Greer. Those against were Stuart Stevenson, Shona Robson, Willie Coffey, Adam Tompkins, Annabel Ewing and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes for, 6 votes against and no abstentions. That amendment is not agreed to. We now move on and we call Amendment 17 in the name of Andy Whiteman, already debated with Amendment 15. I would ask Andy Whiteman to move or not move.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Whiteman. The question is Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any members disagree, if they could type N now, please. Thank you. Members are not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask those in favour of Amendment 17 to type Y now in the chat function, please? Thank you. Can I now ask members who are opposed to type N in the chat function, please? Thank you. I think that is all the votes. We will pause for a second. The results of the vote on Amendment 18 are as follows. Sorry, Amendment 17 are as follows. Those in favour of Amendment 17, Ross Greer and Monica Lennon. Those against Amendment 17, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing, Shona Robson, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart, Willie Coffey and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 2 votes for, 7 votes against. There were no abstentions, so that amendment is disagreed. Move on to Amendment 18. I call Amendment 18 in the name of Andy Whiteman, already debated with Amendment 15. Andy Whiteman to move or not move?
Moved, Convener.
Thank you. Question is Amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any members disagree, they should now type N in the chat function. Members are not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask those all in favour of Amendment 18 to type a Y in the chat function, please? Can I ask all those members who are against to type N in the chat function, please? Thank you. We will just pause briefly to record that vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 18 is as follows. Those in favour of Amendment 18, Ross Greer and Monica Lennon. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Shona Robson, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart, Stuart Stevenson and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore in favour, 7 votes against. The amendment is therefore disagreed. I now call Amendment 19 in the name of Andy Whiteman, already debated with Amendment 15. Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Moved, convener.
Thank you. Question is therefore that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any committee member disagrees, they should type N now. That is not agreed to, that there will therefore be a division. With all those in favour of Amendment 19, please now type a Y in the chat function. Thank you. With all those against, please now type an N in the chat function. Thank you. Just pause briefly. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 19 is as follows. Those in favour, Ross Greer, Monica Lennon and Beatrice Wishart. Those against were Annabel Ewing, Shona Robson, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Adam Tompkins and myself. That's therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against and no abstentions. So the amendment is therefore not agreed to. We move on to Amendment 20 in the name of Andy Whiteman, already debated with Amendment 15. Andy Whiteman, to move or not move?
Moved, convener.
Thank you. The question therefore is that Amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we agreed? We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those members wishing to vote yes to Amendment 20, please type Y in the chat function now, please. Those who are opposed to Amendment 20, please type N in the chat function now. Thank you. We'll just pause for a second. Thank you. The results of the vote on Amendment 20 are as follows. Those in favour were Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and Beatrice Wishart. Those against, Willie Coffey, Shona Robson, Adam Tompkins, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing and myself. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, no abstentions. That amendment is therefore disagreed to. Right, we now move on to Group 2 on the social care sector. Can I just ask members of the committee who want to contribute to the debate on this group if they can type R in the chat function shortly. And I would call Amendment 21 in the name of Neil Findlay, grouped with the amendments as shown in the groupings, and I would invite Neil Findlay to move Amendment 21 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Convener. This amendment seeks to establish a system of national collective bargaining in the private care home sector. Can advise members that when I chaired the Health Committee, both Scottish Care, representing the care home owners, and the trade unions representing the workforce, asked for such a system to be introduced, and this is the opportunity to do just that. Whether we like it or not, adult social care is an industry, and hands-on care now is highly skilled and increasingly complex. However, the terms and conditions of the employees are very much precarious and unacceptable. Poor quality jobs and reward mean poor quality care, and individual rights are insufficient to remedy these problems. Care workers have been silenced by the structure of the care market, and the government must act to raise the quality of employment across the care sector. And sectoral bargaining would create decent work and crucially raise the quality of the care provided. If we look at the situation at present, many people who are not deemed by their employer as frontline workers are not paid the living wage in the care sector, they're paid the minimum wage. These could be cleaners, drivers, cooks, laundry staff, handymen, etc. Many of these people work 12-hour shifts, and if they're off, lose 12 hours pay, and as we know from recent weeks, they are put on statutory sick pay. So the result of that is that they try their best to come into work even when they're sick, and that is not a good thing. Some of the major players in the sector, the companies in the sector, HC1, have been very topical recently. They haven't paid a penny of corporation tax since 2011 in the UK, but they have managed to pay shareholders £48 million. Small family-run care homes have a good record in terms of the way in which they treat staff, and they have good relations with staff, but many of them pay little more than the rates that I have already referred to. Home carers have their own issues. Some have to buy their own uniforms, some have to use their own phones for work, they have no travelling time between clients. These are long documented issues within the sector. And a sector that's supposed to protect elderly and vulnerable people sees its profits provided by exploiting workers where there is no trade union to intervene. The current crisis in care is nothing new. We've been speaking about it for years. The COVID crisis has just exposed it and brought it into the public domain a bit more. And we have the opportunity today to intervene and start the beginning of the end of this public service and health disaster. Finally, I say to the committee, I know that people will stand on their doorstep on Thursday evenings clapping key workers, and that is a very good thing. But today you've got the opportunity to turn that easy symbolism into something real, genuine and practical, something that will deliver positive and much needed improvements in the pay and conditions and terms and conditions and the morale of the workforce, and crucially the quality of care that they provide. So I plead with members today, please support this amendment. This is one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most important things we can do is to have a proper system that rewards those who deliver that crucial care, keeps them safe, and where we build a respectful relationship between the owners of these homes and the workers who deliver the care for us.
Thank you, Mr Finlay. I now invite Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 24 and the other amendments in the group.
Good morning, thank you, Convener. Amendment 24 in my name seeks to establish a social care staff support fund. I, like many other members, have serious concerns about what's happening in our care homes. They really are the crisis within this crisis, and there's ongoing issues around testing and some confusion around the application of guidance. Even in the last couple of days, we've seen care workers speak out in the media about their worries about being unable to live on statutory sick pay at this time should they test positive. I believe that shouldn't be a factor. in terms of whether they can continue to earn a living. So we need staff to be safe and well at work, but if they have COVID-19 or are awaiting test results, they shouldn't be in the workplace putting themselves at risk and of course the residents at risk. But I believe there needs to be a mechanism in place because many have already faced financial detriment. So this amendment would seek to address that. We've heard, this committee's heard from experts like Sir Harry Burns that staff are unwittingly spreading COVID-19 in care homes. Many of them have been asymptomatic and they haven't had the benefit of routine testing. So asymptomatic or not, COVID positive staff should not be at work, but they shouldn't suffer financial detriment for this either. I have consulted with trade unions. I should have said at the beginning that I am a member of both the GMB union and Unite the Union, and I do believe this amendment is necessary at this junction in the crisis. I hope that members can support it. Briefly, I'll address the other amendments in the group, including in my name. Amendment 30, also in my name, on the duties of the Care Inspectorate, introduced the duty for a report to be laid before Parliament every 2 weeks during the emergency period, setting out which care home inspections have been carried out and the findings of those inspections. We're so much concerned over how care homes are handling the crisis. This will improve transparency and ensure that this information is available quickly to all MSPs to give an overall picture about ongoing problems with particular care homes or providers across the country, and importantly where extra support is needed. Amendment 31 in my name seeks to put a duty on Social Care and Social Work Improvement Scotland to impose temporary management on a care home during the emergency period if the management is unable to perform its functions due to reasons connected to coronavirus. Amendment 50 in my name puts a duty on ministers to establish the position of a National Social Care Officer to advise the Scottish Government on the needs of the social care sector in relation to coronavirus. I think we would all agree that the social care sector has been badly hit by the virus, and the needs of workers and care home providers on PPE have not always been heard. Professor Donald McCaskill from Scottish Care has also publicly stated that the response has been patchy and not joined up. I believe the appointment of a National Social Care Officer is needed to strengthen the voice of the care sector and ensure a unified approach is given. None of us want to see a postcode lottery on the quality of care and PPE. And briefly, Convener, on the other amendments in the group, I am supportive of amendments 34 and 33 in the name of my colleague Jackie Bailey, which I believe will increase transparency and reporting, but I'm sure Jackie Bailey will speak for her own amendments. And the amendment we've just heard Neil Findlay speak to, Amendment 21. And I also welcome the Government Amendments 26 and 27 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary Mike Whistle, which would give ministers powers to take control of a care home service and local authorities the power to purchase a care home or service during the emergency period if this was necessary. I do think there is a case for extending this beyond the emergency period, but I appreciate that is the immediate term that we are dealing with at the moment. I believe that these amendments can work with my Amendment 31 regarding a temporary management, which could also apply due to short-term illness, but may stop short of having to take full control of a service. So in summary, Convener, I will support all of the amendments in this group.
Thank you, Monica Lennon. I will now call the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, to speak to Amendment 26 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener. This is a very serious part of the bill and very serious set of amendments, and we have government taking them all very seriously, and I'm grateful to Neil Findlay, to Monica Lennon, to Jackie Bailey for their contributions to this debate. What we have to do is to provide whatever urgent or emergency actions we can to improve the situation or to do things otherwise we feel would be in doubt. This is not about taking actions beyond that emergency situation. I'll come back to that in a moment. We need to remember that. And the actions have to be possible, they have to be practical, and they have to be proportionate. And that's what we've been trying to do, particularly in amendments which I'm bringing forward in my own name. But I think there are elements in the other amendments which are also that, and I want to refer to those as I go through this. What we're endeavouring to do is to provide assurance to the most important people in this, who are the people being cared for and the staff. We need to provide assurance that we are trying to do all the things that are possible and practical and proportionate to help them at this very difficult time. Now, I believe we do that in two ways in the amendments that are in my name. We put beyond doubt that health boards and agency bodies have the power to purchase a care home and local authorities to purchase a care home or care at home services. If there was, and I want to make this clear, failure to continue service, provider of that service was in serious financial difficulty or had ceased to provide a service and was willing to sell. Now, Amendment 27 allows the Scottish ministers to make an application to a sheriff to appoint a nominated officer who is someone they considered suitably qualified to carry out the running and operation of a care home, directing the existing staff, bringing in additional staff as necessary. And the sheriff must grant the order if it appears to him that there's a serious risk to life, health and well-being of any person in the care home as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, importantly, this provision enables Scottish ministers in extreme situations to exercise these powers before making an application to the sheriff, provided they apply to the court for the necessary order as soon as practical afterwards. And I'll be bringing forward amendments at stage 3 to make that even clearer, to make sure that there is a strong limit on what can be done. Now, Scottish ministers would only exercise this power in the advance of a judicial process if they judged that it was essential to prevent that serious risk to life, health and well-being. Now, in normal circumstances, what would happen is that residents would be moved, that residents at risk moved to another home, but that's impossible during the pandemic, and nobody would support that. It wouldn't be safe to move. So what we are trying to do is to provide that practical, proportionate, possible actions that can make a difference. We have to support this sector, and we're already taking substantial efforts to support the sector. We've put in enhanced clinical leadership provided by directors of public health, with support of the medical directors, nurse directors, chief social work officers, care inspectors and others. We've put in enhanced testing regimes to care homes. We've put in access to appropriate PPE. We've put in additional support for the workforce. And we've put in direct intervention on infection and protection control. There's already extensive work underway to support the social care sector. An initial £50 million has been announced to support the immediate challenges in the sector, identified by the Health and Social Care Partnerships mobilisation plans. And we're taking that work forward right across the board with providers, directors of public health, health and social care partnerships, regulatory bodies and other key professional groups. Now, I hope that all of that is providing not just the assurance, but the practical difference that will take things forward. And by clarifying the purchasing powers, we're doing that again. We're trying to ensure that the risk is reduced for those vitally important people, who are the people who are helped and served by the social care sector. We're also reassuring staff that there aren't circumstances in which their employment would cease, that we know their work is so important that it must continue, and we're taking exceptional moves to do so. Now, I've said we will make some minor technical adjustments to this if passed at stage 3 to clarify that the ability for ministers to act in advance of a court order will relate to preventing an imminent and serious risk. But we'll tighten the time limit to get a court order, so this must be obtained within 24 hours of intervening. So therefore, I would hope that the committee would accept 26 and 27. Now, the intention of Amendment 31 is not dissimilar to the intention. We're all concerned. Every one of us is concerned, not just speaking on this, but every one of us, I think, in Scotland, in society, is concerned about the safety of staff and residents. And it's right that the Care Inspectorate should be clear in their rights and responsibilities. The Scottish ministers already have the power to confirm additional functions in the Care Inspectorate. Amendment 27 deals with any concerns that might exist about that. So I hope Monica Lennon will accept that what she's asking for in 31 we acknowledge to be required, but it is already there. Now, there's things that Neil Finlay has said in support of Amendment 21 that I think are very, very serious concerns that will need to be addressed. But the question is this the way to address them? Is this the way to make progress? The demography of the workforce, the historical status of care work means, as Neil Finlay knows, that a small proportion of the workforce are currently members of unions. If you were to put in national collective bargaining in an instant, which I dispute would be possible, you would actually, in a situation, where it might be a negotiation between purchaser and provider without organised labour being in the right place within those negotiations. And we have made additional funding available to increase the capacity of social work support and ensure fair working conditions, and we will continue to do so. We have made the commitment to at least the real living wage for those working on publicly funding contracts. We have introduced sick pay for those who are sick or self-isolating. We have introduced access to childcare testing and PPE. We have given guidance on use of PPE and infection control and made sure it is clear and up to date. And there is now a national approach to the recruitment of social care staff to maintain levels of service. We do recognise that there are differences between the terms and conditions of care workers employed in different sectors. We are clear that that is not desirable, but it cannot, in my view, be put in place by a simple amendment to this bill. There is the Fair Work in Scotland Social Care Sector report published last year by the Fair Work Convention is committed to establishing fair work practices. The Fair Work in Social Care group does exist and is being established to focus exactly on that issue. It is bringing forward recommendations to a group chaired by the Health Secretary and the COSLA Health and Social Care spokesperson. So I think that it would be wrong to legislate on this in an emergency bill in a way that cannot be effective. It would be far better to back what is going on, but also to take the urgent actions that are being taken to support the workforce. Now, Amendment 24 relates to the establishment of a social care fund. And again, we agree that the workforce is absolutely essential, is a priority, and should be supported. Anyone who develops COVID-19 symptoms must self-isolate and must be supported by their employer to do so. It is not acceptable for any of our key workers to feel under financial pressure to keep working if they fear they may have the virus. Workers experiencing financial hardship is of real concern to the government, and we have taken and continue to take extensive action on that. We've agreed with COSLA to meet the additional costs incurred through COVID-19, and this includes payment to the third sector and independent care providers. Social care employers, and let me be clear about this, have a duty of care to their workforce, and we would expect them and insist that they are guided by the coronavirus Fair Work Statement. And that says no worker should be financially penalised by their employer for following medical advice. Any absence from work relating to COVID-19 should not affect future sick pay entitlement, result in disciplinary action, or count towards any future sickness absence-related action. So, for private social care providers, some of them are businesses. Some do have terms and conditions for their staff that allow for the proper payment of sick pay. Those that don't should, and they are governed by the coronavirus Fair Work Statement. The Cabinet Secretary of Health and Sport has already asked employers to discuss with her what they are doing to improve the situation, and the Scottish Government will continue in that work. We need to put in a workable system with funding via local authorities, and we are doing so. Let me turn to Amendments 33 and 34. Again, the access to information is absolutely crucial. All inspection reports compiled by the Care Inspectorate are already published. That practice is already happening. There's no need to legislate for that to happen. But we do need to look, and I think Monica Lennon is right about that, to accelerate timescales of publication during the current crisis. And there may be an opportunity to consider publishing a summary of the new weekly reports, which we have insisted on, from the Directors of Public Health. And that is being explored at the moment. And if Monica Lennon will allow us to have the opportunity to explore that, then we will see if we can integrate that into the reporting processes that we have to make sure that further information is provided. Now, Monica Lennon has asked for 2 weekly reports, but that actually would give us weekly reports, providing we can make that work, and we're trying to make that work. Amendment 33 requires daily reports on deaths in care homes, and we provide daily data on suspected COVID-19 cases, and the National Records of Scotland provide weekly data. Now, we've examined the existing legislation for data collection, and there are powers in place to do this if it could be done. But we've got to be careful that we're not providing a number of sets of data which are harder and harder to reconcile and understand in terms of the public. We really mustn't get into the situation where there's confusion about how the deaths are reported and published, and we've seen that elsewhere. And I think publishing a third set of data would do that. So we are committed to transparency. We are committed to see if we can publish the weekly reports. We recognise the need for accurate data, and we will continue to pursue that. Finally, Amendment 34, the care inspector aren't responsible for the supply of PPE. That role is focused on the scrutiny and inspection of services. There is no role for the care inspectorate in those areas, and therefore it's not possible for the government to address that issue in this bill. Amendment 50, and I said finally, but this genuinely is finally, Convener, I'm sorry, wants the Scottish Ministers to appoint a National Social Care Officer. Well, Deputy Convener, I give you the name of Iona Colvin. She currently holds the position of Scottish Government's Chief Social Work Advisor. That's an existing established role, and it does provide advice to ministers on all matters relating to social work and social care. For example, the Chief Social Work Advisor is a member of the Health and Social Care Management Board, has been fully engaged in all the planning and response in relation to the virus. The Chief Social Work Advisor is also the Scottish Government sponsor of the Scottish Social Services Council, the registration body for all social care workforces. So there is not space for an additional officer in this, and indeed that would confuse further the chains of information and reporting. I'm sure Monica Lennon isn't seeking to impose confusion, so I hope she will take my assurance that that is the situation.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 33 and the other amendments in this group.
Much, Convener. Or in my name. Amendment 33 is to place in statute a requirement for care homes to report all deaths to the Care Inspectorate on a daily basis, and in turn for the Care Inspectorate to report these figures on a weekly basis to the Scottish Government for publication. Now that is no different to what happens currently. This reporting requirement for care homes is currently a matter contained in guidance, but such is the importance of this, I believe it should have statutory underpinning during the emergency period of the coronavirus bill. Members may well recall the lack of transparency at the very start of the pandemic when the Care Inspectorate suggested people should use FOI to access the information about the number of COVID-19 deaths in our care homes. So I very much welcome the Scottish Government's instruction for them to publish. But what a scandalous lack of accountability that was at the beginning. So this amendment puts the requirements placed on the Care Inspectorate for transparency beyond any doubt. Amendment 34 recognises the areas that require to be monitored if we are to effectively tackle COVID-19 in our care homes, and I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I think we would all acknowledge that care homes have become the epicentre of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we know that there were issues with lack of availability of PPE at the beginning. In some cases, the quality was poor. In the HC1 care home in my constituency, staff told of PPE being locked in cupboards while COVID-19 raged through the care home. I know that HC1 homes in Scotland, from Castleview in Dumbarton to Home Farm in Skye, have experienced more than 200 deaths from COVID-19. So our sympathies are, of course, with those who have lost loved ones, but they need more than our sympathy. They need us to act. And then there is the question of testing. The lack of testing for staff and residents is frankly appalling. The hesitation and in some cases the refusal by care homes to actually engage in testing has been incredibly counterproductive. I know that the Scottish Government may have been slow to start with testing, but in some care homes they appear to be reluctant to do this in case staff then go off sick. It's as if they would rather have care home staff carrying the virus in work than being off. So I want the Care Inspectorate to monitor this. Placing these issues as a condition of registration of the care home shows the importance of how we regard this and ensures that the Care Inspectorate know what is expected of them. Now, I have to say, Convener, the Care Inspectorate has been posted missing during this pandemic. It is beyond disappointing that at a time when the Care Inspectorate should have been stepping up to the plate, they appear to have taken a light touch approach and stepped back. At a time when people are dying in their hundreds in care homes across the country, I feel that was an extraordinary decision, and I am surprised that ministers would have agreed to it. So these amendments put beyond any doubt our expectations and demand action on the areas we know will make a difference. I support all the other amendments in the group, but have a question for the Cabinet Secretary. The power to close down care homes already exists in the Care Inspectorate, although it's not really a power they have used much, which is quite surprising. Can I therefore ask whether the new power would be exercised by them or by ministers directly? Finally, Convener, my amendments are also complementary to all the other amendments in this group, and I therefore hope members will support them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie Bailey. Now, I have a number of members who want to speak in the debate. I should say, for the benefit of both members and for those who are moving amendments, what we will do once we've had the open debate, I'll allow everyone who is moving an amendment to respond briefly to the points they've made. That's in lieu of the fact that we cannot have interventions during the debate. So members who are contributing, if they have questions to pose to the movers of amendments, then the movers of amendments can respond to those when they're winding up in a few moments. So firstly, I have Annabel Ewing, to be followed by Ross Greer.
Thank you, Convener. I wish to make a brief intervention in support of amendments number 26 and 27 in the name of Michael Russell, Cabinet Secretary. As we have heard, these would allow a swift intervention on the part of the government in the running of a care home in circumstances where, by reason of coronavirus, the status quo presents a serious risk to life, health or well-being of any person in the care home. As we have heard, these powers would be exercisable by way of application to a sheriff, except in exceptional circumstances, and I do welcome the fact that the CAPSEC will have a further look at the conditions that would pertain to proceeding in the first instance without a prior application to the court. At the same time, these provisions would put beyond doubt that health boards could seek to purchase a failing care home, and also as well as local authorities. This would happen in circumstances where there was a willing seller and also the actual prescribed circumstances set forth in the provisions would require to be met. So in my view, in the context of the pandemic, these emergency powers are patently necessary, are proportionate and are appropriate. There are also, in my view, appropriate safeguards in terms of the scope and the prescribed conditions set forth, but also crucially with respect to the power of the government to intervene in the running of a care home. These provisions are time limited and are subject, can be appealed. So I am happy to support these very important amendments, and I think that the particular importance here is that they will provide much needed reassurance to the public. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Annabel Ewing. I now call Ross Greer, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'll just be very brief. I'm happy, broadly supportive of the amendments in this group. I just have one question for Monica Lennon on Amendment 31 that I hope she could pick up on her closing remarks. Very much in line with what the Cabinet Secretary said. My thoughts are that what's intended by Amendment 31 are perhaps better covered by Amendment 26, especially given that that involves a multi-agency approach. So if Monica Lennon's intending on pressing 31, I wonder if she could just outline a bit more specifically what she believes that would contribute that is not covered by Amendment 26 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Ross Greer. I would like to just comment briefly, if I can, on Amendments 26 and 27 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary in relation to care homes. And while I wouldn't necessarily be intending to oppose these amendments, it is the case that they have caused quite a degree of concern in the care home sector. The great majority of care homes in Scotland, whether they're run by local authorities, by charities, or in the private sector, are well-run institutions providing an excellent standard of care for their residents. And I think there has been concern expressed by the care home sector over the last few days that they are seen to be something of a scapegoat for failings elsewhere. And on issues like testing and PPE, they feel they're being unfairly blamed by the Scottish Government for some of the issues that they've had to face. And I'd welcome some assurance from the Cabinet Secretary that that isn't the case, that the care sector, whether it's run privately or by the third sector or by local authorities is highly valued. And specifically, I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary can tell us what discussions there's been with the care sector, including bodies like Scottish Care, about the wording of Amendments 26, 27. And also in relation to Amendment 27, granting local authorities power to take over care providers, whether that's been discussed with COSLA. We have seen a trend in the last decade and more of local authorities moving out of the provision of care homes, and it just seems a strange reversal to that direction of travel to give local authorities the right to step back in. And I'd be interested to know whether they've expressed any interest in actually doing that, given the trend that we've seen over recent times. I don't see any other members wanting to contribute to the debate. So what I'll now do is I'll invite each member who has put forward an amendment to ask them if they want to respond briefly to the points made and answer any questions. And I'll start with Jackie Bailey.
Amendment 33 is concerned, it does require care homes to report to the care inspectorate on a daily basis. It requires the care inspectorate to report to Scottish ministers on a weekly basis. So I'm confused at the Cabinet Secretary's comments, because this is what happens now, it's what Scottish ministers have instructed, but we need transparency, and it's clear from the behaviour of the care inspectorate at the outset of the pandemic that this needs to be in statute. As far as Amendment 34 is concerned, it's very focused, it's very pragmatic. It entirely concentrates on the issues we know will make a difference in tackling COVID-19. It's not evident that the care inspectorate has been fulfilling its functions, so I think we need to put this beyond any doubt. And at the end of the day, convener, this is about saying in statute what matters to us rather than leaving it silent. Thank you.
Thank you to Jackie Bailey. I now invite Monica Lennon if she wants to respond briefly to any contributions.
Thank you, Convener. I would ask members to support Amendment 24, which is the Social Care Staff Support Fund amendment. It's not just about trying to address the financial issue, it's fundamentally about saving lives. You know, we've seen an extraordinary number of deaths in care homes, and as I say, right up until this morning, I've been actively contacted by care workers and family members of care workers asking for support for this measure. I do welcome that discussions have been taking place between the Cabinet Secretary for Health and Sport and COSLA, but I think this fund would be a very direct way to address the issues that care homes across the sector are facing. So I would ask for support for that amendment. The point made by Cabinet Secretary Mike Russell about there already being a Chief Social Work Officer is well made, and I would accept that. But I would say that, again, this is something that the trade unions have been asking for. They have felt very frustrated, and in particular I'm thinking about Unison and GMB Scotland, who have been writing to ministers and to government officials since March, and I've seen a number of these letters where they felt they didn't really get a response. And I think for the duration of this crisis, it would really help to have a senior officer who's focused on the social care. The officer that Mike Russell mentioned has a much bigger portfolio of responsibility, I think, including children and families. So for the duration of the crisis, I think this would be important. I think it was very welcome that the First Minister appointed an additional Chief Medical Officer. So surely government would want to keep these things under review at all times. I think, Ross Greer's question is a good one. My honest answer is I'm not entirely sure. I am supportive of the government's amendments. So, I take it in good faith that the amendments in Mike Russell's name tackle broadly what I'm asking in my amendment. But I think at this moment, because there's not been a lot of dialogue about the amendments, I'd feel safer pressing it, and hopefully with government we can have conversations later on. So I know we're pushed for time, Convener, but I would ask the members to support all of the amendments in this group. I think there is broad consensus, but there's things I think we can maybe debate and further negotiate later today. But fundamentally, we're putting these amendments forward because we want to protect people's lives and people's livelihoods, and that's what's at stake.
Okay, thank you, Monica Lennon. I'll now invite the Cabinet Secretary to respond to any contributions.
Thank you, Convener. Very briefly, just in terms of what Monica Lennon has just said, I do believe her Amendment 31 is dealt with entirely by Amendment 26, and there are additional elements in Amendment 6. So I think it is clear. I think it also is drafted in such a way that it does achieve what we set out to achieve. So I would ask her, despite what she said, not to move this, and I'm happy to talk to her and happy to make sure that the Health Secretary has a conversation with her in case there are things that occur to her between now and stage 3 that she would like to have added to it. I just want to say that, Jackie Bailey asked, are we standing off or are we going to intervene? I think the amendments speak for themselves. I mean, the power to appoint directly somebody to take over a home when that is required is within the bill. So we are determined and are already acting in a determined fashion. But I have to say that I agree with Mary Fraser that all actions have to be proportionate. And that's why I've stressed proportionate, practical and possible for things. So there will continue to be discussions with British Care, with COSLA and others about how these are implemented, and we will continue, as I've said, to refine them at stage 3, looking at how they should operate. But they are designed to be proportionate, and I don't think, and I take this point strongly from the debate, I do not think anything is served by saying and worrying people about the generally high standard of care. I mean, everybody knows people who are in care homes. People will be worried. There is a very high standard of care coming. Very, very committed and high quality carers. And we have to make that absolutely clear. But where the circumstances demand change, change should take place. And where the circumstances demand that change should take place urgently, it should take place urgently. So we will bring that forward. I don't believe, just to reiterate, Amendment 21 is either possible or practical at this stage, although I do not disagree with the intention behind it. And there has to be a workable system. And finally, on Amendment 50, I certainly can take away the suggestion that the Chief Social Work Officer should have an additional member of staff available to them. That may be something to do, but that's not what the amendment says. And I think as we already have somebody fulfilling that function, it is neither sensible or practical to have an amendment that actually duplicates on that matter. So I'm happy to take the point that Monica Lennon has said, if she doesn't move Amendment 50, and then we can see what can be done.
Okay, thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And lastly, I'll invite Neil Findlay to wind up on the debate and indicate if he intends to press or withdraw Amendment 21.
Thanks, Convener, and I intend to press the amendment. I have to say I agree with some of your comments that some care homes are being unfairly blamed for the failing at a much higher level in terms of PPE and the care that homes are able to provide, and also the safety of workers in those care homes. I think many homes are providing good care despite the system, not because of the system, and the commitment of people within those care homes who are often the lowest paid and in the most precarious work. And I think that is despite the system. If we look over the last few weeks or the last few months, then of the major issues, PPE, testing, whistleblowing, statutory sick pay, death in service, and of course pay and conditions. These are all things that are raised time and time again by people in the care sector, and yet they are having to be raised in the media. The ministers are having to be dragged to address them, and that's not how it should be. There should be the formal systems set up where these issues can be raised, with staff being confident that they will not be victimised for it. I'm sure that many of us during this crisis have had staff members in various sectors contact us, and the first thing they tell us is, please don't mention my name. They are afraid of being exposed, they're afraid of being sacked, and they're afraid of being victimised at work. And that's because we don't have a system of collective bargaining within the sector and representation via trade unions. So these are hugely important issues. The Cabinet Secretary says things have to be an emergency. Well, the Scottish Government believed that restriction of FOI was an emergency. Well, let me say, I think the protection of workers in our care sector is an emergency. I think the provision of good PPE, the provision of testing and the provision of protection for whistleblowers and for people who want to raise concerns about care is an emergency. We've heard time and time again from government that there's been working parties, there's been reports from committees. We could fill the Parliament with reports that have come out over the years on social care. And the Cabinet Secretary said that the COVID Fair Work statement covered all of this. And that is not legislation, that's a statement. What we need is legislation to put in place a formal structure. I tried to bring that in when the Public Procurement Bill went through Parliament and it was rejected at that time. This is an opportunity to remedy that. The Cabinet Secretary also said that they brought in provision for the living, I think I picked them up correctly, the living wage on public contracts. If that's the case, how do we have cleaners, how do we have drivers and laundry people working in the care home sector who are paid not the living wage, who are paid the minimum wage? They are engaged in contracts with councils and other public sector agencies. So I would say that the Cabinet Secretary has not reassured me on all of this. This is about the quality of care, it's about the safety and well-being of residents, and it's about the safety, well-being and dignity of the staff who provide these services. Please support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr Finlay. Right, we move to the question. The question is Amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Any members who are not agreed should type N in the chat function now. But we are not agreed, therefore we will move to a division. Can I ask all those in favour of Amendment 21 to type Y in the chat function now, please? Thank you. Can I ask those members who are against to type N in the chat function now? Thank you. We will now just pause briefly to verify the vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 21 is as follows. Those in favour were Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and Beatrice Wishart. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Adam Tompkins, Shona Robson and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes for, 6 votes against, no abstentions, so that amendment is disagreed. We will now move on to the next grouping on the Young Carers Grant Supplement. And we have one amendment, 23, in the name of Alison Johnson in the group on its own. And I invite Alison Johnson to move and speak to Amendment 23, please. And if other members wish to speak in relation to this amendment, can they please type R in the chat function now.
Good morning, Convener. Good morning, Committee. I will be brief, Convener. Amendment 23 directs the Scottish Government to provide a supplement to the Young Carer Grant. You will be aware that the bill has provision for an additional supplement to carers' allowance, a very welcome recognition of the fact that additional and perhaps more intensive care is being required in many homes across Scotland at this time. However, many of the 16, 17 and 18-year-old Young Carer Grant recipients who are also doing a considerable amount of care, at least 16 hours, will also be under a similar pressure, but won't be eligible for the supplement unless they care for 35 hours or more. Now, I'm sure we're all agreed that the Young Carer Grant, it's not purely a symbolic payment. It's a reflection of the value and importance of the care provided by young carers, and it's paid for specific purposes such as to promote the health and well-being of the young carer. And that applies, I think, even more during the current period. So I think this is why it's especially important at this time that we recognise the contribution and the pressures on eligible young carers by paying them a little more. I understand that the Carers Trust Scotland have been making similar calls for additional hardship payments for young carers at this time. So I'm not asking the Scottish Government to simply replicate the additional supplement for carers allowance recipients. As the Young Carer Grant is a yearly payment, a supplement will have to work differently, and that's why I've left it to the Scottish Government to establish how they best might support young carers at this time. Young carers are providing incredible support in challenging circumstances, so I think it's vital that we show them through support that we show them parity of esteem with recipient of carers allowance, and I do think it's important that the Parliament have an opportunity to consider offering this, which is why I brought the amendment to the committee today. So I move Amendment 23, Convener.
Thank you to Alison Johnson for moving that amendment. I would now invite Shona Robeson to contribute, please.
Just briefly, Convener, I have some sympathy for this amendment in Alison Johnson's name, but I'm not entirely convinced it's the best route to give further support to young carers. A couple of specific issues. I think Young Carers Grant is not supposed to be an income replacement, and I have concerns that this also may put additional pressure on Social Security Scotland that we know is already under pressure due to COVID-19. I have a question for Alison Johnson about the engagement that she's had on this being the best way to support young carers, and also a question for the Cabinet Secretary about whether the Scottish Government is actively considering other ways of supporting young carers rather than through this route. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Shona Robeson. I don't see other members wanting to contribute, so I will go to the Cabinet Secretary, Shirley Ann Somerville, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm very pleased that the Coronavirus Carers Allowance Supplement has been welcomed by many, including Ms Johnson, who has always been an advocate for carers, particularly young carers. The supplement aims to support those with the most intense caring roles and on the lowest incomes, using carers allowance as a proxy for this. And it is the right thing to do to support carers aged 16 and over who may be facing financial pressures. I very much hope that that will be passed as part of this bill tomorrow. The Young Carers Grant, like the Carers Allowance Supplement, remains a Scottish-only benefit, but its aim is very different. Young carers play a very important role in our society, and the brand new Young Carers Grant supports young carers aged 16 to 18 to access life opportunities which are the norm for many of their non-caring peers. It is important to recognise that the grant is not intended to be an income replacement for households. There is no means testing or income or earnings requirements, and the number of hours of caring required is, of course, less than half that for the carers allowance. The Scottish Government continues to promote the Young Carers Grant through COVID-19. We have also been working with Young Scot to ensure the opportunities available for young carers aged 11 to 18 through the Young Scot card are suitable for social distancing and self-isolation, with new rewards being made available to this wide range of young carers, very much dealing with the health and well-being aspect which Alison Johnson talked about in her opening remarks. With the Young Scot card, there is no eligibility criteria for the level of care, and they are available to a broader age range than the Young Carer Grant, which is only for 16, 17 and 18-year-olds. We think working with organisations who are supporting all young carers from 11 years onwards, as we are doing, is the best way to use our resources, our additional resources, than using the Young Carer Grant. And I can absolutely assure Ms Johnson and indeed the committee that we are working on plans to do much more in this area. Because I firmly believe that Alison Johnson and I come from the very same starting point. How can we best support young carers at this time? But I believe this alternative approach that I have suggested is the right approach for three key reasons. First, the support is then available to a wider age range of young carers. Second, it aims to encourage more young carers to engage with local services as a potential way into other information and support, such as the development of a young carer statement. And thirdly, we want the focus of support to be on what young carers say they want, to support them to take a break and look after their own well-being. The key outcomes, indeed, we would all want to look to achieve for young carers. Equally, however, I also have concerns if the proposed amendment were to be passed. The first is that I want to support all young carers of all ages, not just those eligible for the Young Carers Grant. And second, I don't want to see the diversion of funds from that wider group to those eligible just for the grant. Finally, and I want to impress upon members who may not be as immersed in the detail of the Social Security programme as members of the Social Security Committee are, the seriousness of my main concern, which is the pressure that we would place on Social Security Scotland. The agency is concentrating rightly on continuing to pay much needed benefits that we have already implemented and increasing the take-up of those. This is being done with the added pressure of ensuring that we're keeping our staff safe and by advice on working from home, as well as meeting the increased demands on services as more people become eligible for our benefits during this difficult time. Any additional pressure on the service risks that work. For example, we are now gearing up to ensure people are aware and are encouraged to apply for the school-age Best Start grant, and we want to be able to process those applications as soon as possible so people are getting funds directly into their pockets. We're also planning to do more to encourage those new to the benefits system, and there are many, to apply for benefits. If work is diverted onto another project, then other work will inevitably be negatively impacted. Convener, this government is supporting young carers and will continue to support them as we deal with the current crisis, because we absolutely agree with Alison Johnson that young carers should be supported. But I would urge her not to press her amendment and for the committee to vote against it if it is pressed, given the potential impact it would have on the work we are already undertaking to support young carers and the risks it would pose to the ongoing delivery of live benefits and the planned work to support those new to the welfare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I would now invite Alison Johnson to wind up the debate and indicate whether she intends to press or withdraw Amendment 23.
Thank you, Convener. I will respond in the first instance to Shona Robinson's question. I have been discussing these issues at some length with young carers organisations, and I think it's important to note that when the Young Carer Grant was established last year, a number of organisations helping young carers called for a much higher rate. Carers Trust recommended £600, for example, which is almost double the current £300. And I don't believe the Carers Trust would have suggested this amount if they thought it would provide an inappropriate incentive to care. In tabling this amendment, I think, I was taking account of the fact that 78% of unpaid carers in Scotland are having to provide more care for their loved ones during the pandemic, and 2 in 5 of them are providing more care because their local care and support services have been reduced or closed. However, it does seem to me that many of the arguments put forward for increasing the carers allowance supplement, for that supplement, apply just as much to recipients of the Young Carer Grant. Now, I've listened very carefully to the Cabinet Secretary's assurances that the Scottish Government has plans to get a range of extra support to young carers through means other than Young Carer Grant, and that this may be quicker than solely focusing on the grant itself. And I have been discussing these issues too with young carers organisations. I am content, I'm reassured that the government shares the broader intention of my amendment and has robust plans to support young carers, albeit not in exactly the way that I was suggesting. I appreciate the Cabinet Secretary's comments that her proposals will reach a greater range of young people from 11 to 18, not only those who are 16 to 18. I do very much look forward to hearing more about those plans as soon as possible. This said, Convener, I am happy not to press this amendment to a vote.
Okay, thank you, Alison Johnson. The member has indicated that she does not want to press her amendment. Does any member object to this amendment being withdrawn? I'm not seeing any member objecting. On that basis, the amendment is withdrawn. Now, I now call Amendment 24 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 21, and I'd ask Monica Lennon to move or not move Amendment 24.
Move, Convener.
Moved. The question is therefore that Amendment 24 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members are not agreed, they should type N in the chat function. Members are not agreed to that. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask members who are supportive of Amendment 24 now to type Y in the chat function, please? Can I ask members who are opposed to Amendment 24 to type N in the chat function, please? Thank you. We'll just pause for a moment just to verify that vote. Thank you. And the result of that vote on Amendment 24 is as follows. Those in favour: Monica Lennon, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wishart. Those against: Annabel Ewan, Stuart Stevenson, Willie Coffey, Jonah Robson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. 6 against, no abstentions. That amendment is therefore disagreed. Right, I think before we move on to the next grouping, given it is 3 minutes to 11, I think we'll have a short suspension for a comfort break, and we'll reconvene about 11:05. Thank you. Welcome back. We now move on to Group 4 on the extension of services under the Minor Ailment Scheme. And I call Amendment 25 in the name of Alison Johnson in the group on its own. Can I invite Alison Johnson to move and speak to Amendment 25? And can I ask any other members who wish to contribute to this group to type R in the chat function now, please? Alison Johnson, please.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 25 does two things. It extends minor ailment service consultations to anyone seeking information or advice about oral or other forms of self-administered contraceptives, and it enables pharmacists to prescribe oral or other self-administered contraceptives free of charge. On the 23rd of March, the extension of the minor ailment service was announced, and it can now be accessed by anyone. But many organisations have been calling for the service to be extended further, specifically to cover prescribing contraceptives. And I think one of the most important things about this amendment is, at this time, is the potential it has to ease the pressure on the NHS and on GP surgeries. The potential for a coronavirus baby boom has also become apparent at a time when men and women are being confined to their homes together, and access to birth control measures such as the fitting of coils and implants is obviously severely hampered. Enabling women to access contraception and advice at their local pharmacies will therefore surely help to prevent unwanted pregnancies. I think it's fair to say, sadly, that we're all only too aware of the reported increase in domestic violence, and women who do not have agency and who, often don't have the ability to make appointments and find themselves unable to keep those appointments. I think the fact that this can be accessed at a local pharmacy is hugely important at this time, and they can also access other advice from the pharmacist. In fact, at this time, the pharmacist is one of the few face-to-face encounters we can have on a more informal basis with the health service. I think it's very, very important. The British Pregnancy Advisory Service, the Royal Pharmaceutical Society in Scotland, Community Pharmacy in Scotland, Reform Scotland have all spent time discussing this proposal with me in recent days, and I think it's fair to say it is one that they would warmly welcome. We've already seen the Scottish Government take steps to mitigate the impact on reproductive rights at this time. My amendment seeks to build on this work and remove barriers to accessing contraception. I move the amendment in my name, Convener.
Thank you to Alison Johnson. I'm not seeing committee members wanting to contribute, but I think Mr. Alex Cole-Hamilton wants to make a contribution.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm not a member of this committee, but I did want to voice my support and that of my party for Alison Johnson's amendment here. I'm a co-signatory to a letter that was issued at the start of the emergency on this subject, and I just want to echo the points that Alison made, both about the propensity for unwanted pregnancies at this time, but also, more critically, the tool of coercive control that pregnancy can be, particularly in abusive relationships. So we need to make it as easy as possible for family planning to continue, for women to have ready access to contraception, and indeed to relieve the burden on the NHS.
The Secretary, Michael Russell, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Alison Johnson for bringing this amendment. Can I just briefly lay out what the current situation is, which I hope will persuade Alison Johnson that this amendment is not necessary, and perhaps move forward from there. Most individuals access long-lasting oral contraceptives through one of a range of existing service providers, GP practice, community-based clinics, some young people's services. Many of those services are actually continuing even at a distance, and would encourage individuals to engage with those services for a very strong reason. They need safe and effective access, and that has to take proper account of the risks and benefits to them as individuals. The Scottish Government is in fact already undertaking a detailed scoping exercise on how to make bridging and long-lasting oral contraceptives available through the community pharmacy network, exactly what this amendment is about. Consideration is being given to the availability of long-acting oral contraceptives to the network, out with the existing minor ailment service or the new Pharmacy First Scotland service. But scoping work has identified some key issues that need to be addressed to deliver this service safely and effectively and according to the risks and benefits to the individual. Let me outline them very briefly. There will need to be appropriate accredited training was in place for community pharmacists to make sure that they could do so. Patient group directions would also be needed to give pharmacists a necessary legal basis for doing so. In Scotland, in order to be able to prescribe prescription-only medicines, amendments to the Human Medicines Regulations 2012 will be required, and they would have to be made by UK ministers, alas. Pharmacists in Scotland can supply prescription-only medicines without a prescription in certain circumstances, but they would require further work on the patient group direction. We also want to make sure that these services align effectively with existing providers, particularly to ensure a seamless referral to the most appropriate service provider, whether an individual will benefit from an alternative form of contraception, such as long-acting injectable contraceptive or an intrauterine device. So we recognise what Alison Johnson is arguing for. We think that the ongoing scoping exercise has the potential to deliver change, but it's not a straightforward policy to deliver, and it wouldn't be a straightforward policy to deliver in an emergency. Actually, primary legislation is also not required to do so. So I would invite Alison Johnson not to move this. The point is well made. The work is being done. I am sure those responsible for the work, and particularly the Cabinet Secretary for Health, will note the view of Alison Johnson and others that this should be speeded up. But I don't think that to place this in the bill at this time would provide any effective change, and indeed would push things in a direction which we don't believe it is presently safe to go.
All right, thank you to the Cabinet Secretary. I now invite Alison Johnson to wind up and indicate if she will press or withdraw Amendment 25.
Thank you, Convener. As we're all aware, unplanned pregnancies can be incredibly costly in many ways, and Amendment 25 seeks to prevent a significant rise in numbers during the lockdown. The British Pregnancy Advice Service stated that a quarter of their abortion clinics closed down at the start of COVID-19, a start of the outbreak, and there are serious concerns regarding women's health. Women with severe health issues who've been told to self-isolate may be forced to choose between risking their health by leaving their house and being compelled to continue an unwanted pregnancy that also threatens their health. And while the decision to allow women to take both abortion pills at home will have a positive impact, we need to take steps to prevent unwanted pregnancies to further mitigate any risk to women's health. There are already examples of follow-on contraception being supplied along with the morning after pill using pharmacist providers, and some pharmacies already provide the birth control pill without a GP prescription. For example, Superdrug allows you to order it online. But the big difference is, and the thing that I'm trying to remove here, is the cost, because people are currently charged for this. We can't expect people to pay for necessities such as contraception, especially given the financial hardship that many will be facing right now. So my amendment seeks to make birth control as free and easy to access as possible at this time. The Cabinet Secretary has expressed reservations about whether or not my amendment is the right vehicle for the measure, whether or not the minor ailment service is the right vehicle for this measure. But it is a service where individuals can have a consultation with a pharmacist, receive advice, and in some cases have medicine prescribed for minor issues. Prescription would be free of charge, just as it would have been had the individual visited a GP with a complaint. Now, pharmacies, pharmacists have such expertise, skills and experience. They can already prescribe for a range of conditions. And all I'm asking for in this amendment is that that scope is widened. And certainly from the discussions that I have had in the last week with the Royal Pharmaceutical Society and with Community Pharmacy Scotland, I believe that the Cabinet Secretary's reservations can be overcome and we can move to a situation where those who require emergency contraception is already available, but those who need that bridging supportive prescription at this time can access it. So I will push ahead and move my amendment, Convener.
Thank you to Alison Johnson. Alison Johnson is pressing her amendment. So the question is therefore Amendment 25 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members disagree, would you type N in the chat function now, please? I see that there are some members disagreed, so we'll have to move to a division on this. Can I therefore invite those members who wish to support Amendment 25 to type Y in the chat box now, please? Thank you. Can I invite those members who wish to vote against to type N in the chat box now, please? Thank you. And we'll just take a moment to verify the vote. The results of the vote on Amendment 25 are as follows. Those in favour were Monica Lennon, Beatrice Wishart and Ross Greer. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Shona Robson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 against, and that amendment is not agreed to. We will now move on to the next group. This is Group 5 on bankruptcy, and I call Amendment 1 in the name of Jackie Bailey. This is grouped with Amendment 2, and I invite Jackie Bailey to move Amendment 1 and speak to both amendments in the group. And I would ask any other members who wish to speak on this group to type R in the chat function, please. Jackie Bailey, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm pleased to be able to speak to Amendments 1 and 2 in my name. I think the scale of the economic devastation of COVID-19 has yet to be fully appreciated. There are thousands of people who have already lost their jobs, and if it hadn't been for the job retention scheme, then thousands more would have probably joined them. Indeed today, you only need to look at OVO Energy with the announcement of the loss of 2,600 jobs, the majority in their customer services division in Scotland, to understand how bad this is going to get. Now, we all know we have debts. We have mortgage debts, car loans, store cards, credit cards. It's a factor of how we live our lives today. When you're working and have an income to service that debt, then it's not a concern, it's not a worry. But when you lose your job, that balance is gone, the equilibrium is shattered, and you suddenly find yourself in a position that you are simply unable to cope financially and you can't service that debt. The anxiety, the sleepless nights, the spiral into poor mental health, we know all follows. So people do need help desperately. Amendment 1 builds on the Scottish Government proposal in the first emergency bill for a debt moratorium. And the debt moratorium was very welcome indeed. But to be honest, it felt like a job half done. Because we know that unless you freeze interest rates, charges, fees and penalties, then the debt continues to grow. Now, if we're being honest about this, there are many responsible lenders who already do the right thing because they get it, but there are lots that don't. Most notably, payday lenders whose additional interest charges and fees can lead to the debt increasing exponentially. An initial debt could actually increase by thousands of pounds, sinking the individual into even more financial strain and worry. This is very much a time-limited proposal. It's not intended to be in place forever and a day. It goes hand in hand with the moratorium and allows people time to arrange to settle their debts, or if they can't do that, to be subject to full diligence and recovery action. It gives them a much-needed breathing space. And of course, breathing space is the name given to the exact same proposal being consulted on by the UK government. It was in fact a Conservative manifesto pledge. Some would say it's very radical, but it is just a matter of decency and common sense. And if you needed, further convincing of this, then I would say that if the UK government is going to do it ahead of Scotland, I think that would be an opportunity missed by all of us. Amendment 2 is the easiest thing in the world to pass, convener. The Scottish Government recognises that it should lower the upfront charges it levies for access to bankruptcy solutions. That is absolutely correct, but they've been a little bit timid. It is the case that people considering bankruptcy, they're not cash rich. The fees act as a huge barrier to people accessing that as a debt solution. But instead of lowering them a little, which still leaves a problem, we should remove them completely for this short period of time when the pressure is the greatest. And if you needed further convincing of both of these amendments, let me say that I'm supported with these amendments by Citizens Advice Scotland, Step Change the Debt Charity, Money Advice Scotland, the Govern Law Centre, and specialist money advisors like Alan McIntosh. These are the experts in the field that we should be listening to because they know the scale of what's coming. Convener, these amendments are about recognising the terrible times we are in and providing a lifeline to people whose world has just come crashing down. And again, if you needed reminding of the scale of the problem, an extra 900,000 people across the UK in April alone are now unemployed. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Jackie Bailey. I don't see any committee members wanting to contribute to this group, so we will move on to the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, to respond, please.
Convener, thank you. Jackie Bailey is a long-time advocate on debt issues, and I want to be clear that I have some sympathy for her First Amendment, and if it were in any way possible to do so in the circumstances and in the timescales that we have, I would consider this amendment. However, it simply is not. Last November, we included these ideas in our consultation on the Bankruptcy and Diligence Act, and we look forward to further developing them in the near future. Though I note less than half of the respondents agreed that this approach should be adopted. As Jackie Bailey noted, the UK Government have been working on a similar plan for over the last 3 years, but they have not yet been able to bring forward a suitable scheme, showing how complicated implementing what seems like a simple idea actually is. So this may be doable in time. However, as we know, this is an emergency piece of legislation, which we hope will be enforced by the end of the month, and it is simply not possible to bring in a fundamental change of this nature in a fortnight. It wouldn't be possible even out with these unparalleled times. This amendment means the accountant in bankruptcy would need to develop a system for collecting the details of all of an individual's creditors and a way of notifying them that a moratorium was in place, and it would, as it would creditors who would need to adjust their systems. Now, creditors also include many smaller bodies like credit unions for whom system development is not easy, especially when it has to be done rapidly. In addition, they could also suffer disproportionately through this amendment, which is why the Association of British Credit Unions has written to the committee opposing this amendment. The simplicity and speed of our current system also means that a change such as the one Ms Bailey proposes, we would need to look again at the whole approach under this proposal. So not to do so would leave us open to, well, leave the system potentially open to wide-scale abuse. That is what the UK government, who have been working on this matter for much longer than we are, struggling to do. And it is worth pointing out that their proposal is for 60 days and not for 6 months. I would say that, of course, we want to ensure anyone in debt speaks to their creditors, as they will often need help by reducing their payments, organising payment plans, or seeking to freeze interest or giving a repayment holiday, for example. And I would also encourage anyone to seek appropriate advice and support if they are in debt, and would remind members that we have provided Citizens Advice Scotland with £3 million to provide support to people struggling financially at this time. This includes an additional £100,000 for a new national helpline. To conclude, however, whilst this is an area the Scottish Government is keen to do more on, where we can neither move on this at this moment in time due to the timescales accorded to this bill. I would therefore urge Ms Bailey not to press this amendment, if it is, for the committee to reject. On Amendment 2, again, I'm sympathetic to abolishing all upfront fees for debtor applications, and we have, of course, moved a very long way in that direction in the proposals we have included in the bill by exempting individuals who are in receipt of certain benefits from the fees applying to the minimal asset process, and reducing the other application fees with the minimal asset process known as MAP fee falling from £90 to £50. I have, however, appreciated the consensual way that Jackie Bailey has approached this, and we of course want to help people who are in debt. Therefore, I would ask Ms Bailey not to press the amendment, and we will work together to agree a position for stage 3.
Okay, thank you to the Minister. I'll now go to Jackie Bailey to wind up and ask if she wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think it's fair to say we do live in unprecedented times, and the scale of the impact on household finances and people's lives is not yet known. There are huge implications for our economy, for our society, and therefore these amendments are brought forward in light of that. This is an emergency. This is a temporary measure. There are far more sweeping changes being brought in elsewhere in this emergency bill that the committee will support, and I have every confidence that the Scottish Government can actually put the necessary changes in place in time, and working with the sector will enable them to do that. Some of the arguments made about notifying individual people about the moratorium would need to happen anyway, because the first bill put a moratorium in place. So I don't accept that it would lead to additional work that would be impossible to do. So I do hope the Conservatives on the committee will vote for their own party policy, and that all members will listen to the experts like Citizens Advice Scotland, Money Advice Scotland, Step Change and Govern Law Centre. We do have a responsibility to support people who are hard pressed in our communities, and we should be putting their interests first, and certainly before the interests of high street loan sharks in the form of payday lenders with their exorbitant charges and interest rates. Convener, I would say we can all talk about social justice. Now is our opportunity to actually do something about it, because tackling poverty must be more than something we simply put in the nice to do box. We need to act, and there is no time more important than now to actually take that action. So I hear what the Minister has said. I will therefore not press Amendment 2, but I do intend to press Amendment 1 so that we do make a difference to the lives of people struggling financially in Scotland.
Thank you to Jackie Bailey. Jackie Bailey has indicated that she intends to press Amendment 1. Now, we currently have one member with a connection problem, so we're going to have to suspend briefly while we try and resolve that before we go to a vote. Right, we are now back, and thankfully the connection problem has been resolved. So we go back to where we were, and that is the question that Amendment 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members are not agreed, can they please type N in the chat function now? We are not agreed. There therefore will be a division. Can I ask those members who are supportive of Amendment 1, type a Y in the chat box now, please. Thank you. Can I ask those members who are against Amendment 1 to type an N in the chat box now, please? Thank you. We'll just pause for a second just to verify that vote. I don't need. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 1 is as follows. Those who voted in favour: Monica Lennon, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wisher. Those against: Stuart Stevenson, Willie Coffey, Shona Robeson, Annabel Ewing, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed. I now call Amendment 2 in the name of Jackie Baillie, already debated with Amendment 1. Jackie Baillie, to move or not move?
Convener, I'm happy to withdraw the amendment and work with the Minister to bring something back at stage 3. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jackie Baillie. We'll therefore move on, and I now call Amendment 26 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 21, and I'd ask the Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 26 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, they should type in the chat function now. No one has indicated disagreement, so that amendment is therefore agreed to. I now call Amendment 27 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 21, and I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 27 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, they should type in the chat function now. No one has indicated disagreement, so that amendment is therefore agreed to. We now move on to Group 6 on the regulation of businesses, and I call Amendment 28 in the name of Colin Smith, grouped with Amendments 29, 32 and 49, and I'd invite Colin Smith to move Amendment 28 and speak to all amendments in this group. And I'd also ask any members of the committee who wish to contribute to the debate to type an R in the chat function now, and move on to Colin Smith, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. My amendments 28 and 29 aim to tackle the problem of Scottish Government guidance on business closures in a number of areas not currently being enforceable. This is because the guidance has only been backed up in law through regulations in some areas, but not in others. As members will know, the government has used regulations to close a prescribed list of non-essential premises from cinemas to nightclubs. Regulations have also been used to bring an element of enforcement to social distancing in the workplace. However, although guidance states that all business premises, sites and attractions beside those in specific exemptions should close, and those within exempted categories must apply social distancing requirements and keep open only those premises or parts of premises that are truly critical or essential to the national and international COVID effort, this guidance on what is critical or essential has no basis in law. Well, the vast majority of businesses have followed the guidance as best they can. Some have not because they know the guidance cannot be enforced. Amendment 28 in my name, which I formally move, would therefore require the government to bring forward regulations to enforce their own guidance on essential work. We will all have been contacted by constituents who have been told to go to work by employers claiming that the work they do is essential, when workers know that it does not fit into any reasonable definition of essential work in relation to the government's guidance, forcing those workers to put themselves and others at risk. This has undermined the government's stay-at-home message, and I have no doubt led to some people contracting COVID-19, meaning that it's taken longer to begin to lift wider restrictions on other businesses who have followed the guidance. I know some businesses which have remained open will have based their decision on their genuine interpretation of what essential work is. I know the government's argument may well be that it is difficult to define in law the guidance on what is essential work, but that raises questions about the clarity of the guidance itself. If there is a need to underpin guidance in law through regulations, and the process itself will improve the clarity of guidance. More importantly, it will ensure we have a route to enforce that guidance. Amendment 29 in my name seeks to learn from the problems caused by not backing up the guidance on essential working law by making it a requirement for the Scottish Government to bring forward regulations setting out what businesses must do to protect health when reopening. The aim again is to give a statutory basis to forthcoming Scottish Government guidance. It's clear that not all workplaces have been taking proper precautions so far, and indeed there have been 390 complaints to the Health and Safety Executive about Scottish workplaces since early March. This is going to become more and more of an issue as more businesses are being advised by government that they could reopen, and we need to ensure robust, enforceable guidelines are in place and backed up in law. Well, currently there is legislation in place requiring social distancing in workplace. This in itself is not enough to ensure the safety of workers and customers. It's also far from clear how this is being properly enforced at present. My Amendment 29 would allow for the creation of more comprehensive and legally enforceable regulations as we move to the next stage of safely allowing more businesses to reopen. I've sought to avoid being prescriptive in what should be covered by these regulations in order to give the Scottish Government freedom to make decisions based on the evidence available to them. If the Cabinet Secretary is not supportive of these amendments, I hope he will give an assurance that the Scottish Government will review the current regulations in place regarding business closures to assess their effectiveness, including those relating to the enforcement of social distancing, as it's clear that there is not sufficient enforcement in the workplace at present. I'd also ask the Cabinet Secretary to confirm that the Scottish Government has the powers to regulate on business closures without requiring further primary legislation. And as we move to the next stage of easing the lockdown, I would ask that the Government take on board the legitimate concerns that have been raised that the initial guidance on business closures around essential work is not legally enforceable, and commit to working with the trade unions to agree what elements of any future guidance could be legally underpinned through regulations. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much to Colin Smith. I now invite Neil Finlay to speak to Amendment 32 and the other amendments in the group.
Thanks, Convener. Amendment 32 is an important amendment. Throughout this pandemic, we've watched as trade unions have played a very important and responsible role. I think without them, the furlough scheme, business support schemes, PPE, crisis care home and NHS safety and so much more would not have been brought to the public's attention or have been addressed as quickly, and initiatives would have been watered down, I think, with many more workers and members of the public losing their jobs, their livelihoods and potentially their lives. The value of trade union health and safety reps, long derided and mocked by some who criticise their role as a burden on business or health and safety gone mad, is now all too evident for anyone with an ounce of common sense. This amendment calls for the establishment of a trade union health and safety fund that would build and sustain a network of workplace health and safety reps across Scotland. These representatives would be trained, they would be well able to ensure that all our workplaces are safe for workers and the people they serve. This is a very positive public health initiative that will benefit both employees and their employers alike. And I said earlier today that we will all have had employees contact us about safety issues in the workplace. All of them say, first of all, please don't pass on my name to my employer. This proposal would give those workers protection and a voice in the workplace.
Thank you to Neil Finlay. And now we'd invite Alex Cole-Hamilton to speak to Amendment 49 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Convener, and thanks again for allowing me to join you this morning. I won't take up very much time. I move Amendment 49 in my name. Just set out firstly what this isn't. This isn't a charter for cafes and pubs and restaurants to invade pavements. In fact, it says very clearly in my amendment that it would be an offence to obstruct pathways or thoroughfares for people with any kind of disability. So I want to tackle that head on. What this amendment is about looking forward to restarting the hospitality industry on a socially distanced basis for as long as this virus is with us, and that is critical as part of the employment sector in this country. It's a huge part of provision of jobs in this country, and we need to think about how we do it. There are two ways that other countries who are slightly ahead of us in the virus curve have attempted to do this. Australia and Lithuania are the two examples I give. Australia has started doing this on just opening businesses as they were, but limiting customers to 5 to 10 people. Both customers and proprietors agree that this is not really worth the candle, and in many cases have shut back down. Vilnius, however, is the capital of Lithuania, and they've effectively turned the centre of their city into an open-air cafe, encouraging businesses to adopt streets and squares. They're closing on a temporary or more permanent basis certain city centre roads so that cafes can reopen on a totally different basis, and that's what this allows. I think this proposal builds on the progress that we've already secured in terms of those adaptations we're seeing in our towns and cities, in terms of widening pavements and closing off streets to traffic. And this would only see the introduction of cafe furniture on thoroughfares that would otherwise only be occupied by vehicles that are no longer allowed to drive along it. So with that, Convener, I move the amendment.
Thank you, and Mr. Cole-Hamilton. Now, I'm not seeing committee members wanting to contribute to this group, in which case we'll go to the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, please.
Thank you, Convener. And can I start by thanking Mr. Smith for what has been a very thoughtful and interesting contribution to the bill. And I want to give him some early assurances before I come to the issue of regulations. The First Minister last week was very, very clear in terms of the legal protection that exists for workers who are being asked to go into unsafe workplaces. And I reiterate that. There is not only no obligation on them to do so, they are actively entitled to refuse to do so. And they should have all the support that the government and we as politicians can give them in those circumstances. And of course, there is a role for HSE and for others, for Council Trading Standards, Environment, Health, and eventually the police on the issue of unsafe workplaces and people who are being pressured to return to unsafe workplaces. But Mrs. Smith's concerns go further, and I accept those concerns. There is a requirement to look at the guidance that is given and the regulations that exist, and to make sure that there is a possibility, no, a certainty, of legally enforcing issues to do with return to work. And this has been, I think, for all of us, and Mr. Finlay mentioned that in talking about his amendment, this has been an issue for all of us as MSPs. We have had people coming to us, and they have said, don't tell anybody who I am, but I am concerned about going back to work. And there will be an issue going back to work, which for many people, which we need to resolve. So I want to make it even clear that we will take on board the concerns that existed, that the trade unions have had. Initial guidance was not legally enforceable. We will look to work with the trade unions and others to agree what other elements of the lockdown regulations would require to be legally enforceable, as some elements are. And we will do this when the regulations are reviewed, as they are set to be reviewed next week and subsequently, because we have a distance to travel in terms of regulation, and that is absolutely clear to every one of us. But the travel has started, but very slowly. But we recognise these issues. So I assure Mr. Smith we recognise these. But I want to make a point about regulations, which will come up here and comes up in Mr. Cole-Hamilton's amendment and comes up later in another amendment. Making changes to the regulations, we believe, should be done as part of the ongoing review process. That is what is underway. It is well understood. It gives the opportunity for participation in that process, and it makes sure, most of all, that it is informed by the available scientific and medical evidence and the assessment of risk, which the health protection regulations themselves demand. So we are in the process of setting out our strategy for the relaxation of the lockdown. That is moving forward, including publishing the analysis and the modelling, and therefore amendments 28 and 29 are not within that process. So I hope the assurances I've given Mr. Smith tell him that we are, as a government, and I am personally very concerned about these. We will feed this process with the review of regulations. We will feed it into the consideration of the regulations going forward, and we will make sure that the aims and concerns of working people are addressed in these circumstances. So I would ask him not to press these amendments, but to work with us on this strategy. Now, when we come to Mr. Finlay's amendment, Mr. Finlay will be aware that matters of public safety in relation to employment and industrial relations are reserved. And that is a difficulty for us. And the amendment aims to establish a trade union health and safety fund to enable trade union health and safety representatives to conduct inspections of workplaces, there are dangers that such an amendment would be out with the legislative competence of the Parliament. And that is not a small matter in a bill like this. And indeed, I will return to it later in another amendment. This is a bill being taken through emergency procedures. It will require to have an expedited royal assent. Anything that could hold it back would hold back all the details of it, including, for example, the carers allowance. So we need to be very careful about that. And the bill reflects the importance that the Scottish Government gives on responding in a way which we can. Now, I am in favour of being able to do everything. Not all the members of this committee are. But in these circumstances, we have to bear in mind the way in which this bill will require to have royal assent and to move forward. So we are undertaking continuous review. We do undertake continuous review. We know that the majority of employers will be responsible. We want to make sure that the role of a health and safety executive, and I've said before, of the councils in terms of employment, environmental protection officers, training standards officers, and the police are all recognised in here. We are looking at how people go back to work. We have groups established to do so. We are trying to take it forward. But Amendment 32 puts us in a difficult position in terms of the whole bill and also does not recognise the way in which those regulations are. So I would urge the committee not to support it. Amendment 49 reflects on the issue of regulations too. I know Mr. Cole-Hamilton is well intentioned in this, but I do think that there are issues in here, both of regulations and of public expectation, that need to be thought about. This is a process of continuous review. Changing the regulation this way is out with that process of continuous review. It does not pay any attention to the scientific or modelling aspects of what we're trying to do. When lockdown measures are adjusted to allow businesses, the ones he's mentioned, to operate, that power will be exercisable in line with the applicable legal requirements at the time through the regulations. Businesses are operating under such a permission won't commit an offence under Road Scotland Act because the regulations will cope with that. So I don't think the amendment is appropriate or necessary. It will cause confusion, and it will cause confusion with the public, who will think that in some way this is going to happen at some moment in the near future. It isn't going to happen at some moment in the near future, and it would be wrong to put it in the bill in that way. So I would ask the members not to move these amendments. If they move them, allow the committee not to support them. But I think the most substantial of them are the amendments from Mr. Smith. I think they make very important points. I hope I've reassured him on those points, and I'm happy to continue to do so and to make sure that other ministers do so as well.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now invite Colin Smith to wind up briefly, if he would, and indicate if he's going to press or withdraw Amendment 28.
Thank you, Convener. I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for his comments and his reassurance. He's emphasised that the current guidance has been stressed by the government, but it isn't legally enforceable in relation to non-essential work. It is also made clear that the government has the power through regulations to underpin in law the guidance they've issued in relation to business closures. And crucially, I think the Cabinet Secretary has given that commitment that as we move to the next stage of easing the lockdown, the government will work with the trade unions to agree what elements of any future guidance can be secured with regulations and what elements of existing guidance, for example, in relation to social distancing, maybe should be reviewed to ensure better enforcement. So on that basis, Convener, I won't press my Amendment 28 and I won't move Amendment 29 when the time comes. Can I just very briefly, however, say a word about Neil Finlay's Amendment 32, establishing a trade union health and safety fund? I think it's clear to us all that trade unions have an invaluable role to play in protecting workers, no more so than during the current pandemic. And I think in the absence of more robust legislation, greater support for our trade unions is all the more vital. So I hope that members will support Amendment 32. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Colin Smith has indicated he wishes to withdraw Amendment 28. Does any member object to that amendment being withdrawn? If so, please indicate now. I'm not seeing any objection, so Amendment 28 is withdrawn. I now call Amendment 29 in the name of Colin Smith, already debated with Amendment 28. Colin Smith, to move or not move?
Not move, Convener.
Thank you. That is not moved. The next question is that Amendment 29 be agreed to. Sorry, Amendment 29 is not moved. No, you're right. Apologies. All right, I now call Amendment 30 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 21. Monica Lennon to move or not move Amendment 30.
Moved, convener.
Amendment is moved. The question is Amendment 30 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I can see members who disagree. Therefore, I need to put the question to a division. Those who wish to support Amendment 30, please type a Y in the Blue Jeans chat box now. Thank you. Those members who are against Amendment 30, please type an N in the chat box now. Thank you. Any members abstaining? I don't think there are. We'll just pause for a second just to verify that vote. The result of the division on Amendment 30 is as follows. Those in favour were Monica Lennon, Adam Tompkins, Murdo Fraser, Ross Greer and Beatrice Wishart. Those against were Willie Coffey, Shona Robeson, and with over 5 votes in favour, that amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 31 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated, with Amendment 21. Monica Lennon to move or not move.
Thank you, convener. Moved.
Moved. Thank you. Question is Amendment 31 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Any member disagreeing should type N in the chat function now. I can't see. Yeah, there is disagreement, so there will be a division. And I ask those in favour of Amendment 31 to type Y in the chat box now, please. Thank you. Can I ask members who are voting no to Amendment 31 to type N in the chat box now, please? And any members abstaining to indicate now, please. Thank you. We'll just pause briefly while we verify that vote. Okay, the result of the vote on Amendment 31 is as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and Beatrice Wishart. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Shona Robeson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There are therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 against, no abstentions, and that amendment therefore is not agreed to. I now call Amendment 32 in the name of Neil Findlay, already debated with Amendment 28. Neil Findlay to move or not move?
Move.
That is moved. The question is Amendment 32 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Any member who disagrees, please indicate. There will be a division. All those in favour of Amendment 32, please type Y in the chat box now. Any members who do not agree, please type N in the chat box now. Thank you. We'll just pause for a second to verify that. Result of the vote on Amendment 32, those in favour, Ross Greer and Monica Lennon. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Jonah Robson, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Beatrice Wishart, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were therefore 2 votes in favour, 7 votes against, no abstentions, and that amendment is therefore not agreed to. I now call Amendment 33 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with Amendment 21. I believe Monica Lennon will move this on behalf of Jackie Bailey.
It's okay, I'm still here, convener.
Oh, sorry, Jackie, you disappeared from my screen. I take it you're moving your amendment.
You don't get rid of me that quickly, but yes, I'm moving my amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 33 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any members disagree, please indicate now. I have members who are disagreeing. Therefore, we will go to a division, and I can ask all those members who are in favour of Amendment 33 to indicate yes at this point, please. Thank you, and I ask all those members who are opposed to indicate at this point, please. Thank you, and we'll just pause for a second to verify that vote. The result of the vote on Amendment 33 is as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart and myself. Those against, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing, Jonah Robson and Willie Coffey. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 5 votes in favour, 4 votes against, and that amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is Amendment 33 be agreed to. Sorry, apologies, I turned the page. I now call Amendment 34 in the name of Jackie Bailey. Already debated with Amendment 21. Jackie Bailey to move or not move.
Moved, convener, thank you.
Moved, thank you. The question is Amendment 34 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Any members who do not agree, please indicate now. There will therefore be a division. With those members wishing to support Amendment 34, indicate now by voting yes. Thank you. Will those members who are opposing Amendment 34 indicate now, please? We'll just pause for a moment to verify that. Thank you. And the result of the vote on Amendment 34, those in favour, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wishart and Monica Lennon. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Jonah Robson, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed to. We'll now move on to Group 7 on the Scottish Welfare Fund monitoring of applications. And I would call Amendment 35 in the name of Alison Johnson in a group on its own. I would ask Alison Johnson to move and speak to Amendment 35. And can I ask members who wish to contribute to the debate to type R in the chat function? Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Convener. Amendment 35 aims to ensure that the Scottish Government considers during this crisis period what more support may be needed for the Scottish Welfare Fund. The Scottish Welfare Fund is one of the Scottish Government's primary ways of getting money to people who are struggling. Preliminary management information published by the Scottish Government showed a 59% national increase in applications for crisis grants in March this year compared to last year. And I understand from some local authorities that changes in some areas are much, much higher even than this very significant increase. So clearly, understandably, there's very considerable pressure on the funds now. So it's vital that we systematically consider if there is a need for more funding. Now, I am aware yesterday that the convener of the Social Security Committee received a letter from the Cabinet Secretary outlining the mechanisms the Government has in place for overseeing the fund. This was received after the deadline for amendments, so I wasn't able to consider it when working up this amendment. I will listen carefully to anything further the Cabinet Secretary has to say on that particular issue. However, for now, with so much pressure on the fund, I think the amendment provides a sensible, modest, good governance measure, and I move Amendment 35. Thank you.
Thank you to Alison Johnson. I don't see members wanting to speak on this amendment, so I will go to the Cabinet Secretary, Shirley Ann Somerville.
Thank you, Convener. While I agree with the sentiment behind Amendment 35, I would ask that Ms Johnson does not press this amendment, as it would actually require us to do less than we do at present. Since the amendment was lodged, we have provided the Social Security Committee with further information on the processes we have now established. The Government is already requesting and receiving monthly management information from local authorities on applications and expenditure relating to the Welfare Fund. With some caveats, we are now able to aggregate and publish our monthly data returns and the national demand for and expenditure on grants from the Scottish Welfare Fund. We have also published the first data on the Scottish Government website. I want to assure the committee and Ms Johnson that I am absolutely committed to continuing to monitor demand and expenditure and will maintain close engagement with local authority decision makers to ensure they are able to keep providing this vital service. This will include working with local authorities to assess needs and how best and when to allocate the balance of the £23 million as we assess the impact of the current pandemic. This amendment would dilute the current good working we have established by requiring the Scottish Government to request information from local authorities, but without specifying the nature of the information, nor the frequency with which it is to be requested, nor requiring local authorities to provide that information. It may also be helpful for me to remind the committee that the Scottish Government has committed an additional £45 million to the Welfare Fund to help meet additional demand arising as a result of COVID-19. This means local authorities have more than £80 million available for Scottish Welfare Fund awards in 2021, compared with £33 million in the last financial year. Based on recent data, the local authorities have sufficient funds to meet current demand, but we are going further than considering the data every month. The Scottish Government continues to engage with local authority welfare fund practitioners on a regular basis. Officials exchange information by email and conduct regular teleconferences discussions to understand directly the impact of COVID-19 on the Scottish Welfare Fund in each area. This approach enables us to gauge demand for assistance from the fund and any need for further support or flexibility for local teams to meet that demand. I understand why the member has brought forward this amendment, but given that the information is already requested, provided, carefully considered and published on a regular basis, there's no reason to introduce a legal obligation in an emergency bill to ensure that this occurs. On that basis, I would urge Ms Johnson not to press her amendment and for the committee to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I would now ask Alison Johnson to wind up and indicate if she's intending to press or withdraw Amendment 35.
Thank you, Convener. I think we recognise that the current health crisis is turning into an income crisis for hundreds of thousands of Scots households. A recent survey for the Scottish Government revealed that 41% of Scots believe that the coronavirus is already having a negative impact on their household finances. And research by IPPR Scotland and the Standard Life Foundation has revealed that 49% of households with dependent children in Scotland find themselves in the two most serious categories of financial stress, in serious financial difficulty or struggling to make ends meet. It's therefore vital that we ensure that the Scottish Welfare Fund, which is one of the main ways Scotland can get support to those who are struggling, is in as strong a position to do so as possible. And that is the reason behind my amendment. I really do believe it's absolutely vital that we make sure people can access the cash when we need it. So keeping this under active consideration is really central. Now, the Cabinet Secretary has expanded on the mechanisms that are being put in place to ensure the fund is able to respond to increased pressures on it. I note that she said that she will continue to monitor demand and expenditure and maintain close engagement with local authority decision makers to ensure that they are able to keep providing this vital service. Indeed, that is in writing now to the convener of the Social Security Committee. That being the case, I'm happy to take assurance that this matter is in hand, and I will therefore not press this amendment, convener. Thank you.
Thank you to Alison Johnson. The member has indicated that she does not intend to press the amendment and wishes to withdraw it. Does any member object to that amendment being withdrawn? I'm not seeing any objection, so that amendment is therefore withdrawn. Right, we'll now move on to the next group, Group 8 on marriage and civil partnerships. And I call Amendment 36 in the name of Adam Tompkins, group with Amendment 37. And I'd ask Adam Tompkins to move Amendment 36 and speak to both amendments in the group. And I would ask any members who wish to contribute to this group to indicate in the chat box, please. Adam Tompkins, please.
Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, everyone. The Cabinet Secretary, Mike Russell, said with regard to an earlier group that in this bill we should do that which is possible, that which is practical, and that which is proportionate. And those are exactly the tests that I have sought to apply to this matter. We know that there is no legal bar or ban on people getting married in Scotland, but we know that as a matter of fact, people are not able at the moment to get married in Scotland, principally because registrars are not licensing or registering or solemnising marriage ceremonies. There is no part of my amendment, convener, which seeks to permit anyone in Scotland to hold a large wedding party or any sort of wedding reception. But all that is needed for a lawful marriage ceremony to take place in Scotland is the presence of 5 people: the registrar, the 2 parties to the marriage or indeed to the civil partnership, and 2 witnesses. And we all know that there are hundreds of rooms in Scotland which are more than capable of holding 5 people whilst at all time maintaining social distance and complying with all of the public health regulations. So why is it that in practice people are not able to get married? One of the reasons that is proffered for that is that registrars are so busy registering deaths, and we all know that there is tragically an increased mortality rate in Scotland because of COVID-19. But I think it's important that we bear in mind at all times the tests that the Cabinet Secretary himself has brought to bear in this legislation, namely, we must do that which is possible, practical and proportionate. It is possible for people, it ought to be possible for people to get married in Scotland, subject to safe social distancing. It is practical to enable those steps to be taken now, and it is disproportionate, convener, it is disproportionate to have any sort of blanket ban, whether it's a blanket ban in law or a blanket ban just in terms of administrative regulation, or practice, it is disproportionate to have a blanket ban on practically all weddings taking place, all marriages taking place right across Scotland for all of the time. And that matters for two reasons. It matters because it is disproportionately and unfairly adding to people's stress and anxiety who might have any number of reasons for not just wanting to, but needing to get married quickly. Since I first raised this issue with in Parliament last week, I've had a lot of correspondence from not just constituents in Glasgow, but people all over Scotland who have given me all sorts of reasons as to why they need to get married quickly. Their visas are about to expire, or they are at or near the end of life. Any number of reasons why people need to get married quickly. So it matters for people's mental well-being and anxiety, but it also matters because the right to marry is exactly that, as I said in the Chamber in the Stage 1 debate last week. The right to marry is a convention right under the European Convention on Human Rights. It's a human right, and it is unlawful for us, and indeed it is unlawful for the Registrar General to interfere with the practical exercise of that convention right unless there is a pressing social need that requires that restriction or interference. So a disproportionate inability, even if it's not a legal ban, on being able to get married is unlawful as being contrary to our international human rights obligations. And in order to try and remedy all of that, my amendment is actually quite modest. It doesn't require all marriages to take place. It simply requires Scottish ministers to take steps with the Registrar General to ensure that even in this time of coronavirus, even in this time of public emergency, such marriages that can safely take place are able safely to take place. So it is a sign, I suppose, in legislation that ministers must take steps with the Registrar General to ensure that that which is possible happens, that which is practical happens, and that which is proportionate happens. And I hope that for those reasons the committee will be able to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. And I would now invite Gordon Lyndhurst to speak to Amendment 37 and the other amendments in the group.
Sorry, convener, were you speaking to me?
I was. You're ready to go, Mr. Lyndhurst, whenever you're ready.
Right.
And we can hear you.
My
Hands to you.
apologies. Your voice, your dulcet tones cut out in the middle or after the first two words of your sentence, so I wasn't sure there. Yes, if I might speak now, convener, to Amendment 37 in my name, which is to do with allowing marriages to take place in places of worship again. And that is by amending the coronavirus health protection regulations, which, as members of the committee will be aware, in Regulation 4, 6 and 7 place a ban, as it were, on the use of places of worship except for certain limited purposes. And one of those limited purposes, of course, is the conduct of funerals. And that, of course, is subject to social distancing in the regulation and the relevant health guidelines. Now, the effective prohibition of marriages or weddings, which can still take place, at least theoretically, in other places, but because of these regulations, not in places of worship, may seem somewhat surprising. There are all of the issues that my colleague Adam Tompkins has already raised with the committee in regard to his amendment, which equally apply, and I won't go over those, but it does seem that the provision is no doubt unintentionally, but effectively discriminatory against those who are Christians or members of other religions who would wish to see their marriage or wedding or ceremony take place in their place of worship. Now, I think it is fair to say that at the current stage we've reached, that the restriction is no longer appropriate. And the reason I say that, and it may be that those with legal training or minds think alike, but I had, during the course of listening to the Cabinet Secretary on other points, thought as well of the 3-point test given of practicality, possibility, and the proportionate nature of what is set out. So my first comment is, of course, it is practical because places of worship are public buildings which are designed for use for a variety of purposes. But if they're at the minute being used for funerals, under the, of course, social distancing and other requirements, there's no practical reason they should not be allowed for marriages or weddings under the same restrictions. And I think even those who would like to see their marriage ceremony take place at this time accept and realise that they can't have the perhaps bigger party that they might have wanted to have or ceremony. So I think it is practical, it is possible, because, as I say, funerals are allowed under the regulations, and viewed against the general prohibition, effectively, of the use of places of worship for the purpose of marriages as a result of these emergency regulations. And the question is that prohibition, which has been brought in, proportionate? It doesn't seem so to me, given the background that, in fact, it is possible for weddings to take place in other buildings, including some that are of a public nature, and of course subject to the health guidance and social distancing regulations. So I would encourage the committee to support this amendment because it does fulfil, in my submission, the three tests set out by the Cabinet Secretary, those of practicality, possibility, and also proportionate nature of this in light of the stage we've reached. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Lyndhurst. I've got two members who want to speak. I've got Ross Greer and Pauline McNeill. So we'll go to Ross Greer first, if we can.
Thank you, Convener. Supportive of Adam Tompkins' amendment. I just have one question for Gordon Lyndhurst, whose amendment I do sympathise with, but I'm concerned that there's an accidental issue of inequality within it because it only covers marriage and not civil partnerships. And obviously religious representatives can conduct civil partnership ceremonies. So I was wondering, perhaps I am misunderstanding this, and Mr. Lyndhurst or even the Minister could offer a clarification. But if that is indeed the case, that this is simply an omission, and that the way to resolve this in an equitable manner would be to introduce the same amendment at the next stage, but clarify it was marriage and civil partnerships. I could ask if Mr. Lyndhurst would consider doing that, because I would most certainly support it if that was the case.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lyndhurst will get a chance to respond in a moment. I will go to Pauline McNeill, please.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, I want to thank Adam Tompkins for bringing this issue to the Parliament, because I think it's a serious matter. And he, in the speech that he made last week, that ministers replied to, I don't think ministers have a complete understanding of the implications for those who plan to marry and been unable to. I'm no practicing lawyer, but I'm a law student and was taught that marriage is essentially a contract. But that contract is the all-important thing. Now, civil partnerships, interestingly, will be equalising the law this afternoon, but consequences of being married or in a civil partnership is that you have legal rights. And like myself, I'm sure others have had many couples writing to them more concerned about refunds for their marriages or postponing their marriages. But I think the government have a responsibility here to emphasise to couples who delay that a promise to marry will not convey any rights on the couple, that the all-important date is that one where they are conferred to be married or in a civil partnership in law. So I fully support Adam Tompkins' Amendment 36. Of course, I won't be voting on it, but I would urge the committee members to think about the importance of that, and also because it's clearly going to be a backlog in future in the dates that couples choose. So I think we've got to kind of smooth that out. I do think the public will thank ministers if they address this question by backing Adam Tompkins' Amendment 36. Amendment 37, like Ross Greer, I'm very sympathetic to that. And perhaps Gordon, if he gets to sum up, could just address that question of making sure, because of course this is the day we are, we're going to equalise the law in the Chamber this afternoon, or we're certainly going to be discussing it at stage 1 to make sure that marriage and civil partnership are on equal footing. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you to Polly McNeill. I'll go back to Gordon Lyndhurst if he wants to respond briefly to the points that have been made to him.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I think I'm live again. And just to respond to Ross Greer's point, my intention, well, the drafting obviously happened a very rapid, in rapid course in the course of the last week in this bill coming forward. The intention was not to exclude any type of ceremony that a public place of worship of whatever religion may choose to hold in it. And certainly I would be supportive of widening the scope of what I've put in as an amendment at stage 3. I mean, there are any number of different religious ceremonies that are not general public gatherings that places of worship may hold, whether that's marriage ceremonies or other ceremonies such as Mr. Greer referred to. And I don't think there's actually, at this stage, a practical reason why these, which are essentially ceremonies relating to private individuals and which can be held subject to the guidelines and social distancing, should not be allowed. My amendment was perhaps restricted because of the urgency of time to get it in, and also question of simplicity and clarity. But I would be supportive of broadening it out to include whatever other ceremonies are held, or public places of worship of whatever religion choose to lawfully hold within their premises. I hope that addresses his and Polly McNeill's question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lyndhurst. We'll now go to the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, please.
Thank you, Convener. Can I say that I welcome the opportunity to speak to these amendments? I agree with the sentiment of them, and one of them I think it is perfectly possible for the committee to hope to support. The other one has difficulties, and I'll explain what those are. But I should say to Polly McNeill at the outset that if I didn't understand the complexity of this issue, I think I do now, because like Mr. Tompkins, I've had quite a number of people contacting me since this issue was raised at stage 1. And we were able, of course, at stage 1, to bring forward immediately after stage 1 information to the National Records of Scotland about marriage and civil partnerships during the pandemic, which, contrary to belief, are possible and are continuing in emergency circumstances, and will continue to provide that information. And Mr. Tompkins' amendment is worthy of support because it goes further than that. It makes it absolutely clear that the Registrar General should be considering this with the Scottish Government as how they should take them forward. It recognises the points that Polly McNeill has made in terms of legal difficulties and legal obligations, and it recognises the points that Mr. Tompkins is making in terms of civil rights. When we consider how this should then become real, we've got to take into account a number of practical points. The capacity of registrars to act. Many are working from home. It is not possible to solemnise marriages or civil partnerships on video or on Zoom or on this platform or any other platform, nor should it be. I think we agreed that earlier on. The need to consult local authorities who provide day-to-day registration services. The need to make sure, and this is a vital point in terms of Mr. Lyndhurst's amendment, that any relaxation of anything under the lockdown regulations is supported by scientific medical evidence in the context of moving forward from where we are. And Mr. Lyndhurst said, he talked about the judgment on lockdown, the position we had reached. Well, that has to be supported by the scientific evidence. And I made the point in earlier amendments that, in general, changing the lockdown regulations on the basis of other judgments rather than scientific and medical evidence and the widespread availability of that is something I have been resisting. So I think it is perfectly possible to accept, and I would like to accept, Mr. Tompkins' amendment. I do think there are some wording issues in it that require to be changed. I mean, civil partnerships, for example, need to be there, and they need to be recognised that they're not solemnised. They are registered. So in these circumstances, there are some changes to come to the amendment if Mr Tompkins' amendment is accepted by the committee, then I would like him to commit to working with us to just get the wording exactly right. In terms of Mr Lyndhurst, there are some other points too. It is presently possible that a marriage can take place anywhere. So we don't require this amendment to allow those marriages to take place in religious premises when the marriages start. But in addition, we have to listen to what religious bodies are saying. And they have recently had a virtual conference with the Scottish Government. They have taken a cautious approach to reopening places of worship. And before taking a step along these lines, it would be important to engage with them fully on what this means. And regulations, of course, can not only be amended by an SSI, we have a commitment, which is binding and which is in legislation. As soon as the evidence suggests that a restriction is no longer necessary, led by the scientific and medical advice, then we're under duty to withdraw that restriction. Now, I can give him a commitment because clearly I want him to understand that my reservation is not to do with the principle of the matter, but to do with how we proceed. I can give him a commitment that as the regulations under review every 3 weeks are considered, then this will be high in the list of things to be considered. And I will give him a commitment that we will want to make sure that we look at this carefully. But the right way to do that is in the light of the scientific and medical evidence. I know both Mr Tompkins and Mr Lyndhurst quoted me on practical, possible and proportionate. I don't want to overdo that, but I do think that the Mr Tompkins amendment meets all those 3 tests. But I think the possible one is the one that Mr Lyndhurst does not, because it is not being judged by the way that every other move out of lockdown needs to be judged. And I think we've all accepted that. So I would ask Mr Lyndhurst not to move this amendment, to accept we will work with him and others to make sure that this is considered in the review process. I am happy to have a discussion with him about that review process as it comes into the coming week and how the discussions taking place. I'm sure the Deputy First Minister will do so too, has taken a significant role in this. But I think we can move forward on the basis of Mr Tompkins' amendment, restore a human right and give people what they want, which is the right to get married. And I hope we can do so soon as the medical and scientific evidence allows us to.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I would now ask Adam Tompkins to wind up and indicate if he is going to press or withdraw Amendment 36.
Well, Convener, as you know, this doesn't happen very often, but I agree with everything that the Cabinet Secretary has just said. And I would like to start really by very sincerely welcoming the cross-party and I think now all-party support that my amendment has managed to obtain. I'm very grateful for the kind words of Ross Greer and of Pauline McNeill earlier in this debate. I would like to say one thing that the Cabinet Secretary talked about, which I didn't talk about in my opening remarks in this debate, which is that I absolutely share the view that we should not be going down the road of having marriage ceremonies conducted online via Zoom or via Skype because of the very real risk that sham marriages might be easier to get under the radar, as it were, in those circumstances than marriages that take place offline and not virtually. I don't think there was ever any intention by any minister or any parliamentarian of any political persuasion to unnecessarily interfere with the exercise of the right to marry. I think this is one of those issues that we didn't really think about at the time when we were very focused on the first coronavirus legislation that we had to enact a few weeks ago. And it's an issue which has shown, I think, that parliamentary democracy is able to continue to function and to function well, even in these very difficult and challenging times. These are issues which came to our attention because of representations that we received from constituents right across the country. They're representations which we've been able to bring to Parliament in a completely non-partisan way to try and ensure that within the very real limits of social distancing and behaving safely in public at all times, that we are able to continue to exercise our fundamental right to marry. And I will indeed press my amendment, Convener. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Tompkins. The question is, Amendment 36 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member who is not agreed, can they indicate that, please, in the chat function? I'm not seeing that anyone has indicated disagreement, so we will take that amendment as agreed to. I now call Amendment 37 in the name of Gordon Lyndhurst, already debated with Amendment 36. Mr. Lyndhurst, to move or not move?
Thank you, Convener. I think in light of the Cabinet Secretary's comment that the regulations and his reading of them wouldn't actually prohibit wedding or marriage ceremonies taking place in places of worship, and also his commitment to move forward with speed on this, that, sorry, so...
And await further instructions.
Okay.
May I have your attention, please?
Yes. Sorry, Gordon. I think we'll have to suspend for the fire alarm in the building. We'll just suspend for a while. Right, if we can reconvene, my apologies for that interruption. What I'm going to suggest is we continue and finish this group, and then we have a suspension for lunch. Hopefully that will allow us to put the fire out that's going on in the background. I'll go back to Gordon Lyndhurst. I'm sorry we cut you off in mid-flow, Gordon.
Thank you very much, Convener. I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to lunch at this stage, so I'll be very brief, as I was intending to be before we had to suspend the meeting. Basically, I was saying that in light of what the Cabinet Secretary has said about the regulations themselves not preventing the use of public places of worship for weddings or marriages.
Sorry,
and also his...
Apologies, Gordon. Just hold.
Fire incident to be dealt with. No further action is required.
Right. Apologies, Gordon. The fire has been dealt with. You may continue.
Well, I will try to get this finished so that it seems to be me that causes these interruptions. And in light also of the Cabinet Secretary's commitment to work with religious bodies on getting this matter resolved and moving forward on this as soon as possible, and also the fact that Adam Tompkins' amendment has been accepted by the committee, I don't propose to press mine and would seek to withdraw it at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Lyndhurst. You haven't actually moved your amendment, so you don't need to seek agreement to withdraw it. So at this point, therefore, we would normally move on to Group 9, but I think it would be appropriate to take a break, and I'm going to suggest we reconvene at 1:15, please. Thank you. Right, we will now move on to Group 9 on concessionary travel, and I call Amendment 38 in the name of Neil Findlay in a group on its own. I'd invite Neil Findlay to move and speak to Amendment 38, and any members who wish to speak, please type R in the chat function. Mr. Findlay.
Thanks very much, Convener. Amendment 38 is supported by the Poverty Alliance. The amendment recognises the economic hardship faced by the low paid, many of whom are the workers who have got us through the depths of this crisis. It's been working people, some in the lowest paid sectors of the economy: cleaners, carers, shop workers, bus drivers, bin men and women, and many others who have been at the forefront of this crisis. We will all have been contacted by constituents who have lost their lift to work because the person they car share with is no longer working, or their shifts or hours have been cut or changed. And we will also have heard from many people who have lost their jobs or indeed fear they will lose their jobs when lockdown is lifted. Today's unemployment figures show just a glimpse of what is, I think, to come, and will be a huge crisis for many families. So my proposal would help people in the circumstances I've set out by providing free bus travel for those in receipt of qualifying benefits, including carers allowance, and that would be for the duration of the provisions of the Act being in place. It would help some of the lowest paid people get to work, and help those out of work to get to interviews and appointments and seek employment. The COVID crisis has had a disproportionate impact, as we know, on women, young people and the poor. And as I mentioned earlier, the unemployment figures are really stark. So this proposal, I think, is a relatively modest proposal, and I think it would help some of the people who are very much in the depths of this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. I'm not seeing members who want to contribute on this amendment, so we'll go to the Minister. Jenny Gilruth, please.
Hello, I'm just checking before I start if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Okay, as Mr. Finlay has outlined, this amendment seeks to introduce free bus travel for people who are unemployed and seeking work and in receipt of certain benefits, or who have partners in receipt of those benefits. An extension to the existing concessionary fare scheme of the sort proposed by this amendment would normally require careful planning, impact assessment and consultation, and could not be implemented by the expiry of the bill in September. 7,500 electronic ticket machines, mostly on buses, would need updating in order to accept a new category of entitlement. This normally takes 6 to 8 weeks to plan, deliver and to test. New concessionary travel cards would need to be issued. The card issuing process is currently suspended as local authority staff have been diverted onto COVID-related work, and as the company producing cards has ceased operations for safety reasons. Entitlement under the proposed scheme would also present problems. Existing concessions are based on criteria that are well defined and easy to evidence. Being in receipt of benefits is relatively easily evident, but it is not clear how applicants would adequately demonstrate they are seeking work. Process for assessing eligibility would therefore require to be devised. Cost is, of course, a very significant consideration. The largest cost of an extension to the concessionary travel scheme comes from the need to replace bus operators' lost revenue. Estimating the cost of that is complex, but the immediate additional cost per month is likely to be between £420,000 and £1 million. And if the scheme was extended into a period when demand for bus travel returned to normal, this would rise to 2.8 million and potentially up to 6.7 million per month. That's equivalent to 33.6 or up to 80 million per year. There is no budget provision for such a scheme at this time, especially given the need to focus resources on maintaining essential services despite reduced income and higher unit costs. Finally, we need to strike a balance between safety, affordability and ease of travel. We want people who need to travel to be able to do so safely, including by bus, where this is a suitable option. However, capacity on buses will remain severely constrained for some time by the need for physical distancing. This means we have to be mindful of the need to manage demand. Extending free travel could be seen to run counter to that. That said, the committee may be interested to note that before the COVID outbreak, Transport Scotland officials had been working on a number of proposals to extend free bus travel, including to companions of disabled children under 5 and to recipients of the new Young Carers Grant, and reviewing the case for extending travel concessions more generally to young people under the age of 26. This work has been affected by the need to enable officials and our stakeholders to focus on the response to the COVID-19 epidemic. Given the need to focus resources on fighting the COVID outbreak and on the understanding that this government is already committed to the planned and properly supported extension of the concessionary bus fares initiative, I urge Mr Finlay not to press this amendment and to ask the committee that it will reject it if he does so.
Thank you, Minister. I will now go back to Mr Finlay and ask Mr Finlay to wind up and indicate if he intends to press or withdraw Amendment 38.
Thanks, Convener. It appears the civil servants have been busy with their big list of excuses as to why things can't happen. That's a very deep book, in my opinion, that they've been pulling these responses from. It appears that we are able to provide financial support to landlords, to Airbnb owners and to private schools, but we're unwilling to help those who have got us through this crisis, namely the low-paid and people in precarious employment, who would have benefited greatly from this initiative. But this bill really is testing the progressive claims of the government on so many fronts. Every progressive move that's been put forward today in this bill has been rejected by the government and with the support of the Conservative Party, and it's no surprise that they've rejected this also. I move the amendment.
Yeah, Mr Finlay, you broke up at the end, but I think I heard you say you were moving the amendment. So, On that basis, I'll put the question. The question is Amendment 38 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members disagree, could they type N in the chat function, please? We are not agreed. Therefore, there will be a division. All those in favour of Mr Finlay's amendment, please type Y in the chat function now. All those who do not agree, please type N in the chat function now. Thank you. There'll be a short pause while we verify the vote.
Murdo, could I inform you my chat votes are not being recorded in the panel?
It's okay, Willie, we can see you. We've got it on screen.
They're not showing up in my chat list.
Right. Well, we can see it. So
okay.
You maybe need to scroll down. You need to scroll down, maybe, Willie.
I've got it. Yeah.
You've got it. Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I see it now, Murdo. Thanks.
Yeah. Right, I have the results of the vote on Amendment 38. Those in favour, Monica Lennon and Ross Greer. Those against, Willie Coffey, Shona Robeson, Beatrice Wishart, Annabel Ewing, Stuart Stevenson and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 2 votes in favour, 7 votes against, and the amendment therefore is not agreed to. Right, we'll now move on to Group 10 on the sale of alcohol, and I call Amendment 39 in my name. In a group on its own, I'll move Amendment 39, and if any member wants to speak in this group, if they type R in the chat function. My Amendment 39 seeks to put in a temporary adjustment to the licensing laws for off-sales of alcohol. Presently, alcohol can only be purchased after 10 AM, Monday to Sunday, and this would provide a temporary suspension of that to allow the purchase of alcohol from 8 AM throughout the week. The reason for this is very simple, and it's an issue that I highlighted previously. I raised it at the first emergency bill, and I raised it again in the stage 1 debate. As we know, there have been groups of individuals, most notably those who are in vulnerable groups, and also NHS workers who have been reserved specific shopping times in supermarkets, usually before 9 o'clock in the morning, to avoid them coming into contact with large numbers of other people. And this has been a measure introduced by many retailers, which has been very warmly welcomed by people in those groups. And although this issue isn't as prominent as it was several weeks ago, it is nevertheless still an issue for individuals in those groups. Indeed, I was in my local co-op just the other day, and they still have signs up saying the shopping before 9 o'clock is reserved for individuals in those categories. And of course, it does put those individuals, therefore, at an unfair position, because they can do all their weekly shop, but the one thing they cannot do is buy any off-sales alcohol, whereas those shopping after 10 o'clock are able to do that. And it means if they want to purchase alcohol, what they then have to do is come back to the shop after 10 o'clock, which means they have to make another trip and put themselves at risk. So there's a good health reason why I think this is necessary, as well as being purely an issue of fairness, that we shouldn't be discriminating against people who, for no fault of their own, are not able to shop at the same time as everybody else. And the current licensing laws, of course, were devised at a time when we didn't imagine there'd be any issue with vulnerable individuals not being able to shop at a particular time of day. So to me, this is an issue of fairness. I've had quite a lot of representation from constituents who've raised it with me. I know there are those who have raised health issues around this, about consumption of alcohol more generally, but it does seem unfair that while people can purchase alcohol after 10 o'clock if they wish, quite freely, and there are no restrictions on that, for this group, they are the ones facing restrictions. So to me, this is an issue just about fairness to that particular group. The arguments, I think, have been fairly well rehearsed. I think it's a very modest proposal, and I'm very happy to move my amendment. Now, I see that Alex Cole-Hamilton wants to speak on this amendment.
For me. Oh, no,
Alex,
perhaps
we can
not.
hear you.
Yes, you can hear me. Just checking that Monica Lennon wasn't actually before me in the request to speak buttons.
She came up after you in mind, but you have the floor, so please carry on.
My apologies, convener. I won't take very long at all. Just to indicate Liberal Democrat support for your amendment, the amendment in your name. Not least because I understand the range of arguments that have already been articulated on both sides of this. I think that we have to recognise the exceptional times that we are in. The tool of opening hours and licensing hours is rather ineffective in terms of tackling Scotland's unhealthy relationship with alcohol. Had you brought an amendment to committee calling for a change to minimum unit pricing or the abolition of minimum unit pricing, and we would not have been able to support that, because I think there is empirical evidence to suggest that it is an efficacious move. Whereas I think this is rather arbitrary, as you describe it, impacts and impedes two particular groups of both vulnerable and, secondly, hard-working NHS employees who might only have that opportunity to visit the shop. And as such, I think for the duration of this emergency, in recognition that we can still bring this back when things settle down and we go back to normality, then we as Liberal Democrats would.
Okay, thank you, Alex Cole-Hamilton. I now call Monica Lennon, and after Monica, Stuart Stevens.
Thank you, convener. Well, I think you already know that I don't support this particular amendment, and I don't believe that now is the time to relax laws which are in place to protect health and public health and reduce harm in our communities. The World Health Organization have advised that where possible, people should be avoiding alcohol at this time or cutting down on drinking, because alcohol can suppress the immune system and make us more susceptible to catching infections and diseases. And I think we have to be really careful to avoid mixed messages on public health during this pandemic. I have consulted with organisations including Alcohol Focus Scotland and Scottish Families affected by alcohol and drugs, who are both advising against these proposals. There's been some initial research and findings to show that alcohol sales have already increased during the lockdown, and alcohol is still widely available and can be purchased at, many hours in the day. So I just don't see that this is a reasonable proposal, a reasonable reason to change the existing laws. Out with the committee, I am the Health and Social Care spokesperson for my party, and I am in contact with frontline workers all day long, and I have to say no one has raised this as an issue with me. They have raised issues about PPE, they have raised issues about pay and conditions, and that's why I brought forward amendments earlier on about a social care support fund, which the committee did not support. So I don't believe that when we're in the business of looking at emergency legislation and emergency proposals, that this is something which is necessary at this time. I am very concerned, and people with alcohol issues and dependencies are from all walks of life, including our older population, NHS workers, care workers, who are under considerable stress at the moment. And before the pandemic, we knew that around 60,000 young people were living in a home where alcohol is a problem. And at the moment, those young people don't have the escape of school or youth clubs or be able to see their friends. So I think we would have to be careful about some unintended consequences. So I will be voting against this motion, but I would, urge you, convener, not to press it.
Okay, thank you. Stuart Stevenson.
Thank you, convener. I am the member of this committee who is designated as vulnerable, as I'm in my 8th decade. I therefore, every 10 days or so, am shopping at 8 or 8:30 in the morning, when such alcohol sales are currently forbidden. I have, during my visits to various retail outlets, found none of my fellow septuagenarians and above heading towards the drinks to purchase any drink. One thing we can be quite clear about is alcohol is not a necessity of life in this regard. I think two other members of the committee, was present in 2005 when Frank McAveety persuaded us to introduce the provision of not selling alcohol before 10 o'clock in the morning. I was at that time doubtful, but I think events have shown that there are no adverse effects in that restriction, and I would be very reluctant indeed to make a special case for this short period of time. I think it sends entirely the wrong messages. With hindsight, I think Frank McAveety was right in 2005. We should probably now try to do the right thing now and stick with the policy that he persuaded of us of 15 years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. And I'll go to the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, please.
Thank you, and thank you for raising this issue with me prior to the meeting. I know that you have thought about this during the passage of both coronavirus bills, and I'm grateful for your positive engagement. Regrettably, I can't support the amendment, but I'm grateful for that approach. As the committee is aware, since 2009, legislation has provided that off-sale can only take place between 10 in the morning, 10 in the evening, 7 days a week. There is no discretion for off-sales to take place out with those times. And that measure was and is a key part of the Scottish Government's public health policies concerned with addressing Scotland's challenging relationship with alcohol. And we are concerned as a government that the significant relaxation of the current regime proposed in this amendment suggests that the coronavirus outbreak is a time when more alcohol could be and should be purchased. I think Monica Lennon has made it clear that the WHO advice is certainly not that. And as the interim chief medical officer, to cut back on how much you drink may help reduce health risks and associated complications linked to coronavirus. Now, of course, key workers are doing an incredible job, but I don't think the licensing regime presents an insuperable obstacle for those people to buy what they want. There are other options, including ordering alcohol for delivery. We understand that there are fewer reports with large queues at supermarkets than there were in the early days. People adjust their shopping habits. And the amendment has some policy concerns. From 8 a.m. on any day of the week without real qualification is open to misinterpretation in terms of the closing end of that, and might suggest that 24-hour sales would be acceptable. I know the member doesn't intend that, but the amendment does an indication it could be interpreted in that way. The amendment also refers to retail alcohol sales. That's not a phrase used in the 2005 Act. It's not entirely clear what that phrase means. Is it only off sales? Does it include on sales? And the amendment would allow anyone aged 18 or over to make use of the additional hours. It is not restrictive. And I think the question of this change as a change to those who are having their choices restricted is one debate, but to be absolutely unrestricted for everyone is another. And therefore, we are unable to support the amendment. We would suggest it was not moved, but if it is moved, then we think it should be in place.
Okay, thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'll just wind up briefly, if I can, and respond to the points that have been made. First of all, in relation to the points made by both the Cabinet Secretary and Monica Lennon about alcohol sales going up more generally, I suspect it will be the case that off-sales alcohol sales are up. Of course, on-sales alcohol sales will have disappeared altogether. So there is that balancing factor. And of course, that might be the case for the general population, but for those who are unable at the moment because of restrictions to purchase alcohol, I'm sure that isn't the case for them. Stuart Stevenson said he didn't see octogenarians in his shop going to purchase alcohol before 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, that's not a surprise because they're not allowed to. So they'd be very disappointed if they got to the aisle because they wouldn't be allowed to purchase anything, even if they did. And I thought Mr. Stevenson took a very paternalistic attitude to the whole issue when he said he doesn't regard alcohol as a necessity. There are lots of things we can still buy during lockdown which aren't strictly necessities, but we're allowed to do them. And I just think we should be prepared to trust people a little bit more and allow them some personal responsibility and make judgments for themselves. And finally, I'm disappointed that Monica Lennon isn't prepared to show a bit more support for NHS workers by allowing them this little perk of purchasing alcohol before 10 o'clock in the morning. So because of all these reasons, I think I will press Amendment 39. So the question is Amendment 39 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Members who disagree can type N in the box. Members are not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask all those who are in support of Amendment 39 to put Y in the chat box, please? Thank you. Can I ask those members who are opposed to Amendment 39 to put N in the chat box, please? Thank you, and we'll just suspend for a second while we, pause for a second while we verify the vote. Okay, the result of the division on Amendment 39 is as follows. Those in favour, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart and myself. Those against, Monica Lennon, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Shona Robson and Ross Greer. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed to. We will now, next question is that Schedule 1 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, they indicate now. I'm not seeing any disagreement. The next question is that Section 3 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members disagree, if they can indicate now. I'm not seeing any disagreement. We will now move on to Group 11 on fixed penalty notices under the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Scotland Regulations 2020. And I call Amendment 3 in the name of Ross Greer in a group on its own. And I invite Ross Greer to move and speak to Amendment 3, please.
Thank you, Convener. I'm moving what I hope is a relatively small amendment to simply bring the regulations in line with existing government policy, but also, and probably more importantly, to bring them in line with Police Scotland's standard operating procedure. This amendment would essentially raise the age at which a fixed penalty notice can be issued from 16 to 18. In Scotland, through a variety of legislation and government policy, we recognise 18 to be the age at which you are regarded as an adult. So that is the case in our National Youth Justice Strategy, it's the case in the Children and Young Persons Act, it's the case in the Criminal Justice Act, and in Police Scotland's standard operating procedure, that would generally be the case as well. If this change is to be agreed, it would also bring us in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, which is what underpins a lot of these policy approaches and which the Scottish Government is committed to and intends to incorporate into Scots law. But it would also bring us in line with the approach taken in the rest of the UK as well. I'll just briefly say that this amendment is supported by the Children and Young Persons Commissioner, by the Scottish Youth Parliament, Together Scotland, Clan Child Law, and the Police Scotland themselves confirmed to the Children's Commissioner this morning that they support it on the basis that this is clarifying what's currently a misalignment between Police Scotland's standard operating procedure and a variety of other legislation and the regulations as they currently stand. I'm not sure if it was the original intention of the regulations to be issuing the fixed penalty notices from the age of 16. I'm aware that they were brought together very quickly given the circumstances, and that may not have actually been the intention at all. Whether it was or was not, though, there's an issue of misalignment here, and this would simply correct that. So I would hope that members would agree to it.
Okay, thank you to Ross Greer. I'm not seeing any members wanting to contribute, so we'll go to the Minister. Ruth, please.
Thank you. Convener, I understand why this amendment has been lodged by Mr Greer. The health protection regulations are in line with other relevant legislation. In Scotland, parental responsibilities and rights stop at age 16, with the exception of the responsibility to provide guidance which lasts until 18. In addition, there is a cut-off at 16 for fixed penalty notices under antisocial behaviour legislation. However, I do understand the points made by Ross Greer and by the Children and Young People's Commissioner and by children's charities about the need to protect young people. In terms of policing, the current pandemic generally, Police Scotland have said that Police Scotland is founded upon public service and operates under the fundamental principle of policing by consent, and our officers will continue to engage with the public in a positive and constructive tone as we support our colleagues in the health service at this extraordinary time. And the powers being afforded to our officers will be used as a last resort and only where people are defying very clear and sensible advice which is designed to protect them from harm. The Scottish Government recognises that 16 and 17-year-olds as young people may be particularly vulnerable. On that basis, therefore, the Scottish Government agrees with the amendment and supports it so that fixed penalty notices will no longer be capable of being issued under the regulations to those aged 16 and 17. Of course, it is important, as the Children and Young People's Commissioner has said in his briefing, that this amendment does not detract from the important public health message to children and young people about the purpose of the lockdown provisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Ross Greer, do you want to wind up and indicate if you're going to press or withdraw your amendment?
Yeah, I'll just wind up, Convener, by thanking the Government for their support, thanking the Children and Young Persons Commissioner for taking a lead on this and the various organisations and members of the Scottish Youth Parliament who've been campaigning in support of it. And with that, I will press the amendment.
Okay, thank you very much. The question is, Amendment 3 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Any members wish to disagree? Can they indicate that now? I'm not seeing any disagreement, so we can take it that amendment is agreed to. We will now move on to the next group, Group 12, on the proceeds of crime, time limit for payment of confiscation orders. And I call Amendment 4 in the name of Liam Kerr in a group on its own. And I'd invite Liam Kerr to move and speak to Amendment 4. And I would ask any other members who wish to request to speak to type R in the chat function. Liam Kerr, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to the committee for considering my amendment, which asks that paragraph 8 be left out of Schedule 2, page 13 from line 31. Paragraph 8 is headed Time Limits for Payments of Confiscation Orders and runs from line 31 on page 13 until the end of page 15. The policy memorandum gives a very clear summary of the practical impact of this section. It gives criminals more time to pay proceeds of crime orders. Now, at present, where a criminal has been adjudged to have to pay the proceeds of crime under a confiscation order, they must do so by the end of 12 months from the date that order is made. If passed, this section will allow the criminal to apply for an order to extend the period in which they may pay if they are unable to pay for a reason relating to the coronavirus. Now, on my initial reading of this bill, this provision concerned me. I asked the committee members to keep in mind that what is being dealt with here are the proceeds of crime, the ill-gotten gains of a convicted criminal who has profited from their criminality. Now, it occurred to me that there'll be many members of the public who will find it rather difficult to accept that drug dealers and organised criminals who are subject to orders under the Proceeds of Crime Act should be extended an opportunity to pay when they, perhaps their victims, and so many law-abiding members of the public are themselves struggling financially due to this pandemic. I questioned the fairness of allowing a drug dealer more time to pay back the proceeds of crime, where they're facing challenges, presumably in liquidating the assets bought with those proceeds, whilst from those from whom they perhaps stole, extorted, or forced that money beg for help from both the UK's governments in a context where there is a finite amount offer. And I was steeled in that conclusion during the stage 1 debate on this bill when I heard James Kelly say that, quote, a recent Freedom of Information request highlighted that there was a £6 million in unpaid and unrecovered confiscation payments. How can it be right when both Scotland's governments are working to support those who've never done wrong that we are £6 million short of where we should be, and yet proposing to give even more time for these people to settle the debt from their proceeds of crime? I also read with interest the concerns of Annabel Ewing in the committee session on the 12th of May, where she raised her concerns that these provisions could facilitate evasion and suggested that the matter should be looked at very carefully because Scotland has had great success with proceeds of crime confiscations, and when we get to the new normal, whenever that might be, it would be a pity if there was any backtracking in that regard. Convener, the fact that we have 3 cross-party voices raising concerns about this merits caution. And as I said in the Stage 1 debate, in emergency legislation, we must be cautious about what we do and avoid unintended consequences. My amendment exercises that caution, and I would be grateful for the committee's support.
Thank you to Liam Kerr. I see Annabel Ewing would like to contribute, please.
Thank you, Convener. I hadn't initially planned to do so, but I felt I just wanted to clarify Mr. Liam Kerr's reference to me. I did indeed raise this issue in committee. I think it's a perfectly reasonable issue to raise. However, I would also wish it to be noted that the evidence that we took from the Law Society, which you can see in the official report of that meeting, provided me with sufficient reassurance, as did the clarification from the Law Society that in fact it was the Crown Office which had sought these provisions. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. I'll now invite the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, to contribute.
Thank you, Convener. I have to say that the amendment really seeks to assert that coronavirus never happened and didn't change things, and I just don't think that is a tenable position to start from. And therefore, I think there's a strong logical argument against the amendment even before you start considering the content. It is a fact that at present the court cannot allow a payment period of more than 12 months from the date the confiscation order was made. The accused, no matter what we think of him or her, may have practical difficulties out with their control relating to the coronavirus. For example, they may be unable to sell property in order to raise funds for the order. And all the bill does is allows the court discretion to allow more than 12 months when it is satisfied that it is necessary for a person and that the reason is related to coronavirus. No convicted person is being excused from paying a confiscation order. It will remain in force. All that is being questioned is whether ability to do so with 12 months as a result of the pandemic is the factor that requires some additional time. In addition, before allowing the extension, the court must be satisfied that the accused was unable or is unable to pay in that time as a result of coronavirus. If the court is satisfied, they can decide on the appropriate extension. And it also gives the prosecutor an opportunity to make representations. So this is a proportionate and possible amendment, which is also very practical indeed. It relates to the real world in which we have a pandemic.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I will go back to Liam Kerr and ask Liam Kerr to wind up and indicate if he wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 4.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I'm very grateful to the committee and for the contributions. The Cabinet Secretary talks about the real world. I'm not persuaded that the public would view it as unfair and out with the real world to send serious criminals to jail if they don't pay back what they've been ordered to under the Proceeds of Crime Act. I don't suggest that in the real world, I think people will be much more concerned with the victims of organised criminals in deprived communities who may be struggling to pay the bills during this economic crisis, while the wrongdoers apparently been given extra time to pay back for their offences. The key argument that I heard made from the Cabinet Secretary and from Annabel Ewing, who rightly brought up the Law Society's evidence in the committee, was that coronavirus is a novel and unprecedented situation, and let's say a criminal could not liquidate the proceeds of crime through, for example, selling the house that they've brought with those proceeds. Well, there are no doubt that these are challenging times, Convener, but I point out that the property market is nevertheless moving. Solicitors are working, estate agencies are marketing. There are some innovative means by which viewings are being conducted. The fact that the criminal may have to sell a property they've bought with the proceeds of crime for less than it might otherwise have fetched is not something that I find myself losing sleep over. And besides, should we really be extending the time to await the possible recovery of the housing market, in which case they may even make a profit Is that really what we should be doing? I say no. And for these reasons, I'm grateful genuinely for the committee's time on this, but I request that the committee look favourably on my amendment, which I hereby press.
I put the question, Amendment 4 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If members are not agreed, they could indicate now. Members have indicated they're not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask those members who wish to vote in favour of Amendment 4, type Y into the chat function now, please? Thank you. And I can ask those members who are against to type N into the chat function now, please. Thank you. And we'll just pause for a second while we verify that vote. Right, the result of the vote on Amendment 4 is as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Adam Tompkins and myself. Those against, Ross Greer, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Fiona Robson, Beatrice Wishart and Stuart Stevenson. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed to. The next question is that Schedule 2 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I'm not seeing any dissent from that. And the next question is that Section 4, Schedule 3 and Section 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Again, I'm not seeing any dissent from that. Right, we'll now move on to the next group, 13, on Keeper's website definition. And I call Amendment 5 in the name of Stuart Stevenson, grouped with Amendment 6. And I'd invite Stuart Stevenson to move Amendment 5 and speak to both amendments in the group. And I would ask any other members who wish to speak in this group to type R into the chat function. Mr. Stevenson.
Amendments 5 and 6 have no policy effect. At Section 9, the domain name of the Scottish Court Service website is provided to aid interpretation. These amendments have an identical purpose for the Registrars of Scotland. I move Amendment 5.
Thank you. No members wish to speak on this. I will then therefore go to the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, please.
Thank you, Convener. I thank Mr Stevenson for bringing forward these amendments. While they are not essential, I agree that they do provide some more certainty for stakeholders on the specific website where practical details will be published. And on that basis, I would ask members to support Amendments 5 and 6.
Thank you. Mr Stevenson, do you wish to wind up and indicate if you're going to press or withdraw Amendment 5?
Press.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 5 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any members disagree, can they type N into the chat function now, please? I'm not seeing any disagreement, and therefore that amendment is therefore agreed. And I now call Amendment 6 in the name of Stuart Stevenson, already debated with Amendment 5. Stuart Stevenson to move or not move?
I move Amendment 6.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, they should type N into the chat function now. I'm not seeing any disagreement, and therefore we can take it that Amendment 6 is agreed to. We will now move on to Group 14 on Lands and Buildings Transaction Tax, repayment of additional amount. And I call Amendment 40 in the name of Liam MacArthur in the group on its own. Beatrice Wishart is to move and speak to Amendment 40 on behalf of Liam MacArthur, and I would ask any other member to request to speak by typing R in the chat function. Beatrice Wishart, please.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 40 would extend the proposed change to the additional dwelling supplement by extending the timeframe from 27 months to 36 months. This is in line with a timeframe that already exists elsewhere in the UK. In 2016, Liam MacArthur raised concerns about the, and I quote, fear that the 18-month threshold would prove particularly problematic in places like Orkney and could adversely affect the local market. The housing market in Orkney and other island communities operates differently to other parts of mainland Scotland. Properties can remain on the market for prolonged periods, often extending beyond 18 months. A further extension of the time frame would provide more breathing space for those who are trying to sell up in areas that move more slowly, and would also island-proof the original legislation. Given that we don't know how the property market is going to react to the coronavirus crisis, that breathing space could make all the difference. I move the amendment in Liam MacArthur's name.
Thank you. Just before we go to the Minister, I think I would just like to say something briefly in support of this amendment from Liam MacArthur. I think the decision as to the period by which to extend the concession for reclaiming additional dwelling supplement is essentially a matter of judgment, and the Scottish Government chose the figure of 27 months. The UK Government, in relation to transactions in England, has gone for a slightly longer period of 36 months. It's entirely debatable which figure is correct or appropriate, but I would just observe that the property market south of the border has already started to kick back into life. We've seen property viewings this week that's gone past, whereas the one in Scotland is effectively still in lockdown and is likely to be so for at least some weeks yet. And therefore, if there is an argument for Scotland taking a different position on this from England, the argument, if anything, is for a longer period in Scotland, given that the market here might be slower to recover than it would be south of the border. So I think it's, as I say, I think it's a matter of judgment, but I think Beatrice Wishart does make a very reasonable case why in certain parts of Scotland properties might be sitting on the market for a very long time, even in normal circumstances. And it's even more the case today with the situation with lockdown and all its implications. So I think this is a reasonable proposition, and I hope the members would support it. I'll go now to the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, please.
Thank you, Convener. As Beatrice Wishart is aware, Amendment 40 is not essential as the bill already contains the power necessary to increase beyond the 27 months period within a previous main residence must be sold in order for a taxpayer to claim a repayment of ADS. In that regard, the initial 9-month extension provided for in the bill was intended to reflect a proportionate approach, reflecting an initial analysis of the impact of the pandemic on the market and the extra time that might be needed, in particular to assist any taxpayers whose transactions might have fallen through just before the lockdown began. However, I understand the concerns the member raises about the potential impact on the markets in terms of island economies, but also in rural communities, and the desire to give affected taxpayers a stronger measure of reassurance that the pandemic will not prevent them from being able to reclaim the ADS. Therefore, I am content to accept this amendment in order to provide that additional assurance. And whilst the position, of course, remains uncertain, given that the amendment will double the time currently available to affected taxpayers, at this point the Scottish Government would not expect a further extension to the repayment window to be required in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I would now ask Beatrice Wishart to wind up and indicate if she will press or withdraw Amendment 40.
Thank you, Convener. I'm very pleased with what I've heard just now. So I'll just continue to press the amendment.
Thank you. The question is therefore that Amendment 40 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, can they type N in the chat function now? I'm not seeing any disagreement, and therefore Amendment 40 is agreed to. I now call Group 15 on relief to be provided to small business tenants, and I call Amendment 41 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton in a group on its own. I'd ask Alex Cole-Hamilton to move and speak to Amendment 41, and I would call any other members who wish to speak in this group to type R in the chat function. Alex Cole-Hamilton, please.
Thank you very much, Convener, and I move Amendment 41 in my name. This amendment comes from casework. I'm sure that you all have many examples of your own constituents of businesses who have fallen through the cracks in one way or another for the business grant relief that the Scottish Government is offering through our local authorities. There are a range of different problems, but this is one which I think represents low-hanging fruit and should be easy to rectify. At present, those companies who are tenants of much bigger office blocks, sometimes in managed service accommodation, don't actually pay business rates directly to the local authorities, but do so through a management charge or a rental agreement to a managing company, and that might be Regis or any other similar kind of company. It's particularly apposite in my constituency, West Edinburgh, where many of the businesses that operate in the Gyle industrial estate do so on those terms. This is an issue of viability for them. Without the grants to which they would be otherwise absolutely entitled by paying grants business rates directly to and without those funds, they may well go under. It may be the difference between remaining viable and not. And at present, by and large, local authorities are as such discriminating against those companies who are as deserving as any other, but just have different terms through which they pay their business rates. They pay it through an intermediary. This amendment sends a signal as much as anything else. It sends a signal to struggling businesses who are tenants in managed service accommodation that we have your back, but it also sends a message to local authorities that they must recognise the very different ecosystems in which our companies operate. And I want to give local authorities also the confidence to award those grants with a flexibility that recognises the very different circumstances through which people do actually pay business rates and as such are deserving of this support. So as such, I think that's all I need to say, Convener, and move the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole-Hamilton. I don't see any members wishing to contribute to this, so I will now call on the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, to speak to this amendment.
Convener, I recognise Alex Cole-Hamilton raised this issue in the stage 1 debate, and while the intention of the member's amendment is laudable, it could cause untold damage to public finances. As such, it is not an amendment that the Scottish Government could support. The amendment would introduce a statutory scheme to complement the existing scheme that is being delivered administratively and flexibly in partnership with local authorities. The Scottish Government has frequently shown a willingness to respond to feedback from businesses and from councils on the administration of the current scheme. The Government has adapted the scheme on numerous occasions through changes to guidance without recourse to legislation, and the Government is actively considering how we might best deliver support for non-rate paying tenants or occupiers. In terms of the specifics, the Government's primary concern is that this amendment applies for the full financial year without a specific qualifying date. This breaks the link with the current COVID-19 pandemic and could allow unscrupulous businesses to frequently relocate and use temporary lease arrangements to evidence eligibility for multiple grant payments. It also does not recognise the temporary nature of some lease arrangements. For example, a market trader could lease a spot at a different farmer's market every day and qualify for a grant at each. For the avoidance of doubt, no one questions the fact that market traders may be struggling through the current crisis and are worthy of support, but that support must be delivered sensibly. It is not necessary to do so through primary legislation, and particularly not through this amendment. I encourage the committee to reject this amendment and allow the Government to continue to work in partnership with local authorities to get support to businesses that need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'll go back to Alex Cole-Hamilton to wind up and indicate that he wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 41.
Thank you, Convener. Before I press, I would just like to address some of the ministers. I agree, and I welcome the fact that her government have closed a number of loopholes which have seen businesses fall unwittingly through the cracks of support, but not this one. And so I was not going to let an opportunity to state in statute, and let's face it, a lot of statute is about signalling, it's about giving permission to local authorities who probably had the permission already to do this, but laying out in no uncertain terms that they have the ability to make these awards to these businesses. I know that it is something that the Scottish Government have been grappling with, but they are not moving fast enough for the businesses to whom this relates. Finally, on the point of a qualifying date, I accept what the Minister says. However, I don't think that's an impediment to progressing this into stage 3. If we put this bill, my amendment into the bill at this stage, then we can easily amend it at stage 3 with a qualifying date and a sunset clause if needs be, which makes it coterminous with the rest of the bill. But for all of these reasons, I will suppress this amendment.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is Amendment 41 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? If members are not agreeing, if they can indicate that now, please. Thank you. We are not agreed. There will therefore be a vote. And can I ask members, please, those in favour, to type Y in the blue jeans function now. Thank you. Can those members who are against type N in the blue jeans function now? Thank you. We'll just take a moment to verify that vote. Result of that vote on Amendment 41 is as follows. In favour, Monica Lennon, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wisher and myself. Against were Ross Greer, Willie Coffey, Shona Robson, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing. There were no abstentions. That is 4 votes in favour, 5 votes against, and that amendment is therefore not agreed. Now move on to Group 16 on the execution of documents, and I call Amendment 8 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary in a group on its own, and I'd invite the Cabinet Secretary to move and speak to Amendment 8, and for any other members to request to speak by typing R in the chat function.
Amendment 8 would allow notaries public, solicitors and advocates to execute documents on behalf of others without their having to be physically present, and to administer oaths, affirmations and declarations without being physically present with the person making the oath, affirmation or declaration. We all know that physically present isn't presently possible in most circumstances. Why these changes are necessary, and I'm grateful to the Law Society of Scotland for raising the matter.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I'm a member of the Law Society of Scotland, as you know, and I did have a discussion with them about this, and they are very supportive of these amendments, which mean the notarising of documents will still be possible in the current lockdown arrangements, when it will not be physically possible for 2 individuals to be in the same room. And they are, and I understand it, producing new guidance to notaries public how to operate in the current climate. So I think this is a very helpful amendment. I see Stuart Stevenson would like to contribute.
I agree with this amendment. It is a very helpful amendment. I merely put on the record that I hope that the success of this amendment during this period of crisis might lead us to revisiting this as a permanent change to the way we do things in future. I say that as someone who, in a rather different context, had to fly all the way to San Francisco just to sign a contract in person. It took precisely 20 minutes and I got back on the plane and came home. It's just absurd in the modern world not to do things the way we're now proposing to do them. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Russell, to wind up, please, and indicate if he is going to press or withdraw.
I have nothing more to say and I press in.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is that Amendment 8 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any members do not agree, could they indicate that now, please? I'm not seeing any disagreement, and therefore Amendment 8 is agreed to. Right, we now move on to Group 17 on freedom of information, and I call Amendment 7 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings, and I would invite the Minister, Jenny Go-Ruth, to move Amendment 7 and speak to all amendments in the group, and I can invite other members who wish to contribute to put an R in the chat box at this point. Minister, please.
Convener, the Scottish Government recognises the importance of openness and transparency in ensuring good governance. Freedom of information legislation is at the heart of ensuring openness and transparency, and we are proud that Scotland has the most open and transparent freedom of information regime in the UK. We have also listened and we respect the will of this Parliament. We will reflect carefully and make changes where necessary, never more important than with emergency legislation. The first bill was amended at stage 2 to ensure that it fully took account of the views of the Scottish Information Commissioner, our independent regulator. We welcome the cross-party input that has shaped this bill and is reflected in the amendment I will shortly invite the committee to support. Finally, Convener, I would like to stress the importance of fairness. The first Coronavirus Act made substantive changes to the timescales for handling FOI requests and reviews, and authorities have acted in reliance on those changes, as they were entirely entitled to do so. The mood of the Parliament is clearly in favour of making further substantive changes to the way the FOI law operates, and this is reflected in the Government amendment. However, we consider that it is essential to ensure that no authority is unfairly penalised as a result of these changes to the law, so transitional arrangements for ongoing cases are necessary. Turning to Amendment 7, it is a carefully weighted compromise that seeks to balance all of those factors: openness and transparency, the will of the Parliament, and the need for fairness. It does 3 things. It adjusts the timescales for responding to requests, it removes provisions that have proved to be unnecessary, and it makes transitional arrangements in the interests of fairness. On timescales, the deadline, and I stress it is a maximum, not a target, to respond to FOI requests would reduce from 60 to 40 days. This would apply to all Scottish public authorities other than the Scottish ministers, and we will revert to the original FOISA deadline of 20 working days for ourselves. Allowing other authorities a maximum of 40 working days maintains flexibility during the present emergency for health boards, for local authorities and the police, among others. During the debate on the first bill, comparisons were made between the UK FOI Act and to the position in New Zealand. Authorities which are subject to the UK Act have always had the ability to extend the deadline for responding to 40 working days. And in New Zealand, authorities have the possibility of extending for an open-ended, reasonable period of time, having regard to the circumstances. This part of our amendment takes us no further than these other jurisdictions, where flexibility is built into the FOI legislation and is always available. It recognises the concerns expressed by this Parliament while giving authorities the flexibility that was praised elsewhere. Accordingly, I hope the committee supports these proportionate measures. Our amendment also restores the original 20 working day deadline for responding to FOI reviews for all authorities and repeals the Scottish Minister's ability to make direction further extending the deadlines for authorities other than themselves. On balance, we no longer think that these measures are necessary, and so we are taking this opportunity to bring them to an end in accordance with our commitment to keep the emergency legislation under continuous review and to bring emergency provisions to an end at the earliest opportunity. Finally, our amendment contains transitional provisions to ensure that no authority finds itself inadvertently breaking the law as a result of the changes to these timescales. If this amendment is accepted, the changes it makes will come into force at the earliest opportunity on the day after royal assent. We do not think it is in any way fair that authorities might find themselves retrospectively unable to comply with timescales because the law has changed. If a request was received, say, 45 days before this legislation comes into force and was still outstanding at that point, the authority would automatically have failed to comply with the new timescales and would be unable to do anything about it. Appropriate transitional provision avoids that risk, while the new timescales apply immediately to all new requests and reviews once these provisions come into force. Turning to the other amendments in the group, those in the names of Mr Greer and Professor Tompkins go further than the Government amendment because they restore the original 20 working day deadline for requests for all authorities, not just for Scottish ministers. We do not think that gives other authorities the flexibility they need at this time, the flexibility that exists in other countries and that are held up as examples to us. Further, they contain no transitional protection for ongoing cases, and so they expose hard-pressed authorities to the risk of breaking the law through no fault of their own. For these reasons, we cannot support their amendments. Mr Cole-Hamilton's amendments go further still. Amendment 9 would, in addition, take away the ability of the Commissioner and authorities to issue formal notices electronically. This is a measure supported particularly by the Commissioner because it makes it easier for him to carry out his duties while his offices are physically closed. The first act in this bill contains a number of provisions making it easier to use electronic documents and giving notice electronically. So this amendment runs counter to that. We would urge Mr Hamilton not to press this amendment given its impact on this useful administrative flexibility. Amendment 10 goes further yet, and it would remove the ability of the Scottish Information Commissioner to take the impact of coronavirus into account when deciding if an authority has failed to comply with the timescales in FOISA. This discretion for the Commissioner attracted support from Mr Greer at stage 2 of the first bill and from Professor Tompkins in his comments to the Ferret last week. The Government considers that giving the Commissioner this discretion is essential for our FOI law to operate flexibly, and it does it as it does in other countries, highlighted to us as good practice during this emergency period. Indeed, this discretion will only last for the duration of the emergency, unlike those countries where it is a permanent feature of their FOI landscape. For these reasons, we cannot support this amendment. Amendment 48, in the name of Mr Finlay, would constrain the Commissioner's ability to exercise his discretion substantially, and as drafted, it would mean the Commissioner had to be satisfied that an authority had failed to comply with timescales due to the effects of coronavirus, and also because it was due to the authority operating under the 68 working day extended deadline, in addition to the failure being reasonable in all other circumstances. We cannot see how those conditions would ever be satisfied, making this measure effectively inoperable. Amendment 48 would also require the Commissioner to regard the public interest test as the primary consideration when assessing reasonableness. If this is a reference to the public interest test in FOISA, then it only applies where an authority applies a qualified exemption to withhold information. The public interest test has no role to play where an absolute exemption is applied, or indeed where an authority discloses all the requested information but has simply failed to comply with the time limits. Again, we think that this requirement makes this measure effectively impossible to operate, and so we cannot support it. Amendment 45 would require the Scottish Ministers to report to the Parliament on a 2-monthly basis about their own FOI performance, while the FOI provisions in the first Coronavirus Act are in force. Convener, the Scottish Government is happy to report on its own FOI performance, but I'd like to make the committee aware of the range of reporting that already exists. Like all Scottish public authorities, we report most of this information to the Scottish Information Commissioner every 3 months, and that information is proactively published by the Commissioner. Additionally, as part of the Commissioner's ongoing intervention into the Scottish Government FOI practice, we report on our performance on a monthly basis to the Commissioner. Our performance figures are then published proactively on our website once they have been supplied to the Commissioner. Given the existing reporting arrangements, I suggest that much of what Mr Finlay is seeking to achieve is already being proactively put into the public domain. Introducing a further reporting requirement to sit in between those monthly and 3-monthly cycles does not seem to be proportionate, and so we do not support this amendment. Convener, the Scottish Government is committed to getting the balance right on freedom of information, ensuring access to information is protected while ensuring that hard-pressed authorities on the front line are not forced to choose between complying with essential services in the face of this emergency. We have listened carefully to the views expressed in this Parliament and outside. We think our amendment strikes an appropriate balance, and I invite the committee to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now invite Monica Lennon to speak to Amendment 48 in the name of Neil Findlay, and also speak to other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and apologies from Neil Findlay, who wanted to address this part of the bill himself, but he's had to go to the Chamber for other questions. I hear what the Minister has said, and I fully support her in saying that government should be open and transparent, and that this is about essentially trying to get good governance. So for that reason, I'll speak to the amendments in Neil Findlay's name. Amendment 48 says that the Information Commissioner must take into account the public interest test when failures to comply have not been met. So I'll just briefly explain that. A designated body needs to be held accountable for operational and staffing decisions that it has made, which may have resulted in poor management of information during the period of the emergency, and made it difficult for staff to respond promptly and within the normal 20-day response times. For example, this could be deploying staff to other roles or actively advising that the duty could be effectively suspended. When making such decisions, the public interest in requiring public bodies to diligently deliver the FOI rights should have featured large in their decision-making process. The Scottish Information Commissioner, when hearing appeals about delays in answering requests, needs to consider the public interest in the designated body's compliance with timelines. So that's what Neil Findlay would have said in support of his amendment. If I can just move to Amendment 45, which would put a duty on Scottish ministers to lay reports in Parliament on how many requests they haven't complied with, how many requests were received, what the backlog is during the emergency period, notwithstanding what the Minister has said. So for Amendment 45, the rationale is that as the public face of the COVID-19 emergency response, it is appropriate for the Scottish Government to be seen to deliver their daily commitment on transparency and accountability. In addition, being willing to report on progress and compliance with FOISA duties sets a very good example to the rest of the public sector about how the Scottish Government is performing. It needs to be remembered that it is still subject to formal intervention by the Scottish Information Commissioner due to poor practice. So we're looking for MSPs to have reassurance otherwise about FOI performance. The robust reporting regime is also important for MSPs, as there is outstanding business from the 21st of June 2017 Scottish Parliament motion, which I'm sure the Minister will be familiar with. And I'll just read out that motion: that the Parliament condemns the Scottish Government's poor performance in responding to freedom of information requests, calls for an independent inquiry into the way that it deals with these, and agrees to undertake post-legislative scrutiny of the Freedom of Information Act 2002, and welcomes commitments by the Scottish Government to adopt a policy of proactively publishing all material released under FOI to ensure that it is as widely available as possible. So I think the Minister said at the beginning that she wants to respect the will of the Parliament. So I hope that she takes that reminder in the spirit that it's intended. I think in recent days, Convener, the public has been quite alarmed, for example, around the Nike outbreak at a hotel in Edinburgh, which the public wasn't informed about. We've had to rely on journalists to provide that information. And I think whilst this committee has been sitting today, there's been further questions to the First Minister at the daily press briefing. So I think in order to try and restore public confidence and trust, it is important that we do have full transparency. And also, I think that MSPs in the main have tried to avoid burdening our public authorities unnecessarily during this pandemic. And we have tried to use the channels available to us through urgent questions, written parliamentary questions and oral questions in the chamber. In terms of written questions, particularly in regards to health data, we're routinely being told that the Scottish Government doesn't hold the information, or we get a holding response. Therefore, that's why at this stage we wouldn't support Amendment number 7, because we do want to see a restoration of the 20 working day deadline, because it is really important in terms of the public interest in good governance that we do have as much access to information as possible.
Okay, thank you, Monica Lennon. I would now invite Alex Cole-Hamilton to speak to Amendment 9 and the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Convener, and I move Amendment 9. Can I start by thanking the Minister for raising the issue of my Amendment number 9, and particularly the deletion of paragraph 7. This, I should alert the committee, this is a drafting error that occurred as a result of the instructions I gave to clerks. If Amendment 9 in my name passes, I plan to reinstate paragraph 7, which does, as she articulated, leave the exchange of FOI via electronic communication, something that will make the Information Commissioner's Office more fleet of foot, and indeed, going forward, is a far more environmental way to operate. So with that assurance, I would seek to press Amendment 9. Obviously, Amendment 9 in my name is far more surgical than Amendment 10, which deletes any sort of provisions around freedom of information. So I'll largely speak to Amendment 9. I do welcome the distance that the government has travelled. It is clear that the parliamentary opinion, that the united forces of all opposition parties against the provisions in the first bill should have been a bellwether that it shouldn't have been allowed in the first place. But I recognise the distance they have travelled, and I'm grateful to them for that. I should say that had these amendments in the government's name been presented at stage one, then we might not be here now. Indeed, I had, and I know a number of other colleagues did, have a lot of sympathy with extending time scales, particularly for certain organisations that we felt might not be able to cope with our FOI requests when they were so crucially in the teeth of this pandemic crisis. And of course, I'm speaking particularly of NHS boards and the councils. Nevertheless, they are the arms of delivery, and they are also where the information lies. And I think it's fair to say that now we have seen how this is playing out. Yes, there are some very, very busy departments in both of those organisms. Yes, we see in critical care, in ITU and in convalescence. That is absolutely true. And there is discretion that the Information Commissioner can use around the application of FOI requests. But I do not believe that those boards are so universally busy that they would not be able to respond within the 20-day deadline. Same too for local authorities. I think it's fair to say that whilst particularly those parts of the organisation giving out business grants, for example, are exceptionally busy, that actually, because of lockdown, because of people not using services as much as perhaps they originally were, councils are perhaps not as busy as we feared they would be. I'll finish by saying this, Convener. I think it is vital that we rectify our FOI provisions in this country. Catherine Seiler from Open Knowledge Foundation was quick to point out that Scotland was in the unenviable position of being the first country in the world to introduce new restrictions of information as a result of the coronavirus outbreak. I am very grateful from the words of the Minister that it's clear that we will rectify that to a certain degree today. It's just a matter of by what degree we choose.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cole-Hamilton. And now move on to Ross Greer to speak to Amendment 11 and the other amendments in this group, please.
Thank you, Convener. Moving Amendment 11 and my other amendments, which are essentially identical to Mr. Tompkins' amendment, just in a different format, to remove the restrictions that were put in place on freedom of information in the last bill. I'm not going to talk too much about the general principles of this. That was well rehearsed in the last bill. Other members have mentioned it today. But I want to make clear that both my amendments and Mr. Tompkins remove the restrictions that were placed on freedom of information while maintaining the very helpful provisions that were included in the last bill, namely the ability to give notice electronically, that's already been mentioned, but also giving the Information Commissioner discretion to consider the impact of the virus when he's assessing whether public bodies have met their obligations under this. I should note on that particular point, I don't believe it was necessary to include that in the previous bill. I believe that the Information Commissioner essentially already had that discretion, but to remove it now would create unnecessary confusion about whether or not he still has it. And I think that creating that confusion is unnecessary when I believe that we're all comfortable with him having it. I oppose the government's amendment number 7. I would urge other members to oppose it as well. If that were to pass and the amendments in my name, Mr. Tompkins, were to pass, we would end up with a mess that we will have to correct at stage 3. The government's amendment retains some restrictions. It retains some of the extensions for public bodies, which I simply don't believe are necessary. As Mr. Cole-Hamilton highlighted, Scotland has taken a step here that no other comparable country has taken. Indeed, only Brazil has taken anything like the same steps that we have. So I don't believe that we should agree to the government's amendment today, though I do welcome the effort they have made to reach out to opposition parties and to try and achieve a compromise on this. On Amendment 48, in the name of Neil Findlay, and I'm aware that Monica Lennon's speaking to this, I'm still not entirely clear what that amendment is seeking to achieve and how operable it would be, and I'd welcome some expansion from Ms Lennon on that, but I would perhaps suggest if maybe it wasn't pressed at this stage but was brought to stage 3 tomorrow, or whenever we now do stage 3, to give us a little bit of time to further consider it, because I'm not quite clear what benefit is being brought from introducing the public interest test in this way. On amendments 9, 10 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, I think there's an element of throwing the baby out with the bathwater here, but I recognise Mr. Cole-Hamilton has said there was a drafting error there with number 9. I would suggest in that case that he doesn't press it, because the amendments in my name and Mr. Tompkins' name achieve exactly the same thing as what I believe he's trying to achieve here, but would not require further amendment at stage 3. So my suggestion is that we agree to something at stage 2 that does not require further revision at stage 3, because I believe that the amendments in my name, Mr Tompkins' name, do command a majority of support. I would note that in particular Amendment 10 in the name of Mr Cole-Hamilton is actually opposed by the Campaign for Freedom of Information themselves, and I think given that, I think that's grounds on which we should be opposing that one. That I absolutely support the principle of these amendments, but I think they go too far for the reasons that have already been mentioned, of removing provisions that we do in fact all support and that are helpful, giving notice electronically and making clear that the Information Commissioner has that discretion. I'd like to thank Mr Tompkins for the work that we've done together on this, and wish him well rebuilding his reputation from this brief moment of association with myself. I would urge members to support both my amendments and his. And finally, on Amendment 45, again in the name of Neil Findlay but being moved by Monica Lennon, I would support this, and I would urge colleagues to support this. I think robust reporting is essential here for us to achieve transparency, and transparency is in turn essential for public confidence. Never more important to have public confidence in government at all levels than at a time of crisis. So with that, I will close my initial remarks.
Thank you very much. And finally, we get to Adam Tompkins to speak to Amendment 14 and other amendments in the group, please.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to all of the other members who've contributed to this debate, and thank you to Ross for his kind remarks. And I don't think my reputation needs rescuing at all from working with him on an issue where not only are he and I agreed, but all 4 opposition parties in the Scottish Parliament are completely agreed that it was neither necessary nor appropriate for the Scottish Government to seek in its first emergency coronavirus legislation to immunise itself and to immunise public authorities across the length and breadth of Scotland from the ordinary rules of scrutiny and access to government information. Like Mr Greer, I don't want to rehearse all of the arguments of principle, but I do want to address directly 2 of the erroneous and unhelpful remarks of the Minister in her, or rather the Minister's officials, in the opening remarks that the Minister read out to us at the beginning of this debate. Firstly, on retrospection. When the Parliament wrongly legislated to extend periods within which public authorities have to comply with FOI requests, it was the government that insisted that those extensions take retrospective effect, which had the effect that, if you made a FOI request in March, expecting that that FOI request would be dealt with within the ordinary 20-day period, that 20-day period was retrospectively extended to 60 days, notwithstanding the fact that the request was made before the commencement of the last legislation, because that's what the government insisted on. So if the government is right that the extension of timelines has retrospective effect, then surely it must follow, and this is the consequence of the government's own logic, that any attempt by the Parliament to put those extensions back, to revert to the normal position whereby public authorities have 20 days to respond to FOI requests, must also have retrospective effect. So by the government's own logic, there is no need for transitional arrangements. The second response to that issue from the Minister Jenny Gilruth is to rely on the point that Ross Greer made very sensibly in his remarks a few minutes ago, that none of us are seeking to, none of us apart from Mr Cole-Hamilton, are seeking to remove from the legislation that we passed last month the Commissioner's overriding discretion to rule in any particular case that a failure to comply with the statutory deadline was not unreasonable for reason relating to coronavirus. So those 2 points combined more than meet any objection that the Minister's civil servants have put together for her as to why the amendments in my name or in Mr Greer's name should not be supported. As I said, Convener, all 4 opposition parties in the Parliament are united in their condemnation of what the SNP have sought to do here. And the way in which I hope we can proceed is as follows, that the amendment in Mr. Russell's name, Amendment 7, can be rejected because it plainly does not go far enough, put right the wrongs that were legislated for a month ago. I hope that Mr. Cole-Hamilton will not press or will not move, indeed, Amendments 9 and 10 and will withdraw them because, and this is the one thing that the Minister said that I do agree with, they do go too far. They do throw various legislative babies out with the bathwater, and it would be unhelpful, I think, if Mr. Cole-Hamilton were to insist on those amendments going ahead. I then very much hope that Mr. Greer will move and press Amendments 11, 12 and 13, and that the committee can support them, which means that I will not need to move and won't move Amendment 14, which would have the same effect as Amendments 11, 12 and 13 in Mr. Greer's name. And finally, Convener, I hope that Monica Lennon will move and press the two amendments in this grouping in Neil Findley's name, because I would like to be able to support both of them. There have been some questions, and this is the last thing I'll say, Convener, unless I think of anything else. There have been some questions about the meaning of Neil Findley's Amendment 48. And it seems to me that the meaning is actually quite straightforward, and there's a lot of legal gobbledygook spoken by the Minister earlier, deliberately trying to confuse matters. But the effect of Amendment 48 is very straightforward. In any case where the Commissioner is having to make a decision about whether a failure to comply with the statutory deadline to process an FOI request is reasonable or not, the effect of Mr. Findley's Amendment 48 is to say that the overriding consideration that the Commissioner must bear in the front of his mind as he considers this question is the public interest in the disclosure of information which the government holds, after all, in our name. That's the effect of Amendment 48. It isn't particularly complex, it isn't particularly controversial, it's the right thing to do, and I hope the committee supports it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. No other committee members have indicated they wish to speak on this group, thankfully. So we will now turn to the Minister, Jenny Goruth, to wind up and indicate if she intends to press or withdraw Amendment 7.
I'll leave my right to wind up, Convener, and I'll press the amendment in my name, Amendment 7.
Thank you, Minister. In that case, I'll put the question. The question is, Amendment 7 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If we are not agreed, please indicate now. We are not agreed. We will therefore move to a division. Can I ask those who are in favour of Amendment 7 to put a Y in the chat box now, please? Thank you. Can I ask those who are opposed to Amendment 7 to put an N in the chat box now, please? Thank you. Just wait a moment while we verify the vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 7 is as follows. Those in favour, Annabel Ewing, Stuart Stevenson, Fiona Robson and Willie Coffey. Those against, Beatrice Wishart, Adam Tompkins, Ross Greer, Monica Lennon and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 4 votes against, 5, sorry, there were 4 votes in for that amendment, 5 votes against. There were no abstentions. So that amendment is not agreed to. It's been a long afternoon. Right, we will move on. I now call Amendment 48 in the name of Neil Findley, already debated with Amendment 7, and invite Monica Lennon to move or not move Amendment 48.
Thanks, Convener. I will move the amendment. Just like to thank Ross Greer for his question, and I think Adam Tompkins has already provided a very helpful answer, so I won't repeat that again, but simply this is about just to ensure that transparency, and where there is a so-called failure to respond to FOIs. It's just about making sure that the public body did have reasonable grounds if, for example, they had to redeploy staff. But I think Adam Tompkins explained that perfectly well, and I'm sorry that Neil Findlay's not here to do so himself.
Okay, thank you. The question, therefore, is Amendment 48 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? If any member disagrees, can they indicate that now, please? Yeah. Yes, there is disagreement. In that case, we'll need to move to a vote. There's a vote on Amendment 48. Can those in support of Amendment 48 please type a Y in the chat function now? Thank you. Can those who are opposed to Amendment 48 please type an N in the chat function now? Thank you. Just wait a moment while we verify that vote. I now have the results of the vote on Amendment 48. Votes in favour, Adam Tompkins, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wishart and myself. Votes against, Shona Robson, Stuart Stevenson, Willie Coffey and Annabel Ewing. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 5 votes for the amendment, 4 votes against, and no abstentions. That amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 9 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, already debated with Amendment 7. Alex Cole-Hamilton to move or not move.
Thank you, Convener. I should have stated in my remarks it was my intention to withdraw Amendment 10. But as regards Amendment 9, I'm persuaded that the combination of amendments in the names of Mr. Greer and Adam Tompkins will accommodate what I sought to achieve without the need to further amend at stage 3. So on that basis, I won't move.
Thank you. The member is not moving Amendment 9. Okay, I now call Amendment 10 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, already debated. Mr. Cole-Hamilton, I think you said you were not going to move this. Can you just confirm that, Mr. Cole-Hamilton?
Trying to. I'm on. Yes, sorry, I was still on mute. Yes, I confirm I'm not planning to move that.
Fine, thank you. And I call Amendment 11 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 7. Ross Greer to move or not move.
To move, Convener. Thank you.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is Amendment 11 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Those who do not agree should indicate now, please. You seeing anything? That is agreed. And I call Amendment 12 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 7. Ross Greer to move or not move.
Move, Convener.
Thank you. Question is Amendment 12 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? Any members do not agree, they should type in the chat function now. I'm not seeing any disagreement, so that amendment is therefore carried. Now I call Amendment 13 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 7. Ross Greer to move or not move.
Moved, Convener.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 13 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? If any member does not agree, would they please type N in the chat function now? I'm not seeing any disagreement, so in that case, Amendment 13 is agreed. And I'll call Amendment 14 in the name of Adam Tompkins, already debated with Amendment 7. Adam Tompkins to move or not move?
Not moved.
Not moved. Thank you. And I'll call Amendment 45 in the name of Neil Findlay, already debated with Amendment 7. That's Monica Lennon. Does she want to move Amendment 45?
Moved, convener.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is that Amendment 45 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Any member who disagrees should type N in the chat function now. I am seeing there is disagreement, so there will be a division. Can I ask members who support Amendment 45 to type Y in the chat function now? Thank you. Can I ask members who are opposed to type N in the chat function now? Thank you. I'll just be a pause while we verify that vote. The results of the vote on Amendment 45. Those in favour, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and myself. Those against, Stuart Stevenson, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey and Shona Robson. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 5 votes for the amendment, 4 votes against, and that amendment is therefore agreed. I now call Amendment 42 in the name of Graham Simpson, already debated with Amendment 15. I don't believe Graham Simpson is still with us, but I believe Adam Tompkins is going to move this.
Yes, Convener, moved.
Thank you. The question is Amendment 42 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If we're not agreed, can we indicate that, please? There is a disagreement. There will therefore be a division. Can I ask those members in favour of Amendment 42 to type Y into the chat function, please? Can I ask those members who disagree with Amendment 42 to type N into the chat function, please? Thank you. We'll just take a moment and verify the vote. Result of the vote on Amendment 42 is as follows. Those in favour of Amendment 42, Adam Tompkins and myself. Those against were Beatrice Wishart, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Shona Robson, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and Stuart Stevenson. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 2 votes in favour, 7 votes against, and that amendment therefore is not agreed. Now, we are making good progress, but we have 5 groups left, which will take us a little time. I'm suggesting we take a 5-minute break at this point and we reconvene at 3 o'clock. Thank you. Right, welcome back. We now move on to Group 18 on traffic regulation, and I call Amendment 43 in the name of Mark Ruskell in a group on its own. And I invite Mark Ruskell to move and speak to Amendment 43, and I would ask any other members who wish to speak on this group to type R in the chat function, please. Mark Ruskell, please.
Thanks very much, Convener. I think over the last couple of months, we've all got used to what social distancing actually means and the importance of creating the right space in our communities for that social distancing. You know, space for walking, space for cycling, going out for a run, without fear of infection from COVID, but also without fear of the risk of injury as well. And we're seeing calls across Scotland now for pop-up cycle lanes, safe crossings, expansions of pavements, traffic speed reduction measures as well being brought in place. Walking and cycling clearly has been very popular during the lockdown. Clearly that's going to remain the case as well. But I think with the kind of restrictions we're going to see on public transport going forward,
we're also going to see a return to the use of the car as well. So in order to get this balance of safer streets and to avoid conflict between motor vehicles, cyclists and pedestrians, we're going to need to see emergency measures brought in to create that safe space for distancing. Now, I welcome the announcement that the Scottish Government made several weeks ago now, the announcement of funding and guidance for space for distancing. But since then, I've been speaking to those who are going to be tasked with implementing some of these measures. I've had a meeting with the Sustrans, who are managing the funds at the moment that are going to go to local authorities. I've had discussions with the Society of Chief Officers of Transportation in Scotland as well, who represent all of the 32 local authorities, all the heads of transport, who are going to be rolling up their sleeves and actually putting these measures in place in the months to come. And I asked them, are there any other measures that we can take through the COVID bill that would help to smooth the implementation, reduce bureaucracy, and increase flexibility of putting in place these space for distancing measures? And their conclusion is that the most sort of simple change and effective change we can make right now is to take the traffic regulation order process, which allows these measures to be put in place on a temporary basis for 6 or 18 months, and to extend that period to 24 months, to give them the discretion to put in place these emergency measures for up to 2 years. And that gives them the flexibility to monitor their use, to review them, to see if there's something which communities might want to become permanent going forward. And then if those are changes which would be welcomed by communities and could be made permanent, it gives them enough time then to bring forward a permanent traffic regulation order to put them on a more permanent basis. So what I'm bringing forward, Amendment 43, is a really simple tweak. It's about giving councils the flexibility. It's about cutting bureaucracy and allowing officers to really focus on delivery right now, rather than filling in forms over bureaucratic regulation order processes. It's also about showing the money that we're putting into this. We're maximising the benefit from this. If there is scope to make any of these temporary measures more permanent changes in our communities, then let's take that opportunity. Thanks.
Right, thank you, Mark Ruskell. I now invite the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, to respond.
Thank you, Convener. I note the points being made in relation to Amendment 43 and seeking to make it easier for local authorities to assess the effectiveness of temporary measures that promote active travel. While I understand Mr Ruskell is trying to be helpful with his amendment, the Scottish Government does not believe that it is necessary or appropriate for this bill. Temporary traffic regulation orders, or TTROs, and experimental redetermination orders can be enforced for up to 18 months, as the member will be aware, and this is a sufficient period for traffic authorities to respond to the risk of the transmission of coronavirus. Given that this bill only covers from its enactment until the 30th of September this year, and only if extended by this Parliament up to the 30th of September next year, it will simply create confusion to temporarily extend the maximum duration of TTROs and experimental redetermination orders, which would fall away when the bill provisions expire. In addition, this amendment will apply to all TTROs made for any reason, such as roadworks, for example, and not only those COVID-19 related ones. Where a local authority is working to make temporary measures permanent, such as those for active travel, and has not had adequate time to complete those procedures, the Scottish Ministers already have the power to grant a 6-month extension to the existing 18-month maximum duration of a TTRO when requested to do so. There is also provision in the Roads Scotland Act for the experimental redetermination orders to go beyond 18 months, while authorities are taking steps to comply with the procedures to make them permanent. Given the exceptional times we are living in, I have asked officials to look at the TTRO extension approval process to ensure that any such extensions required for the COVID-19 related issues are dealt with efficiently. For these reasons, I cannot support Mr Ruskell's Amendment 43, and I would ask the member not to press it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now go back to Mark Ruskell to ask him to respond and indicate whether he wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 43.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I'm a bit disappointed by that response, to be honest. We're seeing substantial amounts of government money going to local authorities to bring in emergency measures, £10 million It would be a travesty if these temporary pop-up cycle lanes were brought in place and improvements to our streetscape across Scotland only then to be ripped out unnecessarily at the end of the lockdown and the social distancing requirements. The Minister talks about the Scottish Government granting extensions. I really see that as a hugely bureaucratic process. I mean, is the Minister really asking every single local authority to consider what measures they wish an extension for and to apply for the Scottish Government for each and every single little pavement widening or cycle lane or crossing point that they wish to see an extension for in the months to come? That seems like a huge bureaucratic burden on the Scottish Government, and really just locking up council officers' time in writing requests to the Scottish Government. Why not just give them what they've actually asked for, which is an extension of the whole emergency procedure for 24 months? That's the clarity that they want. That's the simplicity that they want and the flexibility. So I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed with the position that the Minister's taken on this. I would ask her, she's got an opportunity to speak again this session, if she would consider any further tweaks to this amendment at stage 3.
Okay, thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to go back to the Minister at this point, so we'll just need to ask you to indicate if you are pressing your amendment or withdrawing it.
I'm going to press it.
Thank you. In that case, the question is Amendment 43 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Those not agreed should indicate, please. There will be a division. Can I ask those in favour of Amendment 43 to indicate by typing a Y in the chat box, please? Can I indicate those who are opposed to typing an N in the chat box, please? Thank you. We'll just take a moment to verify the vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 43 is as follows. Those in favour, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wishart and Monica Lennon. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Fiona Robson, Stuart Stevenson, Willie Coffey, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes for the amendment, 6 votes against, and accordingly the amendment is not agreed to. Move on to the next group, Group 19 on low emission zones, and I call Amendment 44 in the name of Mark Ruskell in a group on its own, and I invite Mark Ruskell to move and speak to Amendment 44. And can I ask any other members who wish to speak on this group to indicate by typing R in the chat function?
Thanks very much, Convener. I'm sure everybody in the committee is aware that 2,000 people die in Scotland every single year as a result of air pollution related problems, health problems. It's a shocking public health crisis. It's also a lung health crisis that we face in Scotland. And there's increasing amounts of evidence, medical evidence, that shows that in areas with very high air pollution, the amount of people that are susceptible to COVID-19 goes up. So we have a twin health crisis here of COVID-19 affecting our lungs, but that being exacerbated by poor air quality in our towns and cities. And there's also the related issue that for those that have had COVID-19 and may have long-lasting health impacts as a result of that, again, air quality can impact on their health and their quality of life. So I feel that at this time, we need not just a public health response to COVID, but a public health response to poor air quality in our towns and cities, and that now is really the time to join up the dots and actually accelerate the rollout of low emission zones rather than putting them on pause at the moment. Now, I understand the challenges that councils are under. I've just explained, one of the challenges which I hope the government would try and resolve. But it is really disappointing that the first 4 LEZs that were scheduled for our biggest cities to be introduced at the end of this year have now been postponed. That's not to mention that the next tranche of LEZs that were to come after those initial 4 in our other air quality management areas across Scotland as well. So what I brought forward here in this amendment is quite a measured amendment. It would be tempting perhaps to try and put a target date into legislation for the rollout of LEZs. I don't believe that is actually possible under the provisions of the Transport Act. But I think it is important that the Scottish Government recognises that LEZs have a very important role as a public health intervention, particularly in protecting our lung health, and that Parliament gets the opportunity to scrutinise progress and scrutinise the reasons perhaps for a lack of progress at the end of this year, and that we absolutely see LEZs and our whole approach to clean air combined with our public health approach to COVID-19.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruskell. I'll call in Ross Greer, please.
Thank you, Convener. As you would expect, I'm very much in support of the amendments that Mr. Ruskell's put down on low emission zones. I'd just like to highlight one brief example, and it's not in the 4 major cities where the initial LEZs were to be rolled out. It's in Bearsden in my region. Bearsden has the unfortunate distinction of having an air quality management area along Drimmen Road with a very small primary school playground at the centre of it. Bearsden Primary's playground has probably the worst air quality of any school playground in Scotland. And the air quality problem on Drimmen Road at Bearsden Primary for those children has been getting worse. It has not been improving. I've been pushing East Dunbartonshire Council to consider a low emission zone, and indeed the First Minister agreed when asked at First Minister's questions to open up discussions between the Scottish Government and the Council about whether or not an LEZ could be achieved for that area, very much in the interests of public health and the health of children, as Mr. Ruskell mentions. The delays that are being proposed to LEZs, the delays that we're facing now, I have serious concerns that the knock-on delays to the potential LEZs further down the line are going to really compound public health problems that we've got right now. We've seen a dramatic and predictable reduction in air pollution on our streets because of the lockdown. We need to ensure that the normal we go to now, the post-lockdown normal, is a new normal where we don't simply go back to a situation where the children at this primary school in my area were literally struggling to breathe. They could taste the air sometimes. I don't think that would be an acceptable normal to go back to. So I very much hope we pass this amendment and we continue a firm parliamentary role in ensuring that LEZs are rolled out as quickly as possible.
Thank you. We will now go to the Minister, Jenny Goruth, please.
Thank you, Convener. Amendment 44 by Mark Ruskell would create a requirement for Scottish ministers to report by December this year on the progress being made towards the establishment of low emission zones under the Transport Scotland Act passed by Parliament last year. It is right that we review how low emission zones can be designed in light of coronavirus and how our cities might witness a green recovery transformation in tandem with the COVID-19 recovery plans. I am happy to accept the requirement to keep the Parliament updated on that important work, and I therefore urge members to support Amendment 44.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Mr. Ruskell, do you want to wind up and indicate if you're going to press or withdraw Amendment 44?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to press the amendment. I think Mr. Greer makes an important point. There are over 30 air quality management areas across Scotland, communities that are facing poor air quality and suffering the health impacts of that. The convener will be aware, of course, in Perth at Bridgend, there's an air quality management there, and in Athol Street as well. So it's important that we maintain progress on this issue, and the government is held to account, but is also able to update Parliament on the progress that can hopefully still be made.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is that Amendment 44 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If any member does not want to agree, please indicate that now. I'm not seeing any disagreement, so Amendment 44 is therefore agreed to. I now call Amendment 46 in the name of Graham Simpson, already debated with Amendment 15, I believe Adam Tompkins will move this on behalf of Graham Simpson.
I'll speak to it on behalf of Graham Simpson, but he doesn't want to move it, and convener, so not moved.
Not moved. Okay. Thank you. And I now call Amendment 47 in the name of Graham Simpson. Already debated with Amendment 15. Moved or not moved?
Not moved.
Yeah. I now call Amendment 49 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton. Already debated with Amendment 28. Alex Cole-Hamilton to move or not move? Sorry, apologies. I think Beatrice Wishart, are you going to move or not move this one?
Yeah, I'll move it in Alec Cole-Hamilton's name.
Thank you. In that case, the question is put that Amendment 49 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? If anybody is not agreed, please let us know. We are not agreed. There will be a division. Those who wish to support Amendment 49, please type Y into the chat box now. Thank you. Those who are opposed to Amendment 49, please type N into the chat box now. Thank you. We'll just stop and verify that vote. Thank you. The result of the vote on Amendment 49 is as follows. Those in favour, Adam Tompkins, Beatrice Wishart, Ross Greer, Monica Lennon and myself. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Shona Robeson and Stuart Stevenson. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 5 votes in favour, 4 votes against, and that amendment is therefore agreed to. Right, I now call Amendment 50 in the name of Monica Lennon, already debated with Amendment 21. Monica Lennon to move or not move?
Moved, convener.
That's moved. The question, therefore, is Amendment 50 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? If members are not agreed, can they indicate now? Thank you. There will be a division. Those in support of Amendment 50, please type Y into the chat box now. Those who are opposed to Amendment 50, please type N into the chat box now. We'll just wait a second while we verify the vote. The animals vote. Animals no. The 3 yeses and 6 noes. Yeah. It's tired. It's tired out.
I think we say that's tired of them.
Okay. Right, the result of Amendment 50 is as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Beatrice Wishart and Ross Greer. Those against, Stuart Stevenson, Willie Coffey, Shona Robeson, Adam Tompkins, Annabel Ewing and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed to. The next question is that Schedule 4 is agreed to. Are we all agreed? I'm not seeing any disagreement, so Schedule 4 is agreed to. Now move on to Group 20 on advancement of equality and non-discrimination. And can I call Amendment 51 in the name of Mark Griffin, grouped with Amendment 52? And I would ask Mark Griffin to move Amendment 51 and speak to both amendments. Group. And if members wish to come in and speak on this group, if you can please type an R in the chat box. Mark Griffin, please.
Thank you, Convener. My amendment today seeks to ensure that in using its powers in this proposed legislation, the Government does so in a way that's inclusive and that it communicates appropriately with all people, in particular those who have a disability or communication needs. Sponsored by Deaf Scotland, this would align the duties on Government with that of the Social Security Act, as well as the recently passed Consumer Scotland Bill. In the time that has passed since the BSL Act received royal assent, BSL users have seen a huge leap in the awareness of their language and the support that they receive. It's notable, for instance, the sign language interpreters at the First Minister's daily briefing. But given the huge changes in daily life of the last 2 months, there are areas where messages and guidance could have been better communicated, made more inclusive, and therefore better received, understood and accepted by the widest possible section of society. Inclusive communication is about sharing information in a way that everybody can understand over all modes of communication, and making sure that Government recognises that people understand and express themselves in different ways. And crucially, that means they can understand the guidance independently and best protect themselves and their family. While the amendment will not mandate publications, paperwork, adverts or correspondence to be fully accessible, it does place a duty on Government to exercise its powers in this bill while taking into account the needs of those with a range of communication requirements. And while technology has been a godsend for people in this crisis, many are not technologically adept or able or have the resources that many of us enjoy, and that will have been extremely isolating, exacerbating deprivation for some. In its response to the Equality and Human Rights Committee inquiry into the impact of COVID-19, Deaf Scotland report how deaf and hard of hearing people have been badly hit by the pandemic, and they point out how face masks inhibit lip reading, shielding has prevented older and unwell deaf people accessing repairs, COVID-19 information lines are not BSL enabled and publications are not converted to BSL, and confusion has arisen regarding the availability of audiology services. I'm sure the committee will accept that although the wider public has absorbed statistical information these past 2 months, there have been times when our constituents and sometimes ourselves have found some of the information complicated or even confusing, and it could have been better communicated. Now, imagine you do have a consistent communication disadvantage or you use another language, how that would impact on your ability to navigate this time and exercise your rights in this period of lockdown, cut off from your vital support networks. It would be entirely unbearable. Ensuring we have inclusive communication at the heart of this crisis is a simple matter of fairness, and I move Amendment 51. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Mark Griffin. We'll now go to the Amendment 52 in the name of Pauline McNeill. And I invite Pauline McNeill. Sorry, I believe Monica Lennon is moving this on behalf of Pauline McNeill. And I invite Monica to speak to this amendment and the other amendment in the group.
Thank you, Convener. I've had to pivot from standing in for Neil Findlay and now I'm standing in for Pauline McNeill. Amendment 52 in Pauline's name in effect requires Scottish ministers to request information from Police Scotland and third parties on the incidences of domestic violence during the emergency period for the purpose of measuring the extent of domestic violence during the crisis. According to Police Scotland, the number of requests from people seeking information about whether their partner has been abusive in the past was 18% higher in the first month of lockdown compared with the same period in 2019. The number of calls to refugees, national domestic abuse was almost double, 49% the rate it usually is after 3 weeks of lockdown. 14 women and 2 children were killed by men in the UK in the first 3 weeks of the lockdown. This is over 3 times higher than normal times. The amendment that Pauline is seeking to raise, or has raised now, is to raise the issue at this stage to allow ministers to focus on what further action should be taken to protect women in the lockdown period and beyond. So Amendment 52 asks ministers to request this information from Police Scotland and third parties to monitor the extent of domestic violence. And, you know, Pauline and myself, we understand that ministers are concerned about these issues, they are alive to the issues, and, you know, we are confident they are willing to take further action. So I would be interested to hear the minister's response, but I know it's an issue that does enjoy cross-party support in general terms. And just kind of add, convener, that fully support the amendment that Mark Griffin has put down, and also to say a thank you to Deaf Scotland for the briefing that they sent to the committee in advance of today.
Thank you to Monica Lennon. We'll now go to the Minister, Jenny Gilruth, please.
Convener, thank you. I would like to thank Mark Griffin and Pauline McNeill for these amendments, and obviously in Pauline McNeill's place we have this afternoon Monica Lennon, so I'm grateful for her contribution. The government agrees that with the public being asked to do extraordinary and difficult things, the importance of communicating in an inclusive way what has been asked of them and what is changing has never been more vital, as we heard from Mark Griffin. We are happy to accept Amendment 51. We will, however, seek to make a clarificatory amendment at Stage 3, both to amend this new duty into the first Coronavirus Scotland Act and to include a definition of inclusive communication, as there is in Section 4(2) of the Social Security Scotland Act 2018. As Monica Lennon outlined, Amendment 52 raises the issue of the incidence of domestic abuse during the coronavirus outbreak. It is a Scottish Government priority that victims of domestic abuse and gender-based violence get the support they need during these challenging times and are kept safe from harm. Earlier this month, we published guidance on domestic abuse to support the coronavirus regulations to ensure that anyone who is experiencing domestic abuse or any form of harm is in no doubt that they may leave home to seek help from support services, family or friends, or to report it to the police or take measures to stay safe. Today, COSLA and the Scottish Government have published guidance for local authorities on tackling all forms of violence against women and girls, including domestic abuse. We are aware how quickly the landscape is changing in relation to the current crisis, and this is also true of what we are learning of domestic abuse during this time. We are sympathetic to the need to ensure that information about incidences of domestic abuse is collated and monitored during the pandemic to ensure that our responses are effective and appropriate. We support entirely the aim of Ms McNeill's amendment, though we would consider that it should link to the more expansive definition of domestic abuse which has been recently introduced, rather than referring to domestic violence. I would therefore ask for this amendment not to be moved and commit to working with Ms McNeill to agree a form of this amendment, which I hope will be supported by all parties at Stage 3 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I'll now go back to Mark Griffin to ask him to wind up and indicate whether he wishes to press or withdraw Amendment 51.
Thanks, Convener, and thanks to the Minister for comments. I welcome the Government's commitment to support Amendment 51 and support the principle of Pauline McNeill's amendment. I'm sure she would welcome working with the Government in advance of Stage 3, as I do in terms of an amendment to my amendment at Stage 3. Look forward to working with the Government and Deaf Scotland. Thanks, Convener. Ask members to support Amendment 51 and press.
Thank you. The question, therefore, is Amendment 51 be agreed to? Are we all agreed? If any member does not agree, can they please indicate that now? It appears no one disagrees, so Amendment 51 is therefore agreed to. And I call Amendment 52 in the name of Pauline McNeill, already debated with Amendment 51, and I'd ask Monica Lennon to indicate whether she will move or not move this.
Thank you, Convener. I think from the Minister's remarks, it's clear there's a shared willingness to make sure that anyone who's a victim or survivor of domestic abuse in any form, that is a priority. It's about getting access to support for everyone who needs it. So I think Pauline McNeill would certainly welcome the commitment to work together at stage 3. So on that basis, I won't press the amendment.
Thank you. That amendment is not being pressed. Right, the next question is that section 6 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I don't see any dissent from that, so section 6 is agreed. Right, we'll move on to the next section, Group 21, on conditions on support for business. And I call Amendment 53 in the name of Patrick Harvey, grouped with Amendments 54 and 55. And I invite Patrick Harvey to move Amendment 53 and speak to all the amendments in this group.
Thank you very much, Convener, and good afternoon to the committee. I hope you can hear me all right above the roadworks that have just started outside my flat. That's not going to interfere too much. I recognise that you've all been working a long time on this very long committee session. There is light at the end of the Marshal's list now. We're approaching the end, and I won't speak too much about the other amendments in the group, other than simply to say that I support their principle. I think they would be useful additions to the bill, and I look forward to hearing the member move them and lay out the case for them. In relation to Amendment 53 in my name, this relates to an extremely important point of principle, one which a number of other European countries, Denmark, France and Poland, and at least one other nation within the UK, Wales, have already adopted as a position of their government, namely that the taxpayer-funded bailouts, the public money that is going to the private sector at the moment, important though it is, must come with some expectations of a fair contribution being made by the recipients, in particular that it should not go to bailing out those firms based in tax havens. This is a principle that we've been campaigning for, and just in 2 weeks, an online petition that we've established has had around 7,000 people in Scotland add their names in support of it. It's a general principle that the First Minister indeed has also, and the Cabinet Secretary for Economy, have given warm words to, and I hope very much that they will be persuaded of the need to turn those words into action and to put a clear principle onto the face of the bill that firms based in tax havens should not be getting the kind of public bailout that many of them seem to expect is their right. These are extraordinary times that we're living in. A word like unprecedented has probably been overused in recent weeks. But the level of public support for businesses is certainly extraordinary. Now, it's always been my view that private sector economic activity is dependent on society. It depends on the state, the role of the state and of public funding in the provision of infrastructure, the rule of law, a healthy, educated population. All of these things are preconditions for economic activity. But that dependence of the private sector on the public, on collective provision, is all the more clear now. And the ideology of the free market has been exposed as a myth like never before. That being the case, I believe that governments have regained the authority that they should never have given away in the first place to set a clear expectation of the kind of society and the kind of economy they are seeking to build. The First Minister has said much the same when she said that the recovery from this coronavirus pandemic must be about building a fairer, greener and more equal Scotland. Well, if we're serious about making that happen, we need to be clear that companies that have been organising their affairs in such a way as to minimise their contribution to those public provisions for infrastructure, for the rule of law, for health, for education, and all of those other public purposes on which they depend, those companies should not expect to come cap in hand to the public purse. Any of us can take a walk down any high street or shopping centre in Scotland and see high street names, companies which have organised their affairs so as to hold intellectual property in companies registered in tax havens, or to siphon their own profits through tax havens. Many of these companies have a shocking track record at treating their employees badly with poverty wages and 0 hours contracts, and they've also organised their affairs in such a complex way in order to siphon their profits out of the reach of taxation and out of the country. It is unacceptable, both in terms of the interests of our economy and at a moral level, to see those same companies expecting to gain the benefit of a public bailout paid for by the rest of us, by those of us who do pay our taxes. I very much hope that the cross-party support that's been given to the principle of this amendment, of restricting the bailout to those firms based in tax havens, will be given effect by an amendment to put this onto the face of the bill. My amendment is an attempt to do that. It uses the EU's list of tax jurisdictions which are non-transparent, and also allows the Scottish ministers to determine any others beyond those recognised by the EU. So I move Amendment 53. I very much hope that it will gain the support of all parties, and in particular the support of the government, especially given the recent words of the First Minister in support of the general principle. If we believe in the principle, we should put it into the bill, and I move Amendment 53.
Okay, thanks to Patrick Harvey. I'll now invite Monica Lennon, who's going to speak to Neil Finlay's Amendment 54 and the other amendments in the group. And if any other members of the committee want to contribute, please put an R in the chat box. Monica Lennon, please.
Thank you, Convener. Just checking you can hear me because it's got a bit frozen. Are we good?
I can hear you fine, yes.
It's great, I'll continue. Okay, so Amendment 54, which is in Neil Findlay's name, essentially is that Scottish ministers cannot provide business support unless the business allows its employees to access union representation. As Neil Findlay was speaking to in his earlier remarks much earlier today, he talked about trade unions having a vital role to play in helping to keep people working, keep services running, and to keep citizens safe throughout this crisis. Now, they can only carry out that role if they can get into workplaces or have access to employees to offer advice and support to members and to work with employers. In their day-to-day role, trade unions work very closely and without rancour with employers, resolving workplace issues at source. But in many areas of the economy and society, some employers do not allow trade unions access to workplaces so that they can speak to members. And I know, like other members, I have been contacted by employees who've been worried about the safety of their workplace, certainly during this crisis. And many people have been frightened, and they've asked for their name to be withheld when they've been getting in touch, whether it's been about PPE or about safe physical distancing in the workplace. And in too many of our workplaces, there is a climate of fear, and I think we all need to have that addressed. Being represented and recognised by a trade union takes away some of this fear. So this amendment seeks to give unions the right to access the employees of companies who are contracted to do work which is paid for by the public purse. We believe that this amendment seeks to use public procurement policy to deliver the Fair Work agenda. And I will remind members of my register of interest. I'm a member of the GMB and Unite Unions. And turning to Amendment 55, also in Neil Findlay's name, likewise this amendment seeks to ensure that companies who are contracted to undertake work paid for by the public purse to deliver goods or services relating to the COVID-19 crisis are paid at least the real living wage. This is a straightforward amendment that will lock in a key Fair Work principle. Neil Findlay tried previously to implement this change when the Parliament debated the public procurement bill, But at that time, the First Minister who was leading the debate rejected that proposal. Neil Findlay is asking the committee to support the proposal this time around, and just for the record, also supportive of Patrick Harvey's amendment. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you to Monica Lennon. I now call Stuart Stevenson, please.
Thank you very much, Convener. I am very much taken by the arguments that Patrick Harvey's put forward in support of his amendment. I want, however, to speak mainly about Neil Findlay's amendments, which I must say are the most poorly drafted amendments we've had before us the committee session. Now, I speak as someone who in my 30 years as a software engineer was a member of a trade union, so I therefore should be taken as not having any difficulties with trade unions representing employees in the workplace. But if we look at the drafting of Amendment 54 from Neil Findlay, it's so all-encompassing as to be absurd. Any function, any enactment, etc., etc. But it then goes on, a condition is the business allows access to its employees per representative of trade unions. Well, as drafted, it would mean a one-man taxi business where the man who's operating the taxi has a spouse or partner who answers the phone on his behalf and is in a small way, an employee of that one-man taxi. They are caught by this provision, and I don't think that's a proportionate or proper thing to be. I know what Neil Findlay's trying to do, but I think this amendment is a million miles in drafting terms. I'm not speaking particularly to the policy. The Minister, I'm sure, will do that. In relation to the living wage condition, the trouble is I've no sense whatsoever as to what this means. In Section 1, it talks a living wage. In Section 2, it talks about a living wage, and then later in the same sentence, the living wage. And in this section, the interpretation gives no link whatsoever to any definition that's already used in relation to living wage. And of course, there are several of them. So I'm left entirely in the position of wondering what is sufficient to ensure an acceptable standard of living in any particular context. The amendment gives us absolutely no guidance. It might be argued it's threepence an hour or something, which of course would be utterly unacceptable. So poorly drafted, we simply couldn't pass them. But I'll let the Minister speak to the policy issues rather than the drafting. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Stuart Stevenson. We'll go therefore to the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell.
Thank you, Convener. I'd also want to declare an interest as a member of a trade union. I remain a member of UCU and have been a member of the trade life. So when I come to remarks about Neil Findlay's amendments, please, I would ask people to bear that in mind. I want to start off with Patrick Harvey's Amendment 53. We do, and I say absolutely immediately, we do accept the principle of this. We are very supportive of it, and I want to make sure that it appears on the face of the bill, and that is where we're trying to get to. It is absolutely wrong that businesses that engage in tax avoidance or evasion should access any funding support packages at this time or at any other time, in my view. It's essential that everyone pays their fair share of tax to fund the vital services and infrastructure we rely on now more than ever. And those who don't do so shouldn't be eligible for financial assistance and support on behalf of the taxpayer and the state. Now, of course, we have to get it right, and the amendment that we put, that eventually I hope we will agree to put in this bill, has to be the right amendment. It mustn't do harm to any innocent individual or business by reducing flexibility. And we must make sure that its broadness of scope does not put us into a difficult position in terms of the eligibility of the amendment. So I want to see an amendment in the face of the bill. I support the principle, as Patrick Harvey has said. The First Minister has been very clear about that. I want to have an amendment that will set up the core principle of fair tax. It will apply to all new grant applications to existing schemes. It will make it clear that the company or entity recipient is carrying on a business in Scotland. And it will refine the definition of tax havens, not just using the definition that Patrick Harvey has, but being more precise about it. If Patrick Harvey will accept that and the intentions that we have to do so, I'm very happy that we help him to lodge an amendment in his name for stage 3 that will do those things and will allow it to have the broadest possible support. And therefore, I'd be grateful if he didn't move his amendment, but we did it tomorrow in a way which we can all be confident is the right way to do it. On the 2 amendments from Neil Findlay, I won't comment on the drafting. Stuart Stevenson has done that. But it is telling that Monica Lennon accepted that the second one of them had been moved before and was simply coming back. And you know, we've heard Mr. Findlay argue this before. And I don't comment saying that I'm against the trade union issues. We just know where he is coming from on these ones. And on both of them, it misrepresents what is presently taking place. And that's my very strong objection to it. Our Fair Work First approach already includes genuine workforce engagement, and I'm quoting from it, such as trade union recognition as one of the 5 key criteria for accessing grants. That's what Mr. Findlay wanted in Amendment 54, and that's what already exists. The criteria has been attached to business support grants awarded by Scottish Enterprise since April 2019, and from April 2020, the criteria also applies to grants awarded to businesses by the other enterprise agencies. Grant applicants are expected to demonstrate their commitment to working towards the criteria. And the new Pivotal Enterprise Resilience Fund and Creative Tourism and Hospitality Enterprise Hardship Fund, introduced specifically to mitigate the effects of COVID-19, specifically ask grant applicants to demonstrate similar commitment. So we just have to say that this simply adds, the amendment adds a level of complexity which would slow down the process for no benefit at all. And in addition, the Scottish Government is committed, clearly committed, to promoting collective bargaining, working with the STUC to take the matter forward in key sectors. Now, Amendment 55, Monica Lennon said that the amendment had been rejected before. Why was it rejected before? Because it has previously been established that public bodies cannot mandate payment of a living wage as part of the procurement process. You can't will away the law. I wish we could. There's a means to deal with that, and Monica Lennon and Neil Findlay might want to address it, which is, in actual fact, to have independence and all these powers in the Scottish Parliament. But it is not possible to reserve any element of the overall tender score specifically to payment of a living wage. But although the power to set the rate of a living wage is reserved to Westminster, we have used the levers at our disposal to address the living wage in procurement by issuing both statutory guidance and best practice guidance to public bodies on addressing fair work practices, including the living wage. And that guidance applies to all regulated contracts, whether related to coronavirus or not. So the amendment once again attempts to assert something that is far from being the fact. So in conclusion, I would say that the initial amendment 53, if Patrick Harvey will not move that, then I will work very hard with him to get the amendment that fulfills the principle and the intention, which we entirely agree with. And Amendment 54 and 55, I think there are a myriad of reasons why these should not be supported by the committee.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Now go back to Patrick Harvey to wind up and indicate if he intends to press or withdraw Amendment 53, please.
Thank you, Convener. When I asked the legislation team to come up with an amendment on this topic, I have to admit my expectation was that the government might say, we'll do this, but we don't want to put it in legislation. So I'm pleased to hear the Cabinet Secretary's words that he is willing to see an amendment on the face of the bill to establish this principle. And I think that would be an important step forward in terms of how we treat tax avoidance in Scotland, not just in relation to the current emergency, but I would hope that that principle would be something that we build on for the future. I am absolutely clear that I want to see the most workable amendment. I want to see something that is effective. And so if the government are going to propose concrete ways to improve my amendment, then I'm willing to seek the committee's permission at this stage to withdraw, and I will lodge an amendment, if hopefully one that I can agree with the government, but come what may, I will lodge an amendment for stage 3, and I will hope to see all political parties back that amendment and put this principle onto the face of the bill. I think many thousands of people in Scotland would expect nothing less of us than to establish this principle and to make sure that there is some meaning to that aspiration for this current crisis to be one that allows the creation of a fairer and more equal Scotland. So I, for the moment, ask the committee's permission to withdraw Amendment 53.
Okay, thank you. Members indicated he wishes to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object to that amendment being withdrawn? I'm not seeing any objections to that. Amendment is therefore withdrawn. In which case we will now move to Amendment 54 in the name of Neil Findlay, already debated with Amendment 53, and I'd ask Monica Lennon to indicate if she intends to move or not move that amendment.
Convener, I do wish to move that amendment. Am I permitted to respond to the Cabinet Secretary?
Yes. Briefly, please. Yes.
Thank you, Convener. I am disappointed with the approach taken by Stuart Stevenson and by the Cabinet Secretary. Neil Findlay has been consistent in his approach, but I think that's an approach that he can be proud of. He's consistently on the side of workers and trying to promote the Fair Work agenda, and not just to talk up trade union rights, but actually to try and deliver on them. So I don't think Neil Findlay, if he was here, would make any apologies for that. I think amendments can always be improved in terms of drafting, and I would have preferred to hear the Cabinet Secretary approach it in that approach. During this crisis, workers have died from the public and third sector and the private sector, and others have become ill, and some have lost their income. So, you know, we're raising all of these issues because it's really important, and I would have hoped that we would have got a better response from the government, because today's not been a good day for trade union rights or workers' rights in respect to some of the earlier amendments. I just wonder if we had a fully operational system of FOI, we might hear who's been lobbying the government and the government benches on these amendments, but perhaps we'll find that out in due course.
Thank you. In that case, I will put the question that Amendment 54 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Members do not agree, please indicate. We do not have agreement. There will therefore be a vote on Amendment 54. Can those members who support Amendment 54 please indicate by typing Y into the box, please? Can those members who do not support Amendment 53 type N into the box, please? Thank you. We'll just take a moment to verify the vote. The results of the vote on Amendment 54 are as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer, Beatrice Wishart. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Shona Robson, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes for, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed to. I now call Amendment 55 in the name of Neil Findlay, already debated, with Amendment 53. I'd invite Monica Lennon to move or not move Amendment 55.
Thanks, Convener. I move Amendment 55. I wasn't in Parliament for the debate that I mentioned earlier on, that Neil Findlay had made a note of, that the Cabinet replied to. But from memory, as a member of the public at that time, I think some of the argument was that we couldn't do these things because we were part of the EU. Now, I think we've all tried really carefully in these debates to avoid constitutional point scoring, but the Cabinet Secretary did invite myself and Neil Findlay to perhaps support independence. We wanted to achieve this. I would ask that the Cabinet Secretary to go back and speak to his officials to see what more can be done on this issue. But I don't think it's quite as he characterised. We have raised it consistently because we strongly support the principle of this, and I would hope that we can do this without scoring points and actually try and do what's right for workers. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. In that case, the question is Amendment 55 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Members are not agreed. There will therefore be a division. Those members who wish to support Amendment 55, please indicate by voting yes. Those members who do not support Amendment 55, please vote no. Just pause for a moment to verify the vote. And the result of the vote on Amendment 55 is as follows. Those in favour, Monica Lennon, Ross Greer and Beatrice Wishart. Those against, Annabel Ewing, Willie Coffey, Stuart Stevenson, Shona Robson, Adam Tompkins and myself. There were no abstentions. There were therefore 3 votes in favour, 6 votes against, and that amendment is not agreed. The next question is that sections 7 to 12 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I don't see any disagreement, so sections 7 to 12 are agreed. And finally, we come to Group 22 on reports by Scottish ministers on coronavirus subordinate legislation, and I call Amendment 56 in the name of Adam Tompkins in a group on its own, and I invite Adam Tompkins to move and speak to Amendment 56, and can any members who wish to speak in this group, please type an R in the chat box. Adam Tompkins, please.
Thank you, Convener. This amendment is based on and seeks to give effect to a recommendation of the Parliament's Delegated Powers Committee to the effect that not all of the secondary legislation that we have in force in Scotland to deal with and respond to the coronavirus pandemic has been made under the emergency legislation that we have either passed in our own Parliament or given consent to with respect to the UK's Coronavirus Act 2020. And that has the consequence, Convener, that not all of the powers that ministers and other public authorities have in order to deal with coronavirus are subject to the safeguards that we have very carefully put in place in both the UK's and Scotland's primary legislation. There are 2 sets of safeguards that are particularly important and are always important with regard to any sort of emergency or expedited legislation that confers extraordinary powers on ministers and other public authorities. Those powers need to be limited in time, that is to say, subject to sunset provisions, and they need to be subject to, strenuous, serious, regular, and full reporting requirements. And all my amendment seeks to do is to extend the reporting requirements which already pertain to subordinate legislation made under the legislation such as the legislation we've been discussing today, to extend those requirements to all secondary instruments relating to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, I was in correspondence yesterday with the Cabinet Secretary, Mike Russell, about this amendment, and that correspondence records that the Scottish Government is happy to accept the spirit of this amendment, is happy to accept this amendment in principle, but that there are a number of drafting deficiencies in it, which would need to be required to make it operable in the way that is intended, both I think by me and by the Delegated Powers Committee. So I can say that I don't intend to press this amendment here at stage 2, Convener, on the assumption that the Cabinet Secretary is about to say that he will work overnight with me to ensure that a revised version of this amendment can be lodged for stage 3 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. We'll go to the Cabinet Secretary, Michael Russell, please.
I think we can short-circuit matters quite effectively here. I'm grateful to Adam Tompkins for the discussion that's taken place. I would commend that. I would commend it because it is a way to get progress on amendments. And I think those members who simply trug along with amendments which have had conversations, which may be fine in terms of execution of idea, but not in terms of the execution of the policy, should take a leaf out of the book of those people who do work on amendments to try and get them right. This amendment is an important one. The process is important. I've made a commitment to follow what the Delegated Powers Committee wants, but there's some detail in this that needs to be considered. There are, for example, SSIs that aren't the responsibility of Scottish ministers. They're acts of sederant and acts of adjournment. There are some SSIs for which the primary purpose of them is not coronavirus, but there may be coronavirus elements within it. We have to be careful that we don't draw this so wide that everything that is going through is dragged in. So I'm happy to confirm my letter to Mr. Tompkins. We can, I think, get a version of this which meets the requirements of the DPLRC, that meets the requirements of the amendment Mr. Tompkins has put down, but will in actual fact make this operable so that we can have a single unified reporting process in which we can take things forward. I have already written to the presiding officer, to the Bureau, and indeed to you, Convener, about how we might take the reporting process forward, and we can roll into that the detail that is in this amendment. So I'm happy to confirm that I will seek to work with Mr. Tompkins to get an amendment which can be presented at stage 3.
Okay, thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I invite Adam Tompkins to wind up and indicate if he intends to press or withdraw Amendment 56.
Well, just to say, Convener, I very much welcome both what the Cabinet Secretary has just said there and the spirit with which he's approached this matter throughout the legislative process. I thank him for that, and I look forward to working with him between now and stage 3 so that we can get this right. And I do not intend to press this amendment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tompkins. The member has indicated he wishes to withdraw the amendment. Does any member object to that amendment being withdrawn at this stage? I see no member objecting to that, so the amendment is withdrawn. The next question is that sections 13 to 15 be agreed. Are we all agreed? See no opposition to that. And the last question is that the long title be agreed to. Are we all agreed? And I see no objection to that. That ends stage 2 consideration of the bill. So the bill will now be republished as amended at stage 2, and this will be done as soon as possible today and emailed to ministers in its latest version. Amendments may now be lodged with the clerks in the legislation team. We believe that the Bureau are meeting at 4:30, who will determine a deadline for lodging stage 3 amendments, so I'm sure there will be an announcement made immediately thereafter. And can I finally just thank all the members for their contributions and what has been a very long session today. Can I thank Jim and our team of clerks for all their assistance and broadcasting too for what was in the whole a flawless performance. So thank you everybody and have a good afternoon.